Chapter 1. Zaka strode into the gala, gripping the arm of a man she'd met 30 minutes ago. The upper crust of Belizean society filled the ballroom. Men in grand tuxes, women in stunning dresses, posh laughter, clanking champagne glasses.
Let's go.
The client. It was such a harsh word, but she didn't know what else to call someone who paid for her company, nudged her forward. She nodded, took a step, and then another. Whispers ran like wildfire beneath the cadence of soothing jazz. Gazes burned her back. Their sweeping admiration turned to something cheap, dirty, like they wanted a turn. How much did he pay for her? Zaka lifted her head and marched forward. She was here to do a job. One job. And that was to look desirable. A racy silver gown hugged her body and left daring amounts of skin on display. Her hair fell in tight spirals, held together by leave-in conditioner, hair pudding, and extra-strength gel. As the crowd moved aside to let them pass, Zaka kept her eyes peeled for him. Kai Adderley, gorgeous, British, and way outside of her league. Thankfully, Kai didn't seem to be around.
Do you want a drink?
She forced her eyes back to the client. He reminded her of Santa Claus, if Mrs. Claus had passed and Santa liked younger women. He had long white hair, a fully white mustache, and wrinkles that deepened when he smiled. "I'm okay," she said politely. He nodded and patted her hand. She tried not to stiffen because this much touching was expected. Hopefully there wouldn't be more. No, she wouldn't allow more. When Heavenly begged her to do this favor, Zaka had emphasized that she would not be going home with this man. Her roommate assured her the client wouldn't expect her to get naked.
You look nervous as hell,
the client said, his painfully thin lips brushing her ear. Zaka eased back and watched him smile at her. She'd never seen a man with such thin lips before. It looked like they were practically disappearing. "I'm fine," she said.
Then smile a little, loosen up.
He massaged her arm with his pudgy fingers. She swallowed the disgust rising in her throat. Slapping him would be a bad decision. Heavenly had promised to pay her well for this gig, and she needed that money. Her parents' debt was a crushing weight on her shoulders. She couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. Someone called the client's name, and he dropped his hand to talk to one of his associates. Saved by the suits. She let the smile freeze on her face, remembering that her job was to look pretty and stay quiet. None of the men expected her to join the conversation, and she wasn't that interested anyway. While the client and his friends droned on, Zaka's attention caught on the banners, with Kai Adderley's face. They bracketed both sides of the podium, reminding everyone of why they'd gathered tonight. She studied his imposing photograph. Kai's icy blue eyes were piercing, but she knew it was 10 times more nerve-wracking in person.
Adderley isn't around?
The client asked his friends. He reached for a glass of champagne and took a sip.
I thought for sure his grubby hands would be all over the spotlight.
His friend answered him.
He was supposed to give a speech, I think, but no one's seen him.
Zaka scrunched her nose. Did Kai ditch his own party? Bold move.
Did you hear what he's trying to do with the profits?
Something about a clinic?
Not just any clinic. He wants to build a free clinic.
The client cursed.
You're kidding. Total waste of time.
Our stocks are going to plummet if people find out.
They never should have sold the private hospital to him, even if he does have the best credentials.
Her ears perked up. Zaka waited to hear more, but at that moment, she saw the banquet doors open and 3 glamorous women walk in. Giselle, Latoya, and Yolanda wore breathtaking evening gowns. Unlike Zaka, who had received evil looks when she appeared, her friends were welcomed with excitement. They belonged here. Clearly, and she did not. Zaka held her breath as her K-pop sisters moved forward. They ignored the guests swarming them and seemed to be on some kind of mission. Their heads swiveled left and right, searching for something. Goosebumps crept over Zaka's arms when Giselle's pretty brown eyes moved in her direction. She ducked behind her client and held her breath. If her sisters weren't here to rub elbows with the elite surgeons, hospital administrators, and other wealthy guests, were they looking for her?
What are you doing?
The client asked gruffly. "Excuse me, I need to use the bathroom." She slipped away, walking calmly at first and then making a frantic dash for the doors. Zaka didn't breathe until she'd spilled into an empty corridor. Her eyes darted left and right. There were two paths. Which one led to freedom? Behind her, the doorknob rattled. Out of time, Zaka picked a direction at random and moved as quickly as her feet could carry her. The corridor stretched on for what seemed like miles. Thick red carpet swallowed the sound of her heels. Just ahead, she saw two wide double doors. Freedom. Zaka barged into the room. The door clicked behind her while she let out a troubled breath. Silence pulsed in her ears. Darkness pressed in. She'd gotten away, but her problems were far from over. Retreat was only temporary. She had to go back and keep the client happy while avoiding her friends. What would they say if they saw her with the client? Would they hate her? Judge her? She couldn't stand the thought. Deep breaths did nothing to stop the roaring in her head. Zaka could hear herself wheezing.
If you can't breathe, you should sit down and put your head between your legs. It'll help.
Zaka went still. That voice. She recognized it. A man stepped out of the shadows. He was wearing a sharp navy suit that clung to lean shoulders. His dark hair was brushed away from his face, and his angular cheeks looked sharp enough to cut. Blue eyes, bathed in shadows, latched onto her. Kai Adderley. Her throat tightened, and she felt her chest caving in. Why had she agreed to attend the gala tonight? Everything was going wrong, and now Kai Adderley had a front-row seat to the disaster. "I can't," Zaka gestured to her throat. "I can't breathe." Kai took one look at her face, and his amused smirk tightened into a frown. He strode over and took her elbow.
Sit over here.
Zaka shuffled behind him, almost tripping over her heels. He held her up, allowing her to lean on his shoulder.
Deep breaths.
He coached, pushing her into a seat.
Put your head down and take deep breaths.
Zaka pressed down until her head pushed against the fabric of her clingy silver gown. She could see his shoes. Nice, leather, expensive, and probably designer. His trousers were tailored. They fell exactly right. And they were covering long, long legs. Her scrutiny moved to the heels her friend Heavenly lent her. They were a little too small for her feet, and her toes plunged over the edge. She pulled her toes back so Kai couldn't see.
Like this.
Kai demonstrated how she should breathe. There was something steadying about his masculine voice, something charming about the British accent. It made her forget that her problems were just a few doors down. The roaring in her head subsided slowly. She felt Kai's hand on her back. It was big and warm. Most of all, it didn't make her skin crawl like when the client touched her.
That's it.
He coaxed.
Just keep breathing.
She lifted her head. "I'm okay now."
You sure?
He arched a thick black eyebrow. She nodded. He climbed to his feet and stepped back, watching her like she was a problem he wanted to solve. Zaka avoided his gaze.
Were you running from something?
He studied her.
Or someone?
No. She was so horrible at lying. Kai leaned against a desk. She hadn't noticed before, but there was a small lamp and a laptop opened on the table. The screen threw silver light on a stack of cardboard boxes. It looked like a forgotten office that also paired as a storage room. "Were you working?" she asked him, surprise leaking out of her voice. He glanced over his shoulder.
Yes.
"There's a party for you outside."
Yes.
He didn't seem all that concerned. "You're supposed to give a speech."
Now you sound like my assistant.
He slid a hand into his pocket with practiced ease, and she wondered if he used to model. If he did, he must have been every photographer's dream. He was tall and broad-shouldered, but not too bulky. His suit draped him like royalty. "Sorry to interrupt."
No apology necessary.
He was still looking at her, his blue eyes filled with something. She wasn't sure what, but it was hard not to stare right back. He was the most gorgeous guy she'd ever seen. Beautiful, really. "I should go." She stumbled to her feet. "Thanks for your help tonight, and for the other time, too."
The other time?
"In front of the hospital." A crease appeared between his eyebrows. "You got me a wheelchair and helped me catch a cab."
Ah,
He bobbed his head. She tried not to be too hurt that he'd forgotten. Just because his kind gesture was a comfort to her didn't mean it had made an impact on him.
you look different.
He rubbed his jaw. She blinked rapidly. That day, she'd limped out of the hospital with frizzy, unwashed hair, no makeup on, and baggy clothes. Of course he hadn't recognized her. "Yeah, She touched one of her curls. It was hard and crunchy. Extra strength gel could do that.
Is that man outside your date?
"Excuse me."
That man.
He gestured to the door.
Bill Coulson.
So that was her client's name? She hadn't bothered to remember it. Kai stared intently at her. There was something different about his gaze. It held an interest she couldn't place because it wasn't flirty. It was almost tactical. She hesitated. Not exactly."
He's a lot older than you.
Kai tilted his head.
Is that your type?
She couldn't stare directly into those blue eyes anymore. It was too much. Her gaze fixed on his suit pocket. "Why are you asking?"
Humor me.
There was nothing remotely humorous about this situation. "I barely know you."
I assure you, I have no ill intentions.
He gestured to the door.
And even if I did, you could out me to my peers in no time.
It didn't feel like much of an assurance. The way he carried himself, she doubted any of his peers could influence his decisions. Control gleamed in his eyes and told her the world bowed to his whims because he answered to no one. "I don't have a type because I don't have time to date," she admitted.
So that man.
"That man is just a..."
Just a what?
Kai sank lower against the desk.
A job.
Zaka pulled her fingers into fists. "What exactly do you want to know?" He straightened and strode toward her. Moving in close, he gave her an almost daring look. Zaka responded to the challenge in his eyes and didn't step back.
I need a favor. It's unorthodox.
"I'm not an escort."
I'm not looking for one.
His nearness did something strange to her body, to the air. It made each breath sharper, more thrilling. "What is it?"
I'm in need of a girlfriend.
His lips curled up.
Would you like to go out with me? Chapter 2. I'm in need of a girlfriend. He let the words linger in the air and watched the play of emotions flicker across her beautiful face. Shock, confusion, fury.
"Do I look like a joke to you?"
Her eyebrows pinched together, forming a V. Even with the thunderous expression, she was still quite fetching. His gaze ran over her body. She was small, but her limbs were long and graceful. The gown had thin straps that crisscrossed her back and left an enticing amount of brown skin on display. She carried herself with a quiet elegance. He would never call this woman a joke. She folded her arms over her chest.
"You don't even know me."
I need a girlfriend, and I would like it to be you.
"But..."
Kai's phone began to vibrate like mad. No doubt it was Joe who, as usual, had his knickers in a twist. He pulled his phone out and squinted at the screen. He'd left his blasted glasses in the car, and now everything up close was smeary. Kai pulled the device away from his nose, confirmed that it was, indeed, his assistant, and rejected the call. He returned his attention to the woman. Go on. Her hair dangled to her shoulders in tight ringlets. They swung back and forth as she scolded him.
I think you might have gotten the wrong idea about me.
The man you accompanied tonight is not your boyfriend, yes? She scowled at him. We met only briefly, but I got the impression that Bill Coulson favors himself over anyone else. He scrunched his nose. Given that Coulson is too self-absorbed to earn your friendship, the only other option is that he paid for it. Her mouth opened in outrage. This means you are not averse to faking the role of companion, and that is what I need from you.
You're full of it.
Did I get anything wrong?
That's none of your business.
His phone buzzed again. He typed out a text to his assistant. We would only date for 3 months. I'd take you to functions such as this one, and you'd attend a few dinners with me. After the 3 months, we'd break up and go our separate ways.
Why?
Because I have no intentions of sincerely dating you. He recognized his words might have been too blunt and glanced up. Not that there is anything wrong with you. You're a very beautiful woman.
Save it.
She lifted a hand, her eyes flashing.
Why do you need to hire a girlfriend in the first place? You're rich and powerful. You can have any of the women out there for free.
Like I said, I have no intentions of sincerely dating anyone. The women out there would expect too much. Kai shot the text over to Joe and pocketed the phone once again. The demands on my time would be disastrous.
So you'd rather hire me to play the part?
That's correct. She narrowed her eyes.
I still don't understand.
I can't explain further.
Then I can't agree to it.
I'm open to meeting your price, whatever the number is. Her eyes twitched, but she hid her interest quickly.
This isn't about money.
Perhaps it was cold of him, but he preferred if it was. Money produced boundaries, gave and denied access, made it easier to walk away when the job was done. The moment he saw her on Bill's arm, he suspected her true occupation and had hoped she would not be so stubborn about this proposal. He didn't have much time, and she was perfect for the job. There was something about her grace and poise that he liked. I offer more than money. I have connections, a robust network. Any doors you want opened will be blown aside for you. She swallowed, and he saw her considering it for a moment before she stepped back.
Look, my life is complicated right now. I'm not interested in making a shady deal with a stranger.
He recalled the mild panic attack she'd had when she burst into the room. How about I prove my intentions are not to harm you?
How do you plan to do that?
Do you need my help getting rid of Coulson? Her lips tightened.
Heavenly will kill me if I mess this up. No way. I'm going back and I'm finishing my job.
His mind raced. Had he been mistaken? He assumed she'd run into the room to get away from Coulson's advances. She narrowed her eyes.
A piece of advice? Don't stare at people like you're trying to see into their heads. It's freaky.
The woman raised a hand.
Good luck with your mission, but I think we're done here.
Her heels clicked as she turned to the door. You're running from someone, he blurted. She went still. A thrill of victory ran through him. So he was right. An old boyfriend? Her shoulders relaxed and she reached for the doorknob. Kai moved fast. An old classmate, a brother, a friend. Her fingers tightened on the knob. So it is a friend. He drew near to her and closed the door gently. Why would you run from your friends? Are you ashamed of what you do for a living?
I don't do this for a living.
She whirled on him, nostrils flaring and eyes wide. As quickly as her anger jumped, it disappeared. Her gaze hit the ground.
It's only for a short time until I can sort some things out.
He nodded. It really didn't bother him what her occupation was. I can make it so that your friends don't see you. Her eyebrows quirked. The hope that crossed her face touched something deep inside him. She wore her emotions on her sleeve. Relief, eagerness, a hint of innocence and naivety. It made him want to protect her. Kai rejected the tender feeling as soon as it rose up. He did not have time to care about anyone. There was too much at stake to be distracted. If I help you tonight, will you consider it? She stared up at him, saying nothing. He decided to take that as consent and called Joe. His assistant answered in a frantic voice.
Adderley, I found another grey strand in my beard. I'm going grey prematurely because of you.
Kai rolled his eyes. Do you remember that idea you foisted on me?
The one about bringing an arcade into the hospital?
Your original intentions for the party.
Ah, you're talking about the idea you rejected after we'd already purchased all the decorations. How could I forget? I had to put those boxes away all by myself.
Kai swerved around and stared at the boxes. I agree to it now.
What?
Tell the organizers we're having a special twist on tonight's event. Go with the plan you first suggested. I want everyone in the room aware of the changes and acting accordingly by the time I arrive.
Adderley, you can't just…
Get it done, Joe. He hung up. The woman blinked slowly.
Are you always that brusque?
It's one of my many flaws. He checked his watch. My assistant will need some time to get things done.
What exactly is he doing?
This way. Kai ignored her question and led her to the boxes. Word of advice, he spoke as he moved. Be honest with your friends. Everyone has their own reasons for the choices they make. He shrugged out of his suit jacket and flung it over the chair. You shouldn't feel ashamed for doing what you must to survive. Fancy taking your own advice, Kai? He ignored that little voice and dragged one of the boxes to the ground. If your friends don't accept you for who you are, should you really be friends with them?
You don't get it.
She glanced away. Her face in profile was even more striking. Her forehead sloped to a broad nose and plush brown lips. Her neck was slender and quite picturesque. Tell me. She gave him a dark look.
I don't know you.
Even more reason to share your deepest, darkest secrets. He opened the box, saw that it wasn't what he was looking for, and pushed it aside. I don't care, and I won't judge you for them.
Why don't you give me one of your secrets first?
I'm deathly afraid of toads. They're hideous creatures. She laughed.
How about a real secret, like why you need a girlfriend?
He stopped, glanced up, scowled. Tache. Her lips curled up in reply. Kai searched through another box and finally found what he needed. Lifting the mask from the depths, he approached the woman. May I? She nodded. He gently brushed one curl behind her ear. The moment his fingers skated against smooth brown skin, heat skittered from his palm, down his arm and through his torso. His grip on the mask tightened and he shoved it abruptly at her. Here.
Weren't you going to put it on?
Her eyes were wide. It may not suit you. He gestured to the box. There are more styles in there. At that moment, the door burst open and his assistant stormed in. Joe wore a bright purple suit with an orange tie and shiny black shoes. Kai's head hurt just looking at all the clashing colors.
10 years of my life. Gone.
Joe stomped in, his face twisted into a frown.
I was looking everywhere for you. Now why have you suddenly changed your… Wow.
Kai looked in the direction Joe was staring. He saw the woman had donned her mask. It was an exaggerated design with gemstones and frills. It made her seem more mature, more mysterious.
Who's this?
Joe whispered loudly to him. Take these boxes. Kai waved to the large men standing behind Joe.
Oh, yes.
His assistant gestured them forward.
Give them to the event planner. Tell her to hand them out to the guests.
The woman's eyes widened behind her mask.
You were going to have a masquerade ball.
Exciting, right?
Joe smirked.
He shot me down because he lacks imagination.
Kai shook his head. Joe extended his hand to the woman.
I'm Joe, and you are…
Talking too much, Kai swatted the hand Joe held out. Oversee the distribution of the masks properly.
It'll go over well if you wear one too.
Joe handed a mask to him.
While you give your speech.
Kai accepted the mask and jutted his chin at the door. Joe rolled his eyes.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
He yelled to the workers.
Pack it up, boys. Let's have ourselves a masquerade ball.
The woman giggled.
He's…
A brilliant assistant, believe it or not.
I was going to say interesting.
You're being kind. There are more colorful words to describe him. She laughed, and he found himself enjoying the sound of it. What do you think? Have I kept my side of the deal?
Perhaps.
Her arms were loose, her shoulders relaxed.
I hope they don't recognize my dress.
I can get you a new one.
You stored dresses in these boxes too?
Her eyes darted to them. No, but I'll find a way to make it happen. She shook her head.
No need. I don't think they got a good look at this dress. I should be fine.
Then you've agreed?
To consider it.
She stressed the word and blinked up at him.
You don't even know my name.
He realized that she was right. Easy enough to rectify. He held out his hand. Kai Adderley. She placed her fingers in his.
I'm Zaka.
Zaka. The name rolled off his tongue. Unique but regal. It suits you. He let go of her hand and reached for his business card. On the back, he scribbled his personal phone number. Enjoy the rest of your night, Zaka, and call me when you have an answer. Although he wanted to look back one more time, Kai donned his mask and forced himself to leave.
Chapter 3. Zaka didn't believe in fairy godmothers, but Kai Adderley was the closest she'd ever come to having one. With a flick of his Rolex-bearing wrist, he turned an impossible situation into an escape route. She stepped into the ballroom and wondered if she was in the right place. A sea of masked faces floated in the dim lights. The gala had been transformed. No one would believe that only 30 minutes ago, the party was a completely different theme. Music pulsed from the speakers. Drinks flowed freely. Hidden behind their masks and their anonymity, an air of debauchery reigned. The rich and influential had taken to the dance floor. Genteel guests who seemed so put together in the light were gyrating wildly in the darkness. Someone passed her in a mask, laughing loudly. Did they know? Did they have any idea? All this was for her. She blinked and shook her head. There would be time to make sense of it later. First, she had to find her client and complete her job. Tonight's paycheck would go a long way in paying off her debt. It took a few minutes, but she finally located the client standing near the wall. He was glancing around and looking miserable. Poor Santa. As she headed his way, someone grabbed her arm. Zaka whirled around and felt her body go cold when she saw one of her friends standing in front of her. Yolanda was a tall woman with flawless skin the color of bitter coffee. Her cheekbones were sharp, and her eyes could cut a person to the quick. She'd been given a mask as it dangled from her wrist, but she'd chosen not to put it on. Zaka sucked in a breath as Yolanda studied her.
Sorry.
Yolanda released her after a second and stepped back with a sheepish smile.
I thought you were someone else.
Zaka dipped her chin and scurried to the client. Her heart pounded. Her eyes remained on the ground. It worked. Kai's idea to turn his gala into a masquerade ball had saved her.
There you are.
The client glared when she drew close. He pointed to her mask.
Why are you wearing that?
I want to, she said, glancing around. Yolanda had disappeared. She didn't recognize Giselle or Latoya in the crowd either. Another relieved breath whooshed out of her.
Utterly ridiculous.
The client frowned.
Look at this craziness. Does Adderley think this hospital is his playground?
I think it's fun.
Fun?
He scoffed.
This man is about to run a hospital. He should be more concerned with business than having fun.
I'm sure he'll do a good job. The client gave her a dismissive look.
I wouldn't expect you to understand.
No, he wouldn't. He hadn't hired her for her brain. She put on a practiced smile, though he could only see the bottom of it behind the mask. Would you like to dance?
No, I've had enough of this place.
He nodded to the door. She did not resist the suggestion to leave. It wasn't like she'd wanted to dance with him anyway, but she figured it was partly her fault he was having such a bad time. After all, the masks were for her benefit. Zaka followed the client to the exits. Halfway to the door, she glanced over her shoulder and sought out Kai. It took a little searching, but she found him near the bar, a drink in hand. and a pretty girl talking close to his ear. He glanced up at that moment, even from a distance, and with a dashing black mask on, his sharp blue eyes pierced her.
I'm in need of a girlfriend.
She stumbled over her heels. It still didn't make sense. The beautiful woman in front of him looked more than eager to be Kai's girlfriend, or just his friend, or even a one-night stand. Why a man as rich, handsome, and powerful as Kai Adderley needed to seek someone like her out was a mystery. She was tempted by his offer, but feared it would get complicated. Kai Adderley was unlike any man she'd ever met. It was more than those dangerous blue eyes, the jaw hewn from stone, or the Disney prince-inspired British accent. Earlier, when he touched her face to put on the mask, it felt good, too good. She'd wanted his hand to drift down her neck and then lower. She'd wanted his touch everywhere. Zaka had been intrigued by him since he helped her in front of the hospital, but she'd never expected to see him again. How could she pretend to be his girlfriend for 3 whole months without falling for him? It was too risky. Zaka broke eye contact with Kai and followed the client out of the banquet hall. They strolled into the clear Belizean night. Stars twinkled overhead, sparkling like someone spilled glitter all over the sky. The Caribbean Sea rushed in the distance, close enough that she could hear the waves breaking against the sand. The client turned to her with a smirk.
The night is young. How about you and I go somewhere else? Have a drink?
No, thank you. He frowned.
Why not?
The agreement was to attend the gala. I did that.
You disappeared for a while.
I had to powder my nose. She arched an eyebrow. He wiggled closer to her.
I'll pay extra.
Pay what you owe. No need to spend more on me. Zaka stepped back. Have a good night. Heavenly would yell at her. So what? She wasn't stupid enough to get in this guy's car. The money would be welcome. Of course it would. But there were some lines she wouldn't cross.
I'm in need of a girlfriend. I'm open to meeting your price.
Feeling like a hypocrite, Zaka tucked her chin to her chest and hurried down the road. Chapter 4. At Heavenly's apartment, Zaka changed out of the borrowed dress and zipped it up in a dress bag. She'd take it for dry cleaning tomorrow. Hopefully, Heavenly would have transferred the money by then. Once she changed into her Yenta-themed t-shirt and an old pair of cotton shorts. She had a video call with her brother. Casey answered wearily.
Hello.
Hi, she whispered. Did I wake you?
Yeah.
He scrubbed his cheek. Even though he was only 16 years old, Casey already had a beard growing in. She smiled at his youthful face. Long day?
So-so.
The grin faltered, but she put it back in place. You look tired.
Because it's the middle of the night.
It's not that late. She checked her watch. Did you work at the restaurant again?
They made me wait tables this time.
I told you not to work so many hours. With the 2 of our salaries, we should be able to cover this week's payment.
Mm-hmm.
Her throat tightened. Casey.
I'm here.
Those men didn't come after you again, right? You'd tell me if they were hanging around?
Yeah.
He yawned.
Sis, I'm exhausted.
I'm sorry. You should get some sleep. You have to wake up early tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is it still hard, working construction?
It's all right.
He yawned. Tears sprung to her eyes. I'm going to get us out of this, okay, Case? What you're going through right now, how hard you're working. You'll never have to do that again, I promise. His lips curled up in a smile.
That's why Gran always called you a dreamer. You like living in the clouds, sis?
It's possible.
Yeah.
He waved at the camera.
Good night.
Night, Casey. The screen went blank and Zaka flopped into the couch. Her heart ached like crazy. Casey had given up football to take on a responsibility no kid should have to bear. He'd dropped out of school. given up on his future, all because of their parents' debt. But if she had a huge payout from Kai Adderley, that could be the end of their money troubles. That could be Casey's college fund. It could be anything she imagined. The thought of living without worries, buying a big house for her and her brother, and treating her K-pop sisters to signed Gen 10 posters. She sighed. Kai might be domineering, cold, and maybe even slightly insane, but he was also right about being able to help her with a lot more than money. In just 5 minutes, he'd found a solution for her problems. What could he do with 3 months? I can't rely on a man to save me, Zaka mumbled, shaking her head. Enough of that. Pushing Kai's tempting offer to the back of her mind, she went to wash off her makeup and brush her teeth. As she was settling into the couch for the night, the front door banged open. Zaka sat up, rubbing the sleep from her eyes. Heavenly?
Babe, stop it.
Heavenly mumbled, her breath heavy and teasing.
You know I can't resist that.
Come here, girl.
A manly rumble followed. Zaka jumped when Heavenly and a man crashed into the living room. The man had his arms wrapped around Heavenly's waist and she was practically climbing him. Their lips crashed together and didn't separate even when they smacked into the wall. Zaka scurried out of the sofa and ducked behind it. They were out of sight, but their animalistic groans rang through the room. She heard a thump and realized they'd fallen into the couch. The man cursed.
What's this? Is this your cell phone?
No, it's not.
Heavenly replied. Zaka's eyes widened. She'd forgotten her phone when she went to hide. The light flipped on and a man's angry footsteps thumped the ground. Zaka cowered further behind the couch.
Babe, relax.
Heavenly crooned.
My friend must have left it when she came by today.
Did your friend leave her pillow and blanket in the couch too?
A moment later, a man's face popped over the edge of the couch. He saw her, and his eyes bulged.
Who the hell is this?
No one. Baby, it's no one.
Heavenly, you can't have freeloaders in my freaking house.
Your freaking house. This is my place.
Heavenly shot back.
And who pays the rent?
Don't come in here throwing your weight around.
An expletive shot out of his mouth. Zaka trembled as she rose. I'm sorry. I can go.
No.
Heavenly hurled a finger at her.
You wait in my room.
Zaka hesitated.
Go.
Heavenly's eyes flashed. She hustled to the room and listened through the door. The cursing and shouting continued some more, and then it got quiet. Zaka wondered if she should check on Heavenly. What if the man had hurt her? Just as she was about to peek outside, the door opened, and Heavenly walked in. Her clothes were askew, her hair was a mess, and she had a dazed look in her eyes. Grabbing Zaka's hands, Heavenly drew her to the bed.
Honey, you know I love you. I've known you since we were girls back in that terrible neighborhood.
Zaka nodded, a dark feeling worming through her stomach.
The thing is,
Heavenly sighed through her pretty lips.
My man, he's a little fussy, you know. He likes his privacy, you know.
Her heart fell to her toes.
I think you should move out.
Heavenly smiled brightly. For tonight?
Permanently. He'll be moving in with me, so it'll be kind of awkward if you're here.
Heavenly, I don't have anywhere else to live.
You can stay with Casey.
He's all the way in Orange Walk.
Babe, what's taking so long?
Wait a damn second,
Heavenly yelled. Facing Zaka again, Heavenly gave her a sheepish smile.
I'm real sorry, boo. But you gotta head out.
What? Now?
Yeah, now we're kinda busy. Can't you tell?
Heavenly got off the bed and pulled Zaka's duffel from the corner.
It's a good thing you don't have much in the first place. Packing up won't take long.
She blinked in shock. Heavenly, it's the middle of the night. There aren't any buses running right now.
I'll wire the money to you first thing in the morning.
Where am I supposed to go?
Here.
Heavenly slapped the bag in her chest and ushered her through the living room.
I'll call you tomorrow.
Heavenly. The front door slammed in her face. Zaka stood in the hallway for a long beat. She turned in a slow circle, holding her duffel bag like a child. The hallway loomed ahead of her, dark and dangerous. Where was she supposed to sleep tonight?
Chapter 5. Kai was up at 5 o'clock as usual. Time was such a sneaky bastard, and he didn't like wasting a second of it. After a shower, a quick run on his treadmill, and a breakfast of oatmeal and a protein shake, he settled into his home office to work on the free clinic proposal. Spreadsheets, architectural drawings, law books, and land assessments splayed before him. The pieces were coming together. He was so close to achieving his dream. No, not just his dream, his grandfather's dream too. If only this last hurdle wasn't such a time suck.
Let's have ourselves a wager. You win. You get the land.
The memory worked to the front of his mind. He squeezed his eyes shut and rubbed his temple. When the headache worsened, Kai opened a drawer and pulled out his pills. Rising from the desk, he padded to the fridge and fixed himself a glass of water. At that moment, his phone rang. He straightened and fished it out of his pocket. Categoria, he answered curtly. Have yourself another grand idea, Cat.
You're up early. As usual.
He checked his watch. It should be about noon in London, just in time to wake from slumber.
I need my beauty sleep. Robots like you wouldn't understand.
Robots like me?
Who wake up fully energized and looking like movie stars.
He shook his head. Have you called to check on my progress?
I called to congratulate you on the hospital takeover. I heard the locals threw you a crazy masquerade ball.
Talk travels fast.
I have my connections. Someone's got to keep an eye on you while you're so far away.
Have you finally admitted to spying on me? She laughed loudly.
This is why we didn't work out, Kai. You analyze everything too much.
We didn't work because I quote, am married to my job.
I felt quite the evil mistress when I was your girlfriend.
You won't give me the land to prove a point, innit? This is revenge for making you the other woman. He threw the pills back and swallowed. Her laughter grew louder.
What a terrible form of revenge that would be. I can see the headlines now. Woman arrested for pushing her ex to find love.
Arrested? I think this calls for the death penalty.
How harsh of you. No one would be able to afford my last meal.
He rolled his eyes.
Contrary to what you believe, Kai, I still consider you a dear friend, and this wager isn't to hurt you. It's to remind you that you're human, and there's a whole world beyond your office.
I'm in Belize while you're stuck at home. Who's the one living in a whole new world? He glanced outside his window and saw sunshine streaking through the clouds. Coconut trees grew liberally in his backyard, and the Caribbean Sea flowed just across the street. I haven't seen one grey cloud since I moved here.
Grey clouds and smog is what makes London so unique. Don't attack me with the fact that you're living in paradise.
A chuckle rumbled in his chest, but he killed it in order to speak firmly. Must you be so concerned about my love life, Cat? Can't you just hand over the land?
You think it's that easy?
I'll have the papers drafted in an hour. Sign the plot back to my family, and we'll be on our way.
Your grandfather gave me the land in Belize for a reason.
He turned in a frustrated circle. Bloody hell.
And I won't let him down.
He was my grandfather.
He loved me like a daughter, you know?
Kai pinched the bridge of his nose. The headache was returning with a force, and the pills weren't very effective.
Kai, don't think of this wager as a bad thing. Use it as an opportunity to find someone who's right for you. A piece of land and a clinic aren't worth slaving over. You're missing the best parts of life.
It's worth it to me, he grumbled.
And that is exactly why your grandfather left me the land. He knew you would be stubborn.
Cat.
I don't want to hear it. Have you been on a date yet?
No, he groused.
For someone who works so efficiently, you are dragging your feet on this bet. Time is ticking.
I have someone I'm interested in.
Ooh!
Kat's voice rang with excitement.
Who is she?
You don't know her.
Of course I don't know her. Describe her to me.
A dark and pretty face filled his mind. Thick eyelashes, red lips, brown skin wrapped in silver. She's small and stubborn.
Just your type, then.
He blew out a breath. A man's voice rumbled in the background, and the sound of smacking lips made Kai cringe. Is Blake home?
My hubby's looking quite dashing today, Kai. Shame you can't see.
Hey, mate!
Kat's husband roared cheerfully through the phone.
How's the weather in the old colony?
Blake, you can't call it the old colony. That's offensive.
Belize used to be a British colony. I looked it up.
Kat sighed heavily.
Kai, I'm going to feed this buffoon whilst scolding him for improper etiquette. Call me later. I expect to be kept abreast of your progress.
I'll honor my end of the deal.
Righto.
She hung up. Kai rubbed the back of his neck. The call was a reminder of just how complicated his life had become. Why on earth had his grandfather left the Belize plot to Kat and tangled everything up? Pushing off the counter, he returned to the office. Normally, working on the free clinic pulled him right in, but today, the words blurred on his laptop screen. This was not a wager he could afford to lose. Had he made the right call in choosing Zaka? Would she ignore his proposal? How much time should he give her before moving on and finding another potential date? At that moment, he saw a new text message in his notifications. It must have come in when he was talking to Kat. Unknown.
It's Zaka, from the party yesterday.
Kai, I remember. Zaka.
I have a few questions regarding your offer. Can we meet?
Kai, I can send a car to bring you around. Zaka.
I'd prefer we meet in public.
Kai, have it your way. She sent him the address and he grabbed his car keys. Chapter 6. The restaurant Zaka chose held tightly to its tropical theme. Blue walls bore the shapes of fish, corals, and dolphins. The tables were hewn from local trees, and miniature Belizean flags stuck out of the centerpieces. It felt very touristy, which caught him by surprise. He'd been to many classy and elegant restaurants in Belize, much more to his taste. He wondered why Zaka had picked this place. The front door opened and he gazed up expectantly, but it wasn't Zaka who walked in. Falling against the chair, he picked up a laminated menu and gazed at today's specials. Cowfoot soup, boil up, stew chicken. A shadow fell over his table before Kai could decide which dish sounded the most appetizing. Zaka stood before him, looking uncertain and tired. Her hair was pulled back in a curly ponytail, revealing most of her youthful face. She wore a t-shirt and jeans with an apron tied around her waist. His eyebrow arched. When did you come in?
I didn't come through the front door.
She scooted into the chair across from him, moving gingerly. You work here? She nodded. He reached for the bottle of water in front of him and slid it her way. Have some of this. I haven't touched it yet.
I'm okay.
He gave her a look of censure and broke the cap. Is that your habit? To insist you're fine when you're clearly not?
Is that your habit? To foist your help on people whether or not they ask for it?
It looks like we both have areas that need improvement. Her lips curled up in a quick smile. He tilted the bottle at her. Drink. Zaka placed her lips on the bottle and took a swig. He averted his eyes before he stared too long at her mouth and folded his arms over his chest. The restaurant was relatively empty. He wasn't surprised. From what he'd observed of Belizean behavior, locals didn't dine in before work. Breakfast was a rushed affair. There were many small vendors who sold food to those commuting to work. Tacos, fry jacks, meat pies, johnny cakes. Belizeans liked a variety of options as much as they liked a variety of flavors. Zaka suddenly started coughing and it drew his attention. A drop of water spilled down her chin. Kai grabbed a napkin from the dispenser and leaned forward, his aim to clean her up. When he felt her surprised stare on his face, he came back to himself and realized what he was doing. Sheepishly, he waved the napkin at her and pretended that was his intention all along. Here, clean yourself up. Her eyes narrowed.
You can say that a little nicer.
His jaw worked as he glanced away. That was close. This woman caused his protective instincts to fire on all cylinders. He had to be more careful. You said you had questions. She gave him the stink eye.
Why do you need a girlfriend?
Next question. Her glare got darker.
Is it for something illegal?
No. She waited for him to expound. He did not. Her sigh escaped so hard it made the straw in his cup spin.
Why me?
You're beautiful and available.
How flattering.
Is that sarcasm? She tapped her fingers on the table.
Bill Coulson used my,
She blinked rapidly.
services. He might say things about me and that might reflect badly on you. Do you have a problem with that?
No. Kai could handle Bill. All that mattered was getting a girlfriend and staying together for a few months.
Do you really not care?
About Bill?
About why I was there with him.
What people assume about me doesn't keep me up at night. He gestured to the waiter and ordered another bottle of water. Her eyebrows shot high.
I could get that for you.
You won't have to work while you're with me.
You'd prefer if your girlfriend wasn't a waitress.
Do you like doing it? She glanced away and he could tell that she didn't.
It pays the bills.
Among other things? Her eyes met his and he could see the wheels in her head turning.
I'm not an escort. If that's still your impression of me, then I'd prefer if we didn't do this.
I've already assured you that I don't care what you do.
But you chose me because you thought I was for sale, right?
Her eyebrows knitted together. The waitress brought his water and he took a sip. It was tasteless but refreshing. I chose you because I would like to keep this as uncomplicated as possible. She leaned back.
I don't sleep with men for money.
And I don't pay for intimacy. He arched an eyebrow as if to say, next question. She glanced down.
I could use the cash.
Playing with the hem of her apron, Zaka added.
But that's not the only reason I'm agreeing to this.
He tilted his head.
That day in front of the hospital, you helped me out without expecting a thing. I always wanted to say thank you.
No need.
Yes, there is a need. I was a stranger. You didn't know me, but you took care of me. You helped me down the ramp and you paid for the taxi.
Her fingers went still.
Although this arrangement is...
Strange?
shady.
She scrunched her nose.
I believe that the man I met outside the hospital is kind and respectful. That man is someone I can work with.
He dipped his chin. Good. Now let's discuss money.
I have a number in mind.
Perfect. I'll need your bank account to make the transfer. You'll also have to warn your bank about the large sum. Belizean banks are quite fussy. He'd learned from experience.
You haven't asked how much.
It doesn't matter. He'd been willing to pay Kat an exorbitant sum to get his grandfather's land back. He could afford to point that money toward the person who would help him achieve his goals.
I have some more requests, like...
She pulled out a piece of paper. Yes. Her eyebrows crammed together.
You haven't heard them yet.
His phone started buzzing. He gave it a distracted glance. Send your request to my email and I'll add mine as well. We'll go over the terms and sign it later.
Later?
Tonight. Are you free? She nodded. I'd prefer if we made this official now, but I have to go.
We can shake on it.
She held her hand out to him. Kai's mind was already far away from the diner, but when he saw her small hand reaching out to him, he froze.
My word is as good as my signature.
Zaka reached forward, took his hand and shook it.
We'll discuss the terms and work out the details, but for better or worse, Mr. Kai Adderley, you've got yourself a girlfriend. Chapter 7. Zaka was never great at making friends. Losing her parents forced her to mature early. When other high school girls were thinking about boys, clothes, and college, she was running her grandmother's household, juggling the bills, working part-time jobs, and taking care of her brother. It wasn't that she wanted to be a loner. She loved going to parties, dancing, and having fun, but nothing killed a fledgling social life like saying, "I can't go because I have to work." Eventually, any need for social acceptance got burned by exhaustion. Zaka thought it would always be that way, until Yolanda, Giselle, and LaToya crashed into her life. Their shared love of K-pop was what pulled her in, but their warmth, strength, and elegance was what made her want to stay.
Have you listened to Ong Sung-hoon's new single or not?
Yolanda demanded, her perfect eyebrows forming a V. She tapped designer heels on Giselle's laminated floor. "I haven't had the time."
Toya, get this woman a large dose of Ong Sung-hoon and his abs. Stat!
I'm on it.
LaToya hopped gracefully out of the sofa and grabbed the TV remote. She was a beautiful, curvy woman with dark brown skin, bright red curls, and the kindest eyes Zaka had ever seen. A former social worker, LaToya now worked at an NGO that helped neglected kids. Zaka often found LaToya giving her studious looks, as if she wanted to pry her head open.
I'm not going to ask why you didn't listen to it,
Yolanda said primly. She placed dark hands on her knees and drew one leg over the other.
So you can stop looking so nervous.
Yolanda.
Save it.
Yolanda lifted a hand.
If it's not the truth, don't bother with it.
Zaka lowered her head, her eyes on the gauze Giselle had wrapped around her wrist. She hadn't told her friends about her short stint working in the back rooms of bars. She hadn't told them about attending the gala with a client. And she definitely hadn't told them Kai Adderley paid her to be his girlfriend. This world, these people, felt so far removed from the current chaos in her life. They were bright stars while she was inky black waves suffocating in the Caribbean Sea. Zaka wanted to stay warm and safe for just a little longer. Giselle pranced back into the living room, holding a tray filled with popcorn and M&Ms. She'd changed out of her t-shirt and now wore a darling black dress with sunflowers all over it. The humidity had gotten to her curls, and they coiled toward the ceiling, proud and voluminous. The chair dipped when she fell in beside Zaka.
Stop being so rough with her, Yali. She thinks you're really mad.
I am mad.
Yolanda folded her arms over her chest. The gorgeous single mother sat with her back ramrod straight. Even while pouting, Yolanda looked expensive. She wore long, wavy black hair that framed her oval-shaped face. Glossy black legs went on forever beneath a mini skirt. Coach Marden's jersey, Zaka knew it was his by the name and number, was tucked into her skirt. It made her smile. "Are you and Coach Marden still going strong?"
Didn't you see their video?
LaToya asked, tapping on the picture of a very handsome Korean pop star with blue hair, baggy pants, and a fishnet top. What video? Giselle offered her the popcorn.
They had an epic love confession in a football field in front of Dwayne's fans.
Yolanda rolled her eyes.
It was a mostly empty football field, and it wasn't that epic.
Are you kidding? It was straight out of a movie,
Giselle argued. LaToya curled her fingers under her chin and looked up with a dreamy expression.
Yolanda, the day I lost football, I thought I would never recover.
Yolanda growled.
Y'all suck for this.
Giselle joined in, batting her eyelashes and reciting in a moody voice.
But losing you showed me what real pain was.
My world fell into real darkness.
Yolanda picked up a pillow and threw it at LaToya's head like a missile. The other woman ducked, her curls shaking wildly. Laughter rang loudly through the room, and it took Zaka a second to realize it was coming from her mouth. The women finished off strong.
I realized that you and Tay-Tay, you're my light.
I hate you both.
Yolanda covered her face with her hands, showing off her expensive manicure. White teeth flashed behind her fingers.
I'm going to sue all the people who uploaded that video.
I want to see it, Zaka said eagerly.
We are not watching it.
Yolanda scowled.
We so are.
Giselle whispered in her ear.
I'll send you the link, but you can just Google it. Dwayne's famous enough. It'll be one of the first things that pop up.
Thanks, Zaka laughed, pleased to hear Yolanda and Coach Martin were doing well. Yolanda's boyfriend was Casey's football coach. He had helped her out on more than one occasion. She was thrilled that he'd fallen for someone as classy and fierce as Yolanda. Zaka wouldn't trust her friend with any other man. Yolanda folded her arms over her chest.
If y'all are going to be like that, I'm leaving.
Like you would miss a chance to scream over Aung Sung-hoon's new music video?
Latoya rolled her eyes.
I'm leaving after the video. I'm annoyed, not stupid.
Zaka sighed heavily.
What's with that expression?
Latoya asked. I missed you all, and I'm sorry I disappeared. She rubbed her hands together. I'm sorry I made you worry.
You think a little apology can fix this?
Yolanda scowled. Zaka stared at her shoes.
She's not mad.
Giselle poked her finger in Yolanda's arm. Then she turned to Zaka.
She looked everywhere for you. We drove by your house all the time to check if you'd come back. She even had a PI.
He's not a PI. He's just a family friend.
Who can find people out of thin air?
Latoya joined them in the couch. It was a tight squeeze, but Zaka didn't mind being smushed between her friends. It felt cozy. Is that legal? Zaka asked. Yolanda rolled her eyes to the ceiling.
It depends on your interpretation of the law.
Spoken like a true politician,
Giselle teased. A part of Zaka was a little freaked out by her friends poking into her life, but no one was bringing up her stint with Heavenly. Maybe they didn't dive too deep into her background.
Point is,
Latoya wrapped an arm around her.
We're just happy you're back.
For good this time, right?
Yolanda arched an eyebrow. Giselle pushed a handful of popcorn into her mouth.
There's only one right answer, Zaka.
Her words were muffled.
And you better mean it.
Zaka let out a relieved smile. No more disappearing.
Woo!
Latoya pressed the play button on the remote.
Now, let's get you caught up with all the K-pop content you missed.
Please, and thank you.
She's so polite, I just want to pinch her cheeks.
Giselle cooed.
She's a grown woman, Gis.
Yolanda rolled her eyes.
Shh.
Latoya scolded them.
It's starting. And don't sing along this time, Yali. You'll mess it up for Zaka.
Yolanda looked offended.
My vocals only enhance the experience.
Right.
Latoya drew out the word sarcastically.
Let's go with that.
I was runner-up in my high school talent show. My medley of Beyoncé's best hits had the crowd on their feet. You have no idea who you're messing with.
Zaka laughed at their bickering. And when she started, she couldn't stop. She laughed so hard that they had to pause the video, wait for her to collect herself, and then roll it back. While the song played, Giselle, Latoya, and Yolanda sang the words beneath their breaths, clearly in love with Aung Sung-hoon's new project. Giselle was the first to get on her feet. Latoya joined her and Yolanda dragged Zaka up. She didn't know the song as well as they did, but she couldn't resist the addictive beat. The playlist shifted to another song she hadn't heard before, but that didn't stop her from dancing. The women bumped hips, jumped on the sofa, and threw their heads back and forth as song after song blasted through the apartment. A sudden knock on the door disturbed the music. They all froze in various positions of movement. Latoya with her hands in the air, Giselle with one leg up, Yolanda on the ground doing who knows what, and Zaka mid-sway.
Are you expecting someone?
Yolanda asked Giselle.
I told Wes not to call me unless it involves an engagement ring or an emergency.
Latoya straightened and brushed her curls out of her dark face.
Cole respects K-pop time. It's not him.
Dwayne has Tay-Tay tonight. They're at the arcade.
She snorted.
I'll be surprised if they leave that place before closing.
Zaka.
Kai's voice filtered through the door. Every head swerved to her. Yolanda's jaw dropped.
You?
She blinked rapidly. Shoot! She'd forgotten her meeting with Kai tonight. Why had she given him Giselle's address?
Zaka, are you in there?
Kai asked, a little more hesitantly this time. A moment later, her phone started ringing. The women remained frozen in place. Zaka started to sweat. I'll get the door. Before she could finish the last word, Giselle had already flown past her. Latoya and Yolanda were hot on her heels. Zaka groaned beneath her breath and trudged behind her friends. Giselle threw the door open and tipped her head back so she could meet Kai's eyes. Whoa! Stuck behind her friends, Zaka could only watch as confusion passed through Kai's handsome face. He cleared his throat.
My apologies, ladies. I seem to have the wrong place.
Why are you looking for Zaka?
Yolanda asked gruffly, folding her arms over her chest. Kai swallowed.
Do you know her?
She's our sister.
He looked over their faces, each a different shade of brown. Zaka could only imagine what he was thinking.
Zaka and I have a meeting tonight.
Yolanda huffed.
A meeting?
You mean like a date?
Latoya clarified.
Yes, I believe so.
Kai spoke hesitantly.
Is she here?
Is this like a first date?
Where are you taking her?
When did you two start dating?
Kai's eyes darted between the women.
Which question am I to answer first?
That's enough. Zaka pushed to the front of the crowd and nodded at Kai. Hi.
Hi.
He shot her a, "What's going on?" look. She stood in front of him and turned to her friends. Yolanda, Giselle, and Latoya stared at her expectantly. Zaka sucked in a sharp breath. If she'd been thinking clearly, she would have insisted on meeting Kai elsewhere. But since the milk had already been spilled, "This is my boyfriend," she explained simply. It was almost comical the way their eyes bulged. Zaka glanced at the man standing behind her. "Kai, these are my friends."
The ones you were run...
She nudged him in the chest with her elbow.
Oof.
He bowled over. "Are you okay?" Zaka gasped in mock concern. When she was close to his ear, she whispered, "Let's not talk about the gala, please." He gave her a dark look.
He's your boyfriend? Since when?
Yolanda frowned like an overprotective older sister.
It's a fairly recent thing,
Kai said.
Didn't you just move to Belize?
Giselle tapped a finger against her plump brown lips.
When did you have time to pursue her?
I'll tell you all about it later. Zaka pushed Kai's back. We have an appointment.
Right, yes, an appointment.
Where?
Latoya asked.
The Meridian.
Nice place.
Giselle gave a slight nod, impressed.
Very classy.
Yolanda's eyes roved Zaka's body. She spoke in a sickly sweet tone.
Sweetie, you're not dressed for it. Why don't you come back in and we'll help you find something else to wear?
Zaka froze. If her friends lured her back into the apartment, they'd interrogate her and drag out all her secrets. And if they found out Kai was paying her to date him, they'd find out what she was doing when she went missing. As Giselle grabbed her hand and tugged her away, Zaka cast Kai a panicked look. He squinted at her, clearly trying to decide if he should intervene or not.
She'll be right back, Kai,
Latoya chirped.
You can wait downstairs if you want.
Yolanda waved a dismissive arm. Kai wrapped pale fingers around Zaka's arm. His blue eyes burned into her before moving to her friends.
You spoiled the surprise,
he said, tugging her close.
I bought her a dress for tonight.
Yolanda's eyebrows flew up. Latoya whistled under her breath. Giselle slowly let her hand go. Kai dropped an arm around her shoulders.
I hope you don't mind if I take Zaka for now and greet you all properly another time.
Of course,
Giselle said. Dazed, LaToya leaned in to whisper loudly.
Is anyone else loving that accent?
I'll be back later, Zaka promised Giselle.
You better!
Yolanda yelled.
Have fun on your date.
Kai escorted her down the hallway and mumbled,
What's the probability of them following us to the restaurant?
It's your fault for telling them where we're going, she frowned at him.
I apologize. Next time, I'll come prepared with 3 different scripts.
She shook her head and laughed. He gave her a stunned look.
What's so funny?
Nothing. It's just, I feel like I've been riding a roller coaster and I'm holding on for dear life. No idea what to expect next. She sighed. But it's finally starting to feel like it'll get better from here. Knowing all he did about her life, Kai silently hoped she was right.
Chapter 8.
What are we doing here?
Zaka asked, climbing out of the car and staring at the brightly lit storefront. We're getting you a dress, he said, matter-of-factly. Her head whipped around.
I thought you made that up on the spot.
I did. He let his gaze travel over her baggy t-shirt, shorts, and slippers. She looked casual and young. But your friends have a point. The Meridian has a dress code.
You're embarrassed of me?
There was a teasing lilt to her words. I'm not embarrassed. He took her elbow and nudged her forward. She resisted.
You don't have to buy me a dress. We can go somewhere else to discuss what we need to. I know a great taco stand on the street corner.
As delightful as that sounds, he stopped and looked down at her. I'd prefer to have our discussion in a quiet environment.
Then I'll buy my own dress.
Out of the question.
You've already paid in full. I'm not going to take more of your money.
His eyes narrowed. I invited you out.
So
I'll pay for your expenses tonight.
I don't know what you're expecting.
My intentions are good, I assure you. He inclined his head toward her. Shall we stand here arguing all night, or can we go in? He pressed a hand to his side and made a pained face. Someone slammed me in the stomach, and now I'm quite hungry and irritable.
I didn't hit you that hard.
I'm afraid you ruptured my spleen, he said dryly. She burst out laughing. Kai watched her and felt something soften in his chest.
I'd never have guessed, but you're kind of hilarious.
Zaka walked to the door and held it open for him.
It's charming.
I'm both flattered and offended. He held the handle and jutted his chin forward. She released the door to him and walked inside first. He studied her excited gait. Kai doubted Zaka's relaxed state had anything to do with him. It had to be those women who'd put her in a good mood. His curiosity piqued. It was clear Zaka and those women were a tight-knit group. Why would she run from the people she loved?
Good evening.
A clerk came up to them. She was small and plump, with dark skin, chubby cheeks, and a welcoming disposition. Zaka smiled.
Hi, I'm looking for a dress. Something that won't get me kicked out of the Meridian.
Snazzy place?
The woman bobbed her head in solidarity.
It's kind of a last-minute thing.
She nodded at Kai.
My boyfriend surprised me.
How nice.
Right?
Kai gave Zaka a strange look.
I'm practicing,
she mouthed. You were very believable. Her eyes flashed.
You get what you pay for.
Amusement spread through his chest. The last thing he'd expected from this ridiculous situation was to have fun, but he was genuinely enjoying Zaka's company.
This way.
The clerk gestured down the bright aisles of the department store. It was smaller than the boutiques he was used to, but Zaka seemed content. Kai watched as her lopsided bun flopped with every step, but it suddenly stopped moving when she spotted a men's shirt hanging on a mannequin.
That's nice.
Oh, your boyfriend looks like he's wearing something much nicer than that.
The clerk eyed his blazer and pressed trousers.
No, I meant it'll be nice for my brother.
Zaka zeroed in on the shirt and touched the sleeves.
He's grown out of most of his dress shirts.
What size is he? Kai asked, glancing at the hangers. Zaka gave him a startled look.
I don't know.
He tried to recall the pictures Joe had given him this morning. Her brother was broad and tall for a teenager. Perhaps a large would suit.
This way,
the clerk said, pointing to the dress section. To his surprise, Zaka headed straight to the sales rack.
I want something functional.
Her fingers moved swiftly through the clothes.
Something I can dress up or down with accessories.
As she spoke, he noticed the gauze on her wrist. Kai moved quickly and stopped her. How did you get hurt?
Oh.
Her eyes skittered away.
I fell.
You're not the clumsy type.
Everyone's the clumsy type when there's something on the ground that shouldn't be there.
Kai frowned. Are you sure nothing happened?
Yes, I'm sure.
Zaka returned her attention to the clothes and beamed.
How about this one?
She pulled out a black dress with a skirt covered in see-through fabric. Kai scrunched his nose. A little plain.
It's just dinner. I don't need a ball gown.
He followed her as she strode to the changing rooms. Were you always this vocal?
As opposed to the shy, obedient escort you assumed I was?
He saw when the clerk's eyebrows foisted high. Kai rubbed his chin to hide his smile.
Yes, this is who I really am. You caught me on a bad night.
She accepted the dress and pointed to the door.
There's still time to back out now. Although I don't offer refunds, the cash is gone.
He nodded. Good for her. I suppose you wouldn't tell me what you spent it on.
We should keep a degree of professional distance, don't you think?
Kai's smile grew without his consent. This woman was positively charismatic. Zaka disappeared inside the changing room and he turned to the clerk.
Can you box up those shirts she was looking at? I'd like the same style in both large and medium.
While the clerk left to fill the order, Zaka emerged. She looked absolutely exquisite and his body started buzzing.
I love finding a win in the sales rack,
she said, clearly pleased. Kai coached his expression so it didn't give his thoughts away and walked toward her. Turn. She did. The dress hugged her willowy body and showed off her legs. The see-through lace surrounding the skirt brought a daring edge to an otherwise forgettable gown. It was still a plain dress, but Zaka made it dazzling.
You need heels?
The clerk had returned. He hadn't even registered her presence.
I'd prefer boots.
His eyebrows tightened. Boots?
Like those.
She pointed to a set of army boots.
Don't worry, Adderley. I'll buy it with my own money.
Don't you dare. Zaka looked surprised. What would people think if I didn't spoil my own girlfriend? She stepped close to him, a challenge in her eyes.
I thought you didn't care about people's opinions.
I care about making this look as real as possible. Stepping back, Zaka shook her head.
Let's not argue about it. I'm getting hungry too. I was dancing too much tonight.
Her comment caught his attention, and he followed it up when they got to the car. Why were you dancing?
Do you have any water in here?
He gave her the bottle he'd bought this morning. Why were you dancing?
Ong Sung-hoon has a new single out.
She set her old clothes into the gift bag that held her brother's dress shirts. With her hands free, she turned the bottle over, poured water into her palms, and wet her hair with it. His fingers adjusted on the steering wheel, and he tried not to stare at what she was doing. I've never heard of that artist.
I'm disappointed, but not surprised.
He arched an eyebrow. Is he famous?
Oh, no way. We're dropping this topic. I don't want you to see the K-pop side of me. You might regret hiring me for this job.
I'm already satisfied with my choice.
I haven't started working yet.
She turned and looked at him.
Have you told anyone?
He flicked the indicator. I have. I informed the directors of the hospital this morning.
You don't mess around, London.
You know I'm from London?
Google is a magical place.
He adored her wit. He really did. What are you doing with your hair?
It needs moisture or it's going to stick up all over the place.
He frowned when she tucked the mass away. I like it out.
You do?
She froze. He nodded.
I'll consider it next time, then.
He couldn't hold back his smile. You were so quiet when we first met.
It takes me a while to warm up to people.
You're warm to me now.
I'm not cold to you.
She studied him.
I've decided that I can feel awkward and guilty about this, or I can treat it like a real job and take it seriously. I'm not doing anything illegal, immoral, or against my own conscience. You asked for a service I'm comfortable providing, and I'm going to make it worth your while so I don't have any regrets.
You're surprisingly mature.
Why would that surprise you because I'm young?
He rubbed his chin and said nothing. Zaka frowned at him.
Why did you give me double the cash?
You asked for too little.
Most people wouldn't spend that much on a fake girlfriend.
He knew that well, but this wasn't about a relationship. It was about the land at the end of the wager. Ever since he put his grandfather's body in the ground, Kai had vowed to open a free clinic. It had to be here in Belize, and it had to be on that particular plot. He'd do anything to see it happen.
Fine, don't tell me.
She opened her phone and started tapping.
Let's get down to business. What exactly are your terms?
You won't wait until we get to the restaurant.
I want to eat when I get to the restaurant, and what you say here will determine whether I keep anything down.
I already told you, I don't pay women for intimacy.
And I'm not an escort, so that works perfectly.
She tapped on her phone.
Next?
He slowed the car for a red light. Like I said last night, I'll introduce you to everyone as my girlfriend. We'll go to a few functions together. Dinners, one-day trips, hospital functions.
Easy enough.
Your job is to convince everyone that we're in love.
Not that easy.
He shot her a look from the corner of his eye.
We barely know each other.
You looked cozy enough with Coulson. She sighed.
Don't bring that up. It's a sore spot. I didn't even get paid for that night.
Her scowl was dark.
Anyway, how often do you expect to have these functions?
I'm not sure, but I'll always let you know in advance. He stepped on the gas. When it boils down to it, I need 3 things from you. To be available when I call, to maintain the charade for 3 months, and to be convincing in front of others, whatever that entails, and within whatever boundaries you feel comfortable.
It's completely up to me?
I'll leave it to your creativity.
You paid a lot to have terms that are so vague.
Only because Kat's wager was equally vague. They'd been slightly inebriated at the time, and, as usual, Kat was discussing his pitiful love life. She didn't believe he was capable of maintaining a happy relationship for 3 months. He said he was, and she was willing to bet his grandfather's land on it. Zaka set the phone away.
You said you needed me for 3 months?
That's right, and when it's over, you go on your way and I'll go on mine.
Rich people are weird.
He cracked a small smile. I really don't have time to date anyone right now. Even if I did, their expectations would be too high. It wouldn't be fair to them. I'm not interested in love, and I don't want anyone believing they can change my mind.
Why?
He glanced at her. Weren't we keeping a professional distance?
You're allowed to break the rules.
Let's not, he said seriously. Not only for her benefit, but as a reminder to himself. Let's not break the rules or step beyond what's expected. I think it would be easier that way, and I really don't have time for anything else.
I understand. I'll type this up, and we can sign it later.
A woman who likes contracts.
I like order. You strike me as someone who likes it too.
I do. She went silent. Kai drove thoughtfully. After a while, Zaka glanced at him and spoke in a serious voice.
I don't know why you're doing this, and it's still kind of weird to be in this agreement, but I really am grateful. The money.
She blew out a breath.
I'm not going to let you down, and I won't cling to you when it's over. You have my word. I'll do my job. And in 3 months, you'll never see me again.
Kai knew he should feel relieved by her words, so why did he feel a little disappointed instead?
Chapter 9. Since her parents' death, all Zaka did was survive. There was always an emergency. When her grandmother forgot to pay the light bill or the rent, she was the one who picked up extra shifts to keep them going. When Casey needed school uniforms, school bags, and pencils, she was the one who bought supplies for him. She signed sick papers, made breakfast, lunch, and dinner, attended all football games, Mother's Day banquets, and science fairs. She took care of people. It was what she was good at. Having someone take care of her felt so alien she didn't quite know what to do with herself. You really don't have to walk me up, she told Kai. His blue eyes speared her.
Must you protest every little thing?
One little thing is fine, but a whole slew of them?
Name the infractions.
All night you've been holding doors open for me.
Horrendous.
You pulled my chair out, cut my steak, got me expensive wine.
I might as well run back home for a lashing.
She scrunched her nose. I'm serious.
So am I.
You already paid for my outfit for dinner?
I'm not seeing the problem.
We're not really dating, she reminded him.
Would you rather I yell at you like an animal?
I'd like to see you try. She arched an eyebrow. He pressed his palm to her back. It was warm, comforting.
This is the minimum, Zaka. The bare minimum. There's no need to make a fuss of it.
You're the one who said we should keep it professional.
I'm walking you to your door, not proposing.
She laughed. He didn't so much as blink, which made her snort harder.
I'm not trying to be funny.
Exactly. Her smile grew. That's why I'm amused. His hand brushed her shoulder, then her neck. He adjusted the jacket he'd draped over her back when they left the restaurant.
I'll send my assistant over with the contract tomorrow.
Does he know the truth?
He'll only deliver the papers to you.
Kai paused.
I have a private venture in Belize. We're breaking ground on a new oil enterprise in 2 days. Will you be available?
You don't have to ask. Just send me a date and address. It sounded scandalous, but she didn't take the words back. This was a job after all. He nodded. She surveyed his face. Is that our first official outing as a couple? He stopped in front of Giselle's door and looked down at her. His stare was intense, overwhelming. She couldn't maintain his gaze.
Yes, I know you favor your bargains, but I hope it wouldn't be untoward of me to take care of your wardrobe for upcoming events.
Her eyes rushed back to his. Was something wrong with my dress?
No, not at all.
He shook his head.
But there will be cameras at these functions, and I'd rather you get the right attention from the press.
That's a nice way of saying I don't dress to your standards. He stepped closer to her. His expression was hard to read.
You are beautiful.
Her breath hitched.
I've said that before and I mean it. This is only to spare you from any looks of judgment from my colleagues or the blistering words of the press.
He was protecting her. It made her body feel hot. I understand. She could keep up appearances if it was that important to him. Besides, there were worse jobs than being Kai Adderley's Barbie doll. He jutted his chin at the door.
Go in.
Good night. She shrugged the jacket off and offered it to him. He took it, and his fingers brushed hers. The light touch sent heat skittering through her body. Frightened by her own desire, she quickly pulled her hand back and ran inside the apartment. The minute she slammed the door shut, she came face to face with a smiling Giselle. Zaka nearly jumped out of her skin. What are you doing?
Spying on you and your boyfriend. Duh.
She glanced around and saw the room was empty. Where's Yolanda and LaToya?
Yolanda went home to tuck Tay-Tay in. Cole dragged LaToya away, claiming he missed her. I don't think she had a choice there.
Oh.
But I'm here and I'll relay everything you say to them.
Giselle folded her arms over her chest. Do we have to discuss it? She yawned. I'm exhausted. Giselle narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Really, it's been a long day. She'd gotten kicked out of Heavenly's apartment, slept on a cold restaurant floor, gotten fired and was able to pay off her parents' debt in the space of 24 hours. She still hadn't processed everything yet. Giselle took pity on her and gestured to the bedroom.
I spread the bed with fresh sheets and put a new toothbrush in the sink in case you need it.
I'm okay with the couch.
Honey, my couch is lumpy and old. Too much dancing has ruined it for life.
Zaka laughed. Giselle smirked at her.
You'll have the bedroom to yourself.
I don't mean to put you out.
You're not. I'll be at West's tonight. He's going on another business trip and I want to spend some time with him before he leaves.
Thank you, Giselle. Her friend launched forward and gave her a hug.
We're really glad to have you back, Zaka.
She melted into the embrace. Giving her one last squeeze, Giselle pulled back.
We want a full update on when, how, and why you're dating the hot British guy, okay? No excuses.
Yes, ma'am. Giselle pranced out the door and Zaka got ready for bed. As she lay in the darkness, she scrolled to Casey's number and called him. The line rang and rang, but there was no response. Her brother must be asleep by now. She imagined Casey sprawled on the mattress, his mouth open and his arms over his head. Her lips inched up. She couldn't wait to tell her brother the good news. Chapter 10. At 9 o'clock the next morning, there was a sharp knock on the door. Zaka nearly dropped the book she was reading. It was a Gen 10 magazine featuring pictures of the group. It was too precious to touch the ground. Giselle? She clambered to her feet. Her friends hadn't mentioned they'd drop by. Perhaps it was Kai's assistant with the contract. She scrambled to the door. Hello?
Good morning, Ms. Zaka. I have a delivery for you.
She opened the door. The friendly man from the gala bounced toward her. He handed over a manila envelope and a bottle of freshly squeezed orange juice.
Mr. Adderley sent these over.
She stared at the juice.
Is it not to your taste? I told Adderley coffee would be better.
No, I prefer juice, she said. I'm not much of a coffee person. She'd mentioned that in passing last night. Had he remembered?
I see.
Zaka took a deep swig of the juice. It was more tart than she'd like, but it was still tasty. Thanks. She started to close the door. The assistant stepped forward.
If you don't mind me asking.
She kept the door open.
I've been with Mr. Adderley since his arrival to Belize, and I've never seen him talk to any women.
Yes, well, we're a recent thing. She waved the juice at him. Thanks for this.
No problem.
She slammed the door and set the juice on the table. Kai said he was doing the bare minimum. Why did it feel like more? She poured a cup of the drink, let it slide down her throat and cool her down. It was just orange juice. It didn't mean anything more than that. Her eyes slid to the folder. But what was inside those files? The paperwork was just a formality. He'd already sent her the money. She'd already given her word, and yet signing on that dotted line would make everything more official. With trembling fingers, she opened the envelope. Inside was a non-disclosure agreement forbidding her from sharing the truth of their relationship with anyone. There was also a credit card with Kai's name on it. She held the piece of plastic between her fingers, absolutely floored. Her heart pounding, she set the credit card aside and picked up the contract. The terms they'd discussed the night before paraded before her in black and white. Starting that day, she was Kai's doting girlfriend. She'd make herself available whenever he needed her, agree to any social events, and convince his associates that they were in love. Within 3 months, the contract would expire and they would go their separate ways. In return, she'd get a sizable amount of money and a credit card to pay for anything relating to their agreement. Kai hadn't given her a budget, and she wondered if he trusted her that much, or if he just had money to burn. Zaka picked up the credit card and stared at it. What exactly did Kai expect her to buy with this? She could think of nothing she needed for herself. But Casey could use new school uniforms, and he needed football cleats if he was going back to football. No, she wouldn't touch that card. Kai had done enough for her. It was time to return the favor. Zaka picked up her pen and scribbled her name on the contract. She was signing away 3 months of her life to a stranger. But she was getting far more in return. Chapter 11. Idleness did not suit her. Zaka lounged in the couch wearing Giselle's borrowed pajamas and feeling oddly restless. Rolling out of the sofa, she checked her phone. Casey hadn't responded to her messages yet. Gnawing on her bottom lip, Zaka shot her brother another text. Zaka, call me. I have good news. She glanced out the window. It was a beautiful day. Bright sunshine, clear blue sky, dancing coconut trees. Belize was awake, alluring, alive. She donned a pair of shorts and a tank top and threw a satin scarf over her hair because she was too lazy to clear it out. Heading outside, Zaka locked up Giselle's apartment and made her way down the stairs. At that moment, her phone rang. It was her brother. She picked up and chirped, "At last. I thought you were never going to—"
Where are you?
Zaka stopped dead in her tracks. "Casey."
I'm in Belize City.
She heard the sound of a bus honking in the background. Her brother's deep voice rang with deadly intent.
Where are you, Zaka?
Her eyebrows pinched. "What's wrong?"
I need to see you.
"Why? Is it the thugs? Did they come back?" Her heart throbbed painfully. If those bastards hurt her brother even after she'd wired the money to them, she wouldn't let it go. "Tell me you're okay."
The address, Zaka?
Her pulse hammering in her veins, she gave him directions to Giselle's apartment. The sun beat down on her head as she waited outside for Casey. She turned her phone over and over, paced the parking lot, up the stairs and back. Sweat dotted her forehead, and her throat got dry. When was her brother arriving? 15 minutes later, a bus chugged to a stop in front of the building. A young man in a ratty t-shirt, jeans and sneakers stomped off the bus and charged toward her. "Casey!" She ran to her brother. He looked unharmed, but what was with that expression? "Casey, what's wrong?"
Where did you get the money, Zaka?
He towered over her, his bottom lip trembling.
Where did you get all that cash?
Chapter 12. Zaka stepped back as her brother's angry words singed the air. She hadn't thought Casey would react this way. Their problems were solved. She'd fixed everything like she promised. Why was he angry? His brown eyes narrowed.
That cash didn't just fall out of thin air. I called the loan sharks, checked to make sure. They said you wired it, everything, last night. They said you told them that if they came after me again, you'd call the cops.
I was protecting you.
You think those guys are decent people? They're just as suspicious as I am about where you got that money.
Zaka swallowed hard. No, this wasn't supposed to be complicated. Money solved problems. Money made the bad things go away. It didn't create bigger problems. It didn't suffocate and bring more darkness. Casey stepped closer, his voice low.
I'm going to ask you again, big sis. Where did you get the money?
She clamped her lips shut. Let's go inside. He shrugged off her touch.
Did you steal it?
What? No. Her eyes widened.
Then did you really sell your...
Panic seeped into his voice as his chest expanded.
Did you really start working with Heavenly? Are you a...
No, I'm not. She cringed when the words left her mouth. Yes, Kai was paying her for her time and beauty, but it was a completely different thing, right?
Zaka, where did you get it?
From someone, she muttered.
Who?
Her eyes strayed from his and landed on the grassy enclosure next to Giselle's apartment. The bushes grew wild and free like tangled webs of time.
People don't stumble on that kind of cash by accident, and no one hands that out for free either.
Casey aggressively scrubbed his shorn hair.
I couldn't sleep last night thinking about what you'd traded to get your hands on that money.
I didn't give up anything.
Yes, you did.
He scowled. Even if I did, you don't have to worry about it.
How can I not worry?
His eyebrows knotted.
I told you I was going to handle it. We were going to take care of Mom's debt together.
You're 16, Casey. You're supposed to be in school right now. You're supposed to be at football practice. You're supposed to be thinking about which college you'll apply to in a couple years. It's not your responsibility to worry about this stuff.
Save it, Zaka.
His nostrils flared.
I'm not a child anymore. Hell, even when I was a kid, I knew our lives were messed up. But this, I can't let you do this. I can't let you go this far.
You don't let me do anything. I'm the big sister.
And I'm not clueless anymore.
He shook his head.
I'm tired of being a burden to you. I've seen you struggle to keep our lives together since Mom and Dad died. You're not supposed to be doing it alone. I'm old enough to help.
I'm not struggling. She grabbed both his hands. They were twice the size of hers, full of calluses from his job working construction. And I didn't steal it. I didn't do anything against my will either. I promise. His eyes darted away.
You think that makes me feel better?
Really? She licked her lips. I got a boyfriend. His gaze rushed back to her. He's a really good guy, and he loves me like crazy. She hated lying to her brother, but what other choice did she have?
You're saying your boyfriend gave you the money?
She blinked. Desperation crawled over her. Yes.
Who is he? A rich guy?
Her hands clasped in front of her.
Zaka.
Her brother said quietly.
Tell me who he is.
He's the director of the Belize Medical Center. Casey's eyes narrowed.
And he just gave you the cash? Because he's that kind-hearted?
It's not what you think.
I think it makes 0 sense that some guy would pay off his girlfriend's massive debt. My friend's parents argue over who pays the light bill. You expect me to believe some guy would put up that much cash and he's not even married to you?
We really love each other. Casey stared down at her as if he wanted to pull out her secrets like weeds. And it's not a gift as much as it is a loan. Casey's expression eased a bit.
Alone.
I didn't expect it either. Every word burned the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't put the truth out there. Just because Casey's shoulders were broad, it didn't mean he deserved to hold up the world with her. He didn't like the idea of those thuggish debt collectors hurting me or you. He wanted to do something about it, so he intervened. We've got an agreement and everything. Even if we break up, he's not going to raise the interest, and he's not going to come after us like those thugs did. She could see her brother's mind whirring.
So you can pay it back and he'll leave you alone?
Yes. She wiped sweaty palms on her jeans.
You can get out if you want to?
I can. Sort of. After 3 months, she could do whatever she wanted to.
Why haven't you mentioned a boyfriend before this? When did you even have time to date?
Casey folded his arms over his chest and gave her a "this better be good" look. She was spared from having to tell more lies when a shiny SUV rolled into the parking lot. Both she and Casey glanced that way. A buxom woman with dark skin, wild, frizzy curls and gray eyes bounced out of the luxury ride. The wind picked up and blew her elegant dress. It had a one-shoulder top gathered at the waist. The skirt fell all the way to her ankles in an asymmetrical design.
Hello, hello?
The woman gestured with her hand.
You must be Zaka.
Casey shot her a curious look. Zaka shrugged and returned her attention to the woman. Who are you?
Geraldine, but most call me Jerry.
She flicked one of her curls over her shoulder and gave Zaka a long, probing look.
Great proportions. Not too much of a bust, but that'll work with the styles I chose.
Casey frowned and stepped in front of her.
Do you need something?
No, baby. I'm very good at my job. Just one look is enough for me.
Jerry whirled around, her hair spraying behind her. She snapped dark fingers at the SUV, and 2 men hopped out. They hurried to the back of the car and carefully removed a portable clothing rack. Next, they unloaded a number of dress bags and hooked them on the rail. Jerry turned back to her and beamed.
Where's your apartment, love?
Excuse me.
Do you guys speak Spanish?
Jerry cringed.
I'm afraid I don't know anything other than English and Creole.
You haven't told us who you are, Zaka said.
I'm Jerry.
She flashed straight white teeth.
Jerry Franklin, stylist for the reigning Miss Queen of the Bay and the Prime Minister's wife.
Zaka's jaw dropped. I'm sorry. What?
You style the Prime Minister's wife?
Since I graduated design school.
Jerry tucked one of her locks behind her ear, revealing multiple piercings.
Yes, I look young. Yes, I'm bossy. And yes, you're going to love me when I'm done.
She fanned her face.
Love, can we go upstairs? The sun is melting off my makeup.
Ah, sure. This way. Casey grabbed her arm.
You're just going to let her in?
She knows the Prime Minister and his wife. How dangerous can it be? Casey glanced over his shoulder at Jerry, who wiggled her fingers. He dropped his eyes to the ground.
What if she's lying?
Zaka turned around. Did Kai send you?
Of course.
She grinned.
He told me to take good care of you.
Zaka's face felt warm. Casey glanced at her.
Kai?
My boyfriend. He asked me if he could take care of my wardrobe. She smiled at Jerry. I guess this is what he meant.
This guy wants to control what you wear now?
Casey scowled. It's not what you think. She patted his arm. Turning back to Jerry, Zaka gestured up the stairs. I'll take you there.
Thanks, darling.
Jerry breezed past her. The men pushed the clothing rack behind her. Zaka took a step toward the door and paused when she realized that Casey wasn't with her. Aren't you coming?
You know I don't care about clothes. Watching you try on outfit after outfit sounds like torture.
Are you going back to Orange Walk? She frowned. You just got back. I wanted us to have lunch together.
Maybe another time. I have things to do.
Casey, wait. Her brother looked at her. Let's go out and celebrate. I'll invite Coach Martin and my friends, too. He grunted.
I'm busy.
Oh, okay. He lifted a hand and walked off. Zaka watched him, her heart heavy. She wanted to run after him, but something told her to let Casey cool off for a bit. Forcing herself to turn away from her brother, she led Jerry and her crew upstairs. The men rolled the cart into Giselle's apartment, and Zaka followed them.
You're kidding!
Jerry's sudden scream made Zaka and the crew members jump. The elegant woman grabbed the cutout Giselle kept in her living room.
Ong Sung-hoon?
You know K-pop? Zaka approached her, eyes wide.
I'd never heard it before I left Belize, but when I went to study, I roomed with this girl who was a huge fan of UNEC.
I've heard their songs. They belong to Gen 10's company. Jerry's eyes darted from one poster to the next. Her eyes glittered.
I thought I was the only one in Belize who listened to Korean music.
You are not alone, Zaka grinned. Jerry sucked in a deep breath and composed her expression.
Okay, we can fangirl later. Right now, I've got a big job to do and not much time to get it done.
Jerry gestured to the crew members.
Can you bring that over?
They wheeled the rack close. Zaka watched the dress bags keenly. Are all those for me?
Yes.
Jerry bobbed her head.
Kai said you have several events to attend. The most pressing one is tomorrow's groundbreaking ceremony. The outfit needs to be classy but functional. You'll be trekking through mud and taking pictures. Since I didn't have your exact measurements, I pulled some outfits based on Kai's description. But don't worry, we'll have it tailored so it looks like it was made for you.
Sure, I'm okay with whatever. Jerry's eyes sharpened.
This isn't about wearing whatever. This is making a statement about who you are and how people should treat you.
Jerry whisked her fingers through the dress bags.
Clothes can make a woman stand 10 feet tall, and that is what gains respect. Not the threads, the woman.
Zaka felt like she should record this speech and listen to it for inspiration.
Can you stand up?
Jerry motioned to her.
I'll take your measurements now and then send you to try these on.
Zaka donned the different outfits and found that she loved almost all of them. Jerry was a much harsher critic. She either swapped out a piece or made notes about how the chosen articles would be tailored, By the end of the session, Zaka was exhausted even though she hadn't done much. Jerry patted her shoulder.
I'll be back with the outfit for the groundbreaking. You can keep the pieces we chose in case you go out on a date and need something classy but casual.
Thank you, Zaka murmured, following Jerry to the door. Jerry blew the Ong Sung-hoon cutout a kiss.
I'll take a closer look at this hottie another time.
Zaka saw Jerry out and collapsed into the sofa to text Kai. Zaka, just finished with Jerry. Kai.
Had fun?
Zaka, I'm exhausted. Who knew trying on clothes would be so much work? When he didn't immediately answer, she set the phone away and started cleaning Giselle's apartment. She was rooming here for free. It was the least she could do. Her phone buzzed. Zaka dropped her mop and ran over. Kai.
I can't wait to see what you picked out.
Zaka's heart raced as she stared at the message. He was talking about the clothes. He'd made a serious investment in her wardrobe. Of course he wanted to see the results of what his money bought. But her heart wanted to believe that he couldn't wait to see her. And that was a very dangerous thought. Pretending to fall for him in public was one thing. But she had to keep herself from falling in love with Kai for real.
Chapter 13. Kai strode through the hospital and saw the nasty look a doctor slanted his way. Undoubtedly, his comments during the meeting had been leaked to the hospital staff. He motioned good morning to the doctor anyway. The gesture was not returned. Joe hurried to keep step with him.
Belizean doctors swear by the Hippocratic Oath, right?
He strode to the lift. I believe so.
What if they don't?
Sweat beaded on Joe's forehead.
What if they take out their anger on me as your executive assistant?
He clamped a tan hand around his neck as his eyes bulged.
They're doctors. They'll know how to make it look like an accident.
Kai stared straight ahead. They won't harm you. Unless you fall ill. Kai flipped through the document in his hand and spoke calmly. When you're helpless and alone in your sickbed, they can strike then. Joe paled. Amusement warmed his chest. He kept his eyes on the documents until the doors opened. A swarm of nurses walked off the lift, giving him admiring looks as they went.
That's the new director,
They whispered excitedly.
He's so hot. I heard he's British.
Hi, ladies.
Joe lifted a hand and wiggled his fingers. The nurses got quiet and nodded at them. Kai moved into the lift. His assistant followed. As the doors closed, Joe murmured, "At least the women are still on your side. Imagine if this hospital only had male nurses who didn't care about your looks. We'd be surrounded by enemies." Kai kept his attention on the documents.
Hey.
Joe inched close to him.
Why don't we move our office to another location? You don't have to work in the hospital.
That's where the director's office is located, he said distractedly. The lift stopped and the doors whirred apart. He strode out, turning the page.
Yeah, but it's a hostile environment.
Joe's eyes darted around like he expected thugs in doctor's coats to jump him.
Rumors are flying around about you and the free clinic. Plus, everything you said about the hospital's weak points got leaked.
We expected that.
Fine. We did. But Parker and his cronies exaggerated the facts while covering their own behinds. They became the victims and turned you into a monster.
Let them think I'm a monster. He slapped the book closed. It might increase efficiency.
Or it might start a rebellion.
Kai stalked into his office. It was a modern space, smaller than what he was used to, but the view made up for everything. The Caribbean Sea frolicked in the distance, white-capped waves lapping at the horizon. Coconut trees framed the yard like a postcard. He wasn't used to the beauty of Belize and still got a little startled at times. Joe shook his head.
Do you know what you're doing, Adderley?
Kai dragged his attention away from the window and rounded his desk. You're asking a lot of questions. It seems you have a lot of free time.
What? Me?
Kai reached for another document on his desk. If you've got space in your head for conspiracy theories, your workload must be too light. I should rectify that.
I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
His assistant raised both hands and slowly backed away from him.
I'll be at my desk.
Kai nodded. At the last minute, Joe whirled around.
I have one more question.
What is it? Kai growled, flipping through the pages of the clinic proposal.
Your girlfriend.
Kai's hand stilled.
Why did you dig up her private information? Why not ask her yourself? And when did you two have the chance to fall for each other? I've been with you since day one in Belize, and you haven't met up with anyone.
Kai glanced up, eyes narrowed.
I know it's none of my business.
Joe swallowed audibly.
Forget I brought it up.
After Joe left, he leaned back in his chair. Kai's thoughts turned to Zaka. The announcement of their relationship was too sudden. He'd have to work a little harder to convince Kat and her mole that he was truly in love. Picking up his phone, Kai glanced at his notifications. Zaka hadn't responded to his text yet. Had she eaten? Kai reached for his phone, intending to call Zaka and asked if she wanted something sent to her apartment. At that moment, he got a call from Kat. He stood from the chair. Have you heard already?
You sneaky bastard! You didn't tell me a thing!
Kat's voice shrieked through the phone.
What's her name? What does she do?
Your spy didn't give you that information.
Don't get cheeky with me, Adderley. I can fly to Belize right now and have you in a chokehold.
He slipped a hand into his pocket. Her name is Zaka. She's in customer service.
Customer service?
If you want a proper write-up, I can send the details to your email.
It's sweet that you're nervous.
Nervous? Kat laughed.
You get sarcastic when you feel cornered.
His eyes swept the colorful zinc roofs and cars rolling over the paved streets. I didn't tell you about her because it was fairly new. We only made it official recently.
Is she pretty?
He thought of Zaka's delicate face. Stunning.
Is she cold and crabby like you?
No.
Good. You need someone warm to thaw that ice-cold heart of yours.
That is the sweetest thing anyone has ever said to me. She laughed out loud.
I can't wait to meet her when I come visit.
And when will that be?
I like to leave you in suspense.
Joe knocked on the door and poked his head in. His brown eyes were wide.
Adderley, we've got a situation.
Kat, we'll need to talk later. He set the cell phone on the table. What is it?
There's a young man at the front desk demanding to see you. He says you're his sister's boyfriend.
Kai drummed his fingers on the desk. Send him up.
Are you sure?
Joe squinted.
Security said he seemed agitated.
And?
You've got your share of enemies right now. What if...
Send him up. Joe dipped his head.
Yes, sir.
A few minutes later, the door burst open and a young man walked in. Kai had seen Casey's pictures in the files, but he seemed a lot taller in person. He wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. Despite his square face and masculine features, Kai could tell that he and Zaka were siblings. They shared similar eyes and had the same flared nose. Kai leaned against his desk and gestured to the sofa. Sit there. He remained standing.
I have some things to say to you.
Go on. The young man scowled. He was trying so hard to look tough, and yet childishness beamed from his eyes. It was both the blessing and curse of being young. Impetuous decisions, rash words, unlimited passion, and yet not enough experience to be intimidating. Casey pulled his fingers into fists.
I hear you're dating my sister.
I am.
Do you love her?
Kai hesitated. I need her.
That's not the same thing.
She's chosen to be in a relationship with me. If your intentions are to break us apart, you'll have to work on her end. He tilted his head to the side. I, for one, am not letting her go until I have to. He scowled.
My sister has never had a boyfriend.
Kai's expression shifted in surprise.
Not a real one.
Casey shook his head.
There were punks who messed around with her, but they never really cared about her. No one's ever treated her the way she deserves.
Kai gripped the edge of the desk with his fingers. I assure you, I am not dallying with your sister.
You better not, or I won't let you live.
The threat did not faze him at all. In fact, he found it quite admirable. You love your sister dearly.
She's the only family I have left.
Casey glanced down.
I couldn't protect her when I was little, but I'm big enough to do it now.
You remind me of her. Kai pushed off his desk and approached the sofa. You share the same sense of duty.
I know you paid off our debt,
Casey blurted. Marching forward, the young man dumped a wad of $2 bills on the coffee table. Kai watched the wrinkled bills sprawl out. What's that?
Zaka said the money was a loan, and I believe her because she wouldn't lie to me.
His eyes were skewers that bore right into Kai's chest.
But I also know that she's the type of person who'll stick around if she feels she owes you. She doesn't run from her responsibilities. Ever.
He nodded, having gathered that much from their brief interactions.
I don't want her to feel like she has to stay in a relationship because of me. She should be in a relationship because she wants to be.
He pulled his hand back and jotted to the money with a square chin.
That's my first payment.
Kai didn't have to look at the cash to know it was woefully inadequate. He remained where he was. I won't be accepting that.
I'm not taking no for an answer.
You're far too young to...
I'm not too young.
He glared at Kai.
Zaka wasn't much older than me when our parents died. She sacrificed everything for me. Why can't I do the same for her?
Kai watched the boy in silence.
The person in charge of taking care of my sister is me.
He pointed to the cash.
I'll repay you until our debt's cleared.
Kai leaned forward and pressed his hands together. Your sister wouldn't be happy if she heard about this.
Then she won't hear about this, will she?
He raised thick eyebrows. Kai left the money, untouched, and walked around the table. The next time you want to see me, send a text. He slid a business card over to Casey. They'll let you in without a fuss.
Instead of your business card, I'd like your bank account. It's more convenient.
He glanced away. Kai buttoned his suit jacket. Have you moved back to Belize City yet?
No.
Come back to the city. Your sister would prefer if you were close to her.
My construction job is in Orange Walk.
I can get you a job at the hospital. It offers a decent pay and flexible hours.
You can't buy me over.
I'm not trying to. He lifted a hand. You seem like a responsible young man, and we could always use more of those. I'll let my assistant send you the job application.
If I move back to Belize City, I'll play football. My coach already agreed to pay me for the hours.
Very well. Casey stared at him with big brown eyes.
You're a rich guy with a nice job.
He gestured to the office.
You could have any girl you want. My sister might not have your money or your connections, but she's the best person I know. I hope you're with her because you think she's great too.
I do. Casey released a deep breath.
I'll send the next payment when I can.
You don't have to do that. The kid gave him a dark look and strode to the door. Before leaving, he turned back and Kai saw a hint of the nervous child still locked in the body of a teenager.
Don't tell Zaka about this. She'll really kill me if she finds out.
I'm good at keeping secrets. With a grave nod, Zaka's brother reached for the door and slipped outside.
Chapter 14. Zaka stared at the luxurious house facing the Caribbean Sea and wondered how much Kai had paid for it. She didn't know much about real estate, but a house that big right up against the water had to cost millions, didn't it? Kai's assistant opened the door for her, and she stepped out, still gazing at the house in awe. The front door burst open and Jerry came rushing toward her.
You're here!
Hi. Zaka blinked in surprise.
Sorry for the change in plans. Kai suggested we do the alterations here. I think he wants to watch.
He wants to watch? Zaka's stomach flipped.
You're mistaken.
Joe cleared his throat.
He's on a conference call in his home office. It might run late.
His eyes swerved to her.
He wanted you close by in case he had to rush to the groundbreaking ceremony. It'll take at least 2 hours by car.
Jerry slammed Joe with her shoulder.
That's a lot less romantic.
Adderley isn't a romantic guy.
The stylist rolled her eyes. Zaka smiled. It's okay. I understand.
Come. I brought a lot more things this time.
Jerry escorted her into a lavish living room. It was decorated in gray and white tones, sleek, expensive, just like Kai. Jerry took her to the guest room and grabbed a bunch of fancy things from the bed.
I took the liberty of upgrading your underclothes.
Zaka froze. Did Kai ask you?
Oh, no. Some of these outfits require a specific fit. You can't wear any old thing under a bodysuit dress.
She handed over a package and then grabbed a tape measure and wrapped it around Zaka's chest.
I didn't bring a bra this time because I wasn't sure you needed one, but we'll need to boost cleavage in the future.
Zaka frowned. Wow. Thanks. Jerry laughed.
Nothing to be ashamed of, girl. Black women come in all shapes and sizes.
She winked.
Besides, Kai likes you just the way you are.
Jerry had her put on the lace underwear first, and then handed her a classy blue dress with a flowing skirt. She'd tried it on yesterday and loved it. This time, the dress had a much better fit. Jerry squeaked.
Oh, you look marvelous. I knew that color would rock on your skin.
Thank you.
Can I come in?
A deep voice rumbled from outside. Zaka felt every nerve in her body snap.
No, you can't. I still have to do her hair and makeup.
All of that? Zaka asked.
I'm a stylist, darling. I put together the entire look.
She gestured to Zaka's face.
Everything.
I'll wait outside then,
Kai called. Jerry made her sit down and gathered her hair.
You have low porosity hair, sweetie. That means it's tough for your strands to suck in moisture.
Jerry pulled out a basket and showed off an impressive array of natural hair products.
You recognize any of this?
A few.
Good. In the future, we'll teach you how to use them so you can wear more than these tight buns. Your hair is nice and thick. You can really spice it up.
She then called another woman into the room.
This is the hairstylist I work with. I hope you don't mind, but I wanted to try an updo. It'll be windy out there, and we can't have your hair flying in front of your face while they're taking pictures.
As the stylist parted her hair, Zaka got a message on her phone. Kai.
Are you hungry?
Zaka. Too nervous to eat. Kai.
It'll be a long, boring ceremony. You should eat something.
Zaka. I'm okay. Jerry pointed at her phone.
He's in the same house, but he's texting you.
He's working. The hairstylist laughed and said, No, he is not. Your husband has been waiting outside your door for a while. He's not my husband, Zaka said.
No?
Jerry's eyebrows lifted.
He treats you like his wife.
Zaka's breath caught in her throat.
I'll get the makeup kit.
Jerry gestured to her. Zaka sighed. How long will that take?
Beauty takes time, love.
Jerry left and returned with Kai in tow. Zaka's heart sped up. Kai. The room immediately felt smaller when he strode in. Kai's eyes found hers.
I need the room, Jerry.
Jerry scowled.
Now.
She rolled her eyes.
We'll be outside.
The hairstylist shuffled out and said, I'm done anyway. When they left, Kai's gaze slid over her face and dress. She knew she was fully clothed, and yet, when he watched her like that, she felt exposed. He stepped closer to her and set an energy bar on the table in front of her.
Eat this. It's not that sweet, but it'll keep you recharged.
You like this stuff?
It works when I don't have time to grab lunch or dinner.
She scrunched her nose. He pushed the bar toward her.
You might have pain later if you don't put something on your stomach.
You kicked them out just to give me this?
I knew you'd argue, and I didn't want Jerry jumping on your side.
She laughed. He continued to stare at her. What?
You look beautiful.
Heat slid through her body. You look nice, too. She meant that. He wore a long-sleeved white shirt with a patterned tie and tailored slacks. He looked like he'd stepped right out of a fairy tale.
I had a stylist in London. They picked out most of my wardrobe. I just rotate the pieces.
She tilted her head. You let someone dress you?
A wise man knows what his weaknesses are.
His fingers grazed the back of her chair. It was so close to her shoulders, to her skin. I've been thinking, Zaka murmured. We should probably update our social media pages.
You mean like changing the status?
I mean pictures. She glanced away. It's not believable that neither of us would post about each other.
What I do in my private life is not the world's business.
But we're trying to convince the world that we're together. She leaned forward. It's not about oversharing. It's about validating the ruse. Posting pictures will make this relationship seem more real. He rubbed his jaw, considering it. It's my job to convince everyone we're together and in love. I think that's a good step. He gave in with a nod.
What kind of picture would we be taking?
She stood and noted the way his gaze followed her. Mirror shots are great when we're both dressed up like this. She positioned her phone so that the mirror and their reflections filled up most of the frame. It's intimate, without being overly showy.
Do I stand here?
He gestured away from her. No. She swallowed. Her voice sounded hoarse. You have to touch me. His jaw flexed. I'm holding the phone. My hands are kind of occupied. Kai still hadn't moved. Her heart was about to jump right out of her chest.
Where?
He asked quietly. My hip. He moved closer to her. Every step made her stomach clench. Blue eyes shot to hers in the mirror. She nodded. Kai's fingers grazed her hips. Desire skittered through her, but she focused on pouting at the camera and took the shot. Next.
Next.
His eyebrows hiked. She glanced over her shoulder. Are you in a hurry? His jaw flexed again, and she wondered if he was annoyed with her.
No. My conference call ended earlier than expected.
I want more than one shot. I like having options.
Very well.
Kai turned her around, his hands spanning her waist. He brought her close and cupped her face. What are you doing?
I have my own ideas.
His eyes burned into hers.
Take the shot.
She couldn't move. Her body felt like it was buzzing. Without dragging his gaze away from her, Kai slid his fingers over her arm, gripped the hand holding the phone, and tapped the shutter button. The camera snapped.
More?
His voice was deep and low. It caused goosebumps to skitter over her skin.
What do you want?
She couldn't think. His fingers grazed her throat.
Tell me what you want, Zaka.
I had a vision, and you're doing something.
What am I doing to you?
She couldn't. Her throat was closing up. It's...
What?
I saw you zipping up my dress. It was a black and white photo. His fingers tightened around her wrist.
Is it?
Zaka's pulse raced against Kai's thumb. Yes.
To zip you up, I'm going to have to unzip first.
Her heart slammed against her ribs. The room was hotter than a scorching summer day. Yes. Zaka watched her reflection as Kai pulled the tab and split her dress open. Her breath got heavier and heavier the lower the zipper went. He stopped halfway.
More?
We shouldn't.
But you want to,
he said, like he could read her thoughts. Zaka trembled. Here she was, exposing her body to a man she barely knew. Yet she felt completely safe. It didn't make any sense. Go further, she whispered, her body throbbing. Kai's fingers grazed the skin of her upper back. His voice sounded gravelly.
You're not wearing a bra.
Her teeth sank into her bottom lip. She couldn't believe how badly she wanted him to keep touching her. It was driving her wild. The dress doesn't need one, she croaked. Suddenly, Kai stepped away from her. His jaw was clenched so tight that he looked like he'd break all his teeth. Blue eyes dark as a stormy sea, he growled.
I think you have enough pictures.
What? Her brain felt completely scrambled.
I'll wait outside.
Zaka straightened and stared at Kai's retreating back as he marched out of the guest room. Chapter 15. The car ride to the groundbreaking ceremony was long and awkward. Kai worked the entire way. He typed on his phone, read documents, answered calls in a brusque, grumpy voice. At one point, he chewed out whoever was on the other end of the line, and Zaka didn't dare breathe in case he flashed those angry blue eyes at her. It was like riding with a bomb. At any point, she felt like he'd go off, but he didn't. In fact, he treated her like she wasn't there. Zaka knew he was upset about their photo shoot. Had he picked up on her attraction to him? Did it make him uncomfortable? She wouldn't lie. She did have some kind of feelings for Kai, and it happened long before she met him at the gala. When he first helped her outside of the hospital, she'd been intrigued. After getting to know him better, she thought he was handsome and charming. And yes, she developed a small admiration for him. Who wouldn't? Kai Adderley kept showing up and helping her whenever she needed him. First, at the hospital, then at the gala when he hid her from her friends, and again with her parents' debt. But she wasn't foolish. This was a job. If he thought she would go back on her word and try to cling to him, well then, he didn't know her at all. Once she made a promise, she stuck to it. There was no way she would see Kai Adderley again once the 3 months were up. Zaka exhaled slowly as the car wound through the hills of the Cayo district. Kai's cologne filled her nostrils and made the pressure in her chest worse. He smelled so good. It was torture. She wound the window down. He wound it back up. Zaka whirled around and pinned him with a hard look. "I need some air."
There are loose stones on this road. One might hit you if you have the window down.
She scowled at him, so he could ignore her for 2 hours and act all concerned when he felt like it. "I don't care if it hits me," she said stiffly, winding the window down.
Well, I do.
He wound it back up again.
I won't let you get hurt when you're with me.
Her heart started to melt, but Zaka picked it up and flung it inside a cage. She would not let Kai Adderley get to her. If he wanted to blow hot and cold, then she'd beat him at his own game.
Chapter 16. Jerry. Geraldine Franklin parked her car in front of the tiny store on Main Street, crashed through the door, and collapsed into one of the soft velvet couches. The heat inside was worse than the tropical oven she'd just walked out of. "Our AC broke again?" Jerry asked, draping a hand over her eyes. Luca, her business partner and genius makeup guru, fell into the couch beside her. He smelled like perfume and setting spray.
"That's not the only thing. There's something wrong with the bathroom. The water pressure isn't hard enough."
She sighed heavily. Luca waved a manicured hand in front of her face. "I've got more bad news." "Can't you wait until after I've absorbed the news you just gave me?" She could feel his stare on her face. Opening her eyes, she sat up and turned to him. Luca was a short Hispanic man with a flair for the dramatic. He wore a button-down shirt, jeans shorts, and knee-high socks. Dark eyeliner outlined his deep-set eyes. "What is it?" She braced herself for the worst.
"Your uncle stopped by.
Jerry tilted her head back and groaned.
He says his house is about to be foreclosed."
Luca glanced down as he relayed the message.
"He wants to know if you can send any money."
Jerry bit down on her bottom lip and told herself not to cry. The clothes standing across from her were too pretty. They didn't deserve to see her tears. Luca saw her expression and popped out of the chair.
"Why don't you just kick that guy to the curb? He's been mooching off you for years."
"I have my reasons." She scooted to the edge of the chair and pushed herself up. "Anyway, I can't just ignore them." Luca frowned. She walked over to the mini-fridge and pulled out the ice cream.
"This early in the day?"
"It's too hot not to." She offered him a spoon. "Want to share?"
"Sorry, honey. I'm on a diet."
He waved her off. Jerry plodded to the small kitchenette and caressed her favorite piece of furniture, an authentic mahogany table. Dark and polished, the tree rings were still visible. The legs were intricately designed, hand-carved. It looked like a table with a story. Luca strode past her with his makeup kit.
"I have an appointment. It's prom season."
"You're charging them extra for home visits, right?"
"Sweetie, I charge them double."
He blew her a kiss.
"I'll call a plumber about the bathroom issue. Don't worry about it."
"Thanks, Luca." She wiggled her fingers. He trotted outside and she pushed her spoon into the ice cream. The silence pressed around her, thick, suffocating. She turned to her cell phone and scrolled through the Belizean news channels until she found one that was streaming the groundbreaking ceremony. Setting the phone on the counter, she shoveled ice cream into her mouth and admired her handiwork. Zaka stood on the stage, arms linked with the handsome Kai Adderley. The chiffon dress set off her brown skin and hid her legs at just the right height. Zaka's hair was braided at the front with a large bun at the back. Her eyes shimmered, and the highlights on her cheeks enhanced her delicate bone structure. Zaka's face was so youthful that Jerry had to go a little heavier with the makeup. Even so, it was hard to hide that Zaka was college-aged and rather unexperienced. When Kai Adderley first asked for her help, Jerry assumed that he and Zaka were involved in some kind of sordid affair. After all, he was 11 years older than her, and though he spoke in a deadpan manner, he seemed quite intent about lavishing Zaka in gifts. After getting to know Zaka, Jerry felt ashamed for her assumptions. Though young, Zaka was one of the sweetest people she'd ever styled, and she had a great taste in music. Applause broke out as Kai Adderley and his business partner pushed a shovel in the ground. Adderley motioned to Zaka, who stepped forward with a smile and placed her hand over his. She looked into Adderley's eyes sweetly. Zaka's dress billowed in the wind, and Jerry knew there would be some beautiful shots in tomorrow's newspaper. "Who did that?" Jerry pointed her spoon at the screen. "I did that." Too bad she wouldn't be able to reap the benefits of the job. Kai Adderley had been very generous, paying for both the clothes and her time. But now that her uncle was calling, she shook her head and refused to think about it. A knock on the door startled her. Jerry glanced up and saw a man staring through the tinted glass. A smile spread across her face, and she hopped off the chair. "Harry!"
"Jerry curls!"
Her old friend sprang into the room, his dark eyes glittering warmly. She wrapped her arms around Harold Warner and gave him a good squeeze. "You didn't call."
"Do I ever?"
He smiled at her. Jerry grinned back. She owed Harold for getting the gig with the Prime Minister's wife and for encouraging her not to give up on her dreams. After design school, Jerry had returned to Belize full of youthful passion. She was going to open a styling business, get lots of clients, and become rich and famous. But reality was waiting in the bushes with a cold bucket of water. It was a struggle to convince anyone in Belize to pay for styling. She'd given up and gotten an office job with a horrible pay, scribbling her drawings at night. It felt like life was slowly draining out of her as she gave more and more to her office job and pushed her styling dreams further away. Then Harold, one of the organizers for the Queen of the Bay pageant, contacted her. They needed a stylist, and didn't she graduate from design school? Once she accepted that job, everything changed.
"This place looks so nice."
His eyes darted around her workshop, skirting over the makeup station, the racks of clothes, and the photo shoot area.
"I haven't seen it since you started construction."
"It's come a long way since then." She gestured to the table. "Would you like to sit down?" Harold followed her to the table and spotted her ice cream.
"Ice cream this early?"
"Is there some rule against eating ice cream in the morning?" she grumbled. He placed a dark hand over hers.
"Is everything okay?"
"I'm good."
"Since the economy crash, it's been hard on everyone."
He squeezed her fingers.
"You can be honest with me."
Her smile trembled. "Honestly, I feel like I'm barely holding on most days." She glanced up. Because of the glass windows, sunshine bounded into her space. It was a beautiful day. The sky was a mixture of blues merging with yellow and white. "But I'm doing what I love, so it's worth it."
Belize is such a tiny country, and we don't do well with change. It must be hard to convince people to pay for your services.
"Styling isn't really my main gig anymore. We make more doing makeup for weddings and proms."
That's just because enough people haven't heard of you, dear.
He patted her hand.
They don't know what a gem we have among us.
She laughed softly.
How about I help you get the word out?
"What do you mean?"
We're doing a show.
"Another Queen of the Bay pageant?" She leaned forward. Although it would be a tight fit to cram the show into her schedule, she could use the money right now.
Not exactly.
Harold's eyes darted left.
It's more like a reality show.
"A reality show? In Belize?"
To be more specific, it's a variety show with games and things.
"How long is the show for? And would I be styling all the contestants or just the judges? Her mind whirred with logistics, style ideas, and thoughts about what patterns and colors looked best on television. If the show was on the goofy side, she'd balance bright colors with hints of whimsical sophistication.
No, dear.
Harold blinked nervously.
I don't want you to style anyone. I want you to be one of the contestants.
Me? Her jaw dropped.
We've put out a casting call, but there hasn't been much of a response.
That's not a good sign for the success of your show. What's it about?
Well, the thing is, it's a show about exes.
Her face went still. I'm sorry.
The premise is about exes who meet again after a long time and have to work together in various games and things.
Harold, you're insane. Why would anyone participate in that?
Some exes break up on a good note.
Most exes are exes for a reason.
The prize is $20,000, Jerry.
That gave her pause. She could use that money. It would keep her uncle off her back for a long time. It could also keep the store floating nicely until business picked up again. But things weren't bad enough that she'd trade her dignity to make a fool of herself on national television. And with her ex-boyfriend, no less.
I'm the stylist for the show, and I assure you that we've got one of the top variety show producers working with us.
Why would a top variety show producer work in Belize? She shook her head. It's a scam, Harold. Did this guy ask you for money?
No, he didn't. I'm telling you, Jerry, it's legit.
She rolled her eyes. Please.
This show is a huge opportunity for Belize. We've yet to make a significant forward stride in the film and television industry. You know, we don't even have a full feature film to our name. And we don't have many variety shows either.
I don't care. I'm not doing it.
It might sound outrageous at first glance, but we've already got a ton of sponsors for it. And we've also got international interest.
You've got a waste of time, Harold. That's what you've got. Who came up with such a stupid idea?
I did,
a deep voice said. Jerry glanced up and nearly fell out of her chair when she saw a gorgeous man standing by the door. Harold scrambled to his feet.
Ellis.
It's my idea,
Ellis said again. His voice was masculine. There was something about the steady cadence, something that made her mouth drop open and her chest feel tight.
Geraldine.
Harold used her full name like he was introducing her to a prince.
This is Emmy Award-winning TV show producer Ellis Maven.
Ellis's lips curved in a gorgeous smile.
You don't have to introduce me like that, Harold.
Being an Emmy winner is a big deal. It's not every day we get to meet a real celebrity.
Ellis looked at her, his intelligent eyes bringing hot chocolate and milk coffee to mind. He had a square jaw and thick brown hair.
It's nice to meet you. Harold had nothing but good things to say.
She stared at his face and wondered if he was real. She'd only seen cheekbones like that on sculptures. It was almost like one of her favorite pieces came to life and was moving around her workshop.
Jerry,
Harold whispered. Realizing she was gawking, Jerry snapped her mouth shut. I'm busy, so I won't be able to participate in your show. But I hope it does well.
For such a dumb idea.
Ellis's lips twitched. Okay. He looked so much hotter when he smiled. Maybe if you took out the X angle?
That angle is what'll make the show more interesting.
He stood with his back straight and his shoulders relaxed. Her eyes slid over him. His outfit? Wow, it was nice. He wore cashmere shirt tucked into loose jeans and chucks. The chain around his neck was a nice touch. She would have rolled up the hem of his jeans, but apart from that, she fully approved of his look.
Maybe you'll change your mind.
Ellis offered his business card. Their fingertips touched briefly as she took it and the air turned sharper. Oh, man. Jerry had a feeling she'd be giving the handsome producer a call.
Chapter 17. Zaka's grip tightened on his elbow as they stepped over the muddy ground and approached the reporters. Kai waited for the questions about their relationship, and, sure enough, they came, one after the other. Is this your girlfriend, Adderley? Where did you two meet? Are wedding bells in your future? Lights flashed. Cell phone cameras clicked. They were a spectacle. He hated the attention, but it served its purpose. The reason he'd invited Zaka to today's event was to broadcast their relationship. Perhaps he could have done it in a quieter way. Her way. Perhaps they could have continued caressing and taking pictures in the mirror. And perhaps that would have ended in disaster. The memory of his fingers grazing her naked back filled his head. Heat rushed beneath his skin, and he hoped the reporters assumed it was sunburn. Zaka was far too dangerous. It was better to keep all romantic interactions public. Zaka glanced up at him, her gaze inquiring.
Honey, do you want to tell them the story, or should I?
She smiled at the reporters.
He's not a very chatty person, so it will be more interesting coming from me.
Charmed grins broke out on the faces of the reporters. It didn't surprise him to see them eating out of her hand. Zaka was warm and beautiful. Anyone could feel the sunshine pouring from her smile. If only the smile she offered him wasn't fake. Kai could feel the distance. They'd fought in the car. Was it a fight? Kai couldn't tell. She'd glared at him the entire ride to Cayo and then picked an argument with him about the window. He could only assume she was upset about what had happened while they'd taken pictures. He'd retreated for her sake, but perhaps he should have stopped them sooner. Letting the attraction between them loose, even for a tiny moment, had managed to complicate things. Pushing his thoughts away, Kai focused on his mission. Building a free clinic on his grandfather's land meant everything to him. To do that, he had to win Kat's bet. He slid his arm around Zaka's waist, his expression cool and detached. Kat would know if he was trying too hard. He had to act normal. Everyone, I'd like if you'd keep the questions focused on today's groundbreaking ceremony. The reporters booed. Kai kept his expression aloof and waited until he heard a question he could answer. After the interviews, he waved at the crowd. If you'll excuse me, we have an appointment. He dragged Zaka toward one of the tents. As soon as they were out of eyesight, she pulled her hand from his.
What's next?
He studied her face. Her dark eyes were peering intently at the tree line. The muscles in her jaw bunched and released. You're angry.
I'm working.
She folded her arms over her chest.
What's next on your agenda?
He sighed. We've been invited to a small lunch with my business partner, his wife, and their other associates.
Okay, let's go.
Zaka.
Yes?
She whirled around and gave him an impatient look. The words died in Kai's throat. Nothing. Let's go. Silence pulsed between them during the car ride. Kai didn't dare initiate conversation. He knew instinctively that he'd get his head chewed off. Thankfully, there were plenty of matters demanding his attention, and he answered phone calls all the way to the restaurant. They arrived at the elegant resort next to the Belize River. It had a wooden thatch roof and countless wind chimes. The weathered building stood like a warrior, protecting the tall green hills. Kai was still on a call, but after taking one look at Zaka's face, he wrapped it up.
Let's do this,
Zaka said, reaching for the door handle. His fingers grazed her wrist. Zaka. She stopped and pulled her hand away as if he'd bitten her. Kai sucked in a sharp breath. We should speak about what happened earlier.
Nothing happened earlier.
Her eyes were hard. In the guest room.
Nothing happened. So let's not make a big deal of it, okay?
Kai watched in consternation as she threw her door open and climbed out. Feeling restless, he joined her on the cobbled path and strode into the restaurant. As they entered the hall, Zaka slipped her fingers around his elbow. The smile she offered him was sweet, loving. She was too good at switching the mask on and off. He forced his lips to relax. Pressing his fingers to the silk of her dress, he guided her forward and she went willingly. He did not understand this woman. He did not understand himself. Work was the most important thing to Kai. Nothing had ever been able to shake his concentration before. But Zaka did. Ever since he met her, Kai found himself wondering if she'd eaten, if she'd slept well, if she was pleased with the gifts he bought her. He didn't remember the last time he'd cared about anyone like that. Kai felt a tug on his tie and noticed Zaka pulling the fabric. He leaned down. Her perfume swirled around him, intoxicating. She whispered in his ear,
I need you with me.
What? His breath caught in his throat when her lips accidentally brushed the tip of his ear.
I'm going to make up a story if anyone asks,
Zaka added.
And I need you to agree with me.
He nodded his understanding. Kai pulled back and noticed Rotten approaching them. He wore a navy suit and wore his hair pasted right down the middle. Kai offered his hand. Rutten shook it.
Wonderful job out there.
Thank you. Rutten turned to Zaka.
We didn't have much time to be formally introduced earlier. I'm Antoine Rutten, and this is my wife, Judy.
He gestured to an older woman with shiny black hair and narrow eyes.
Come and sit with us.
Kai followed them to a table. He pulled out a chair for Zaka, who sat primly. After sitting down himself, he spread a napkin over his lap.
Kai has never mentioned a girlfriend.
Judy's sharp eyes inspected Zaka.
But he must be very serious about you if he's parading you in front of the press.
Her tone was harsh, and Kai sat up straighter.
Yes, we're very serious about each other,
Zaka answered.
Is that why we haven't heard of you before?
Kai opened his mouth. Zaka pressed a calming hand over his.
We wanted to keep our relationship private until we were sure it would last. Kai is a very thoughtful man. He considers everything from all angles before he does it.
Zaka gave his fingers a squeeze.
We're only making it public now, but we've been building something strong for a long time.
Judy scowled.
Young love is sweet,
Rutten said. Judy's tone dripped with displeasure.
We're assuming it is love and not something else.
Kai stiffened. Zaka's lips pressed into a smile despite the other woman's rebuff.
If you're referring to attraction, then yes.
She caressed his arm.
There is a lot of that in our relationship. Kai is a very generous lover.
Kai started coughing. Rutten boomed out a laugh.
Honey, stop putting them on the spot.
Judy smiled stiffly. Kai's eyes remained on Zaka as amusement swelled in his chest. She'd handled that well. It was reassuring to see her fight on her own. He knew there would be pushback from some of his associates for their age difference. He also knew the first conclusion that people would jump to, and he was prepared to set them straight, but it seemed like he didn't have to worry.
Let's go for a walk, honey.
Rutten picked up his wife's hand after dinner.
The garden looks gorgeous.
Judy and Rutan left the table. Zaka tried to pull her hand away when they were alone, but he held fast to it. I apologized for her comments.
Why are you apologizing? You didn't say anything wrong.
He let his thumb rub against the back of her hand. I know how uncomfortable you are when people assume these things about you.
This time is different.
Is it? He thought so, but he'd assumed she'd get caught up on technicalities. Zaka seemed very sensitive about the topic.
This agreement isn't pushing into territory I'm uncomfortable with. Even if it's still a job, it's on my terms, and I can live with your expectations.
She shrugged.
That's why I'm not bothered by the comments.
He nodded. A heavy-set man strode toward their table.
Adderley.
He stiffened. Zaka noticed.
Not a friend.
His name is Dwight Jones. He made a bid for the contract, but the Ruttens chose me instead. I'm not sure why he showed up.
Congratulations on the groundbreaking.
Dwight stuck out his hand. Kai stood and accepted the handshake. Thank you. Zaka rose as well.
Mr. Jones.
Wow.
Jones stared at Zaka as if he had never seen a woman before.
You look more beautiful in person than on TV.
His laughter was loud and obnoxious.
You're young, too. Why are you with a stodge like Adderley?
Kai's fingers pulled into fists. Zaka laughed easily and leaned her head against his chest.
Stodge? You obviously don't know Kai very well.
She wrapped an arm around his waist and looked up, eyes shining.
I'm the one who can't keep up with him.
Kai held her tighter. Could you excuse us? Jones watched them intently.
Why are we running?
Zaka hissed when he dragged her away from the table. He's drunk and already talking nonsense. I'm afraid he's going to say something even more stupid.
Something like what?
She challenged. He cleared his throat. It doesn't matter.
That I'm too young for you?
Her heels clicked against the ground as he lengthened his strides.
Or that you must have paid me to be your girlfriend? Or that we're faking it for the cameras?
Zaka.
All those things would be true.
I don't want anyone talking badly about you, he said firmly.
Kai, the truth is the truth. I wouldn't have agreed to be with you if I couldn't handle this much pushback. People are going to whisper. They're going to wonder if we're really in love or if I'm a gold-digging piece of arm candy.
He winced.
I prepared myself for this much, and I can handle myself, okay?
He steadied her with one hand and lifted her jaw with the other. No, not okay. His voice escaped, low and angry. It is not okay for you to hear disparaging comments. It is not okay for people to judge you. It is not okay for you to smile and pretend you're fine with it in front of me. In front of them, whatever. But not in front of me. Her eyes widened. He stroked his thumb over her bottom lip, freeing it from where she'd pulled it into her mouth. The way she looked at him, as if she wanted him and didn't know that she did, woke up every nerve in his body. Kai leaned closer.
Zaka, right?
An unwelcome voice rang to their left. Kai saw Bill Coulson approaching with a woman on his arm. She was tall and graceful, with long, wavy hair, brown eyes, and red lips. Her racy dress showed off almost every inch of her skin. Zaka's reaction was instant. She gasped and stepped back. Kai's senses shot to high alert. He pulled her behind him. I didn't expect to see you here, Bill.
I'm an old friend of the Rutten family. We're here to offer our support.
Zaka's gaze shot to the ground. Her fingers curled into fists. Kai felt his protective instincts roar. Without bothering to say goodbye, he abruptly nodded at Bill and his much younger date. Then he whisked Zaka away. She remained reserved and quiet as they moved. Kai's heart burned. He wanted Zaka to lift her head. He wanted her to smile at him, or snap at him, or fight with him over nonsense. What he wouldn't allow was for her to feel shame. She was his girlfriend, at least for the next 3 months, and while Zaka was in his care, no harm would come to her.
Chapter 18. The bathroom matched the restaurant's laid-back theme. The floors were plain white tiles. The mirrors were framed with seashells. Paintings of Mayan temples lined the walls. Zaka flipped the faucet and cupped her hands beneath the cold spray. She wanted to splash her face, but Jerry would kill her if she washed off the makeup. The heat of the day had already caused some of it to sweat off. Zaka washed her hands and lightly sprinkled her face. It helped. A stall door slammed open behind her. Heels clicked louder and louder. She focused on reapplying her lipstick, berry red, the one that Jerry insisted made her look like a sophisticated woman, as opposed to the clueless young adult that she appeared to be, of course. But that part went unsaid because Jerry was professional and polite. Heavenly stepped up to the mirror. Zaka saw her in the glass and went stiff.
"You've been avoiding me,"
Heavenly said, leaning over the sink and washing her hands. Her eyes met Zaka's, sharp, annoyed. Zaka tried to keep her breathing even and grabbed a paper towel. "I'm not."
"Admit it. You're embarrassed to be seen with me."
Heavenly leaned forward, exposing more of her chest than was already on display. Zaka glanced down. Guilt filled her. She hadn't been thrilled to see Heavenly, not because of her friend's occupation, but because of the reminder that she'd once been the girl on the client's arm. Technically, she still was.
"I didn't take you for a hypocrite, Zaka. Now that you're with Adderley, you think you're better than me?"
"Of course not." Heavenly rolled her eyes. Zaka kept her temper in check. Heavenly wasn't the enemy. Even if things ended sourly, Heavenly helped her when she was desperate. She'd offered room and shelter. If not for her friend's job offer, she would have been in serious trouble. Heavenly pointed at the door.
"It's like you're playing hide and seek out there."
"You're overthinking this."
"You run away whenever we get near you. You think I'm crazy."
"It's not intentional."
"So you acknowledge you're avoiding me?"
Zaka sighed. "It's not me doing the avoiding." Heavenly folded her arms across her chest.
"Who is it then?"
"Kai." Heavenly looked surprised.
"Adderley?"
Zaka nodded. "He's keeping his distance from Coulson." Heavenly looked thoughtful.
"He's jealous?"
Zaka shook her head. "Protective."
"Blaming the client?"
Heavenly pouted.
"That's unprofessional."
Zaka stiffened. "Adderley's not my client."
Then what is he?
Heavenly demanded. Zaka swallowed hard. He's my boyfriend. Heavenly laughed. Sweat beaded on Zaka's upper lip.
Honey, it's real dangerous to fall in love with a client. I wouldn't recommend it.
Zaka lifted her chin. I'm serious. Heavenly snorted.
You expect me to believe Kai Adderley actually wants you?
Something sharp hit Zaka's chest.
I heard he's a workaholic.
Heavenly fluffed her hair.
When would he have had time to get with you anyway? You're a hired girl, Zaka. Just admit it.
Zaka dug her fingers into the straps of her purse. It really isn't like that. It's exactly like that. But I signed a contract, so I can't tell you. He cares about me. Her voice shook. She wasn't very convincing.
You don't have to act in front of me, Zaka,
Heavenly said arrogantly. I'm not. Heavenly gave her a once-over.
How much is he paying you?
Zaka knew that question shouldn't make her feel as dirty as it did. Hadn't she just assured Kai that she was brave? Hadn't she spoken so confidently about being able to handle judgments? She clamped her mouth shut. Heavenly smirked.
We're in the same business, Zaka. You can tell me.
No, we're not. Heavenly smiled slyly.
What happened to your waitressing job?
She slapped her lipstick into her clutch. I got fired. Heavenly looked her up and down.
Are you working?
Zaka's eyes shifted. No.
You acted like such a saint when I was pushing jobs your way. Maybe you liked it more than you let on.
Zaka thought of the nights she'd donned short skirts, revealing tops and sat between drunk men, pouring them drinks and smiling at them like she wasn't exhausted. She didn't like any part of those jobs except for the pay. Heavenly tapped her lip with a long red nail.
Now you've gone bigger and better. Don't you think you owe me?
Owe you? Zaka's eyes widened.
You attended the hospital gala with my client and walked away from that gig with an even bigger client on the hook.
Heavenly pressed her palms against the sink and leaned in, her hair spiraling over her shoulder.
Shouldn't you give me a cut?
Zaka's nostrils flared. Excuse me? Heavenly smirked.
You heard me.
I told you that it's not what you think. Heavenly rolled her eyes.
You're a waitress. He's loaded. I'd be an idiot not to figure out the truth. The fact that you're denying it only makes you look more pathetic.
I can't change your mind, Heavenly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Heavenly folded her arms over her chest, clearly annoyed.
Drop the act, Zaka,
she scoffed.
You know what I don't like about people like you? It's the fact that you look down on everyone else. You think I'm dirty, cheap, and lower than scum. But when you're the one doing the same thing, it's different because you're so morally superior. It's okay for someone to buy your time, your beauty, and your body, but it doesn't mean the same thing because you're clean. You're perfect. You're in the right, and people like me are the evil ones.
Her heart thudded. Heavenly.
I was just joking about wanting a cut. I don't want anything from you.
Zaka stepped forward. Heavenly, wait. Heavenly marched out of the bathroom and slammed the door behind her. Zaka charged outside. Heavenly! Several eyes shot in her direction. Conversation roared around her, loud, imposing. Everyone was looking at her like she was dirt beneath their shoes. They were probably thinking, what's Kai doing with her? And what is she really after? Someone that young. She must be hunting for his money. Just look at her. You think she's a hooker? Zaka knew she was imagining things. Hopefully. No one had been outright rude, and yet she still felt small and insignificant. Someone stepped into her path. Kai took her elbow with his fingers.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I just need some air. She put a hand to her chest.
Let's go home now.
Are you done with Rutan? He glanced away.
We can finish our discussion at a later time.
No, She shook her head. I'm not running away.
Zaka,
I can face this. I can do this. I just need a minute.
we're going home.
He didn't give her another opportunity to protest. Tucking her into his side, Kai whisked her out of the restaurant like she was the Prime Minister's daughter, and he was her security detail. They stepped into the bright Caribbean sunshine, blue skies, fluffy white clouds, trailing coconut trees. The day was too beautiful to feel this dark inside. Her heart still throbbed. Heavenly was right about everything. She'd fought so hard against calling herself an escort when she was working those jobs. A part of her had always felt ashamed that she'd sunk to those levels. But now a handsome rich man was paying off her debt, buying her clothes, taking her out and showing her off on his arm. All of a sudden it was different. All of a sudden it was better. Why? What gave her the right to distinguish one job from the other? Who decided that one act was beneath her and the other was acceptable?
Hey.
Kai's fingers rested gently on her cheeks. He cupped her face in his warm palm.
Hey, you need to breathe, okay?
She couldn't. An oily sensation crawled up her skin, made her want to tear her own flesh off and take it for a bath.
Zaka, look at me. Look at me.
Kai's voice was low and firm. She forced her gaze to his.
You're with me, and I'm with you, okay?
Tears rushed to her eyes, but she held them back. He caressed her cheek with his thumb.
What happened?
Nothing.
You don't want to talk about it.
She nodded, starting to catch her breath. Footsteps crunched. Bill Coulson walked up to them, a knowing smile on his face. Heavenly was not on his arm, but he didn't seem all that distraught by the fact. His eyes latched onto Zaka and did not leave. Disgust crawled over her skin. She forced herself to keep breathing, to not give in to the fear and the shame that burned her throat. Kai stepped in front of her.
Coulson.
She could feel the tension pouring off Kai's broad shoulders. It was like a snake coiling, preparing to spring. Coulson didn't look worried.
You ran off so fast I didn't get a chance to greet you properly.
I don't think we're close enough to exchange greetings.
Kai growled. His voice was a threat. One Coulson did not heed. The old man looked past Kai and grinned lustfully at her, like she was a piece of property he wanted back.
Zaka, do you remember me?
You don't speak to her,
Kai said. Coulson's grin widened.
No need to be so possessive of the things you pay for, Kai. They don't like it.
His voice was condescending.
Remember, they belong to whoever has the highest price.
Outrage filled her, and she lurched forward. Kai was faster. In a flash, he had Coulson by the throat.
You want to say that again?
Coulson choked. His face turned redder than the clay sand in the riverbank. Kai shook the man like a rag doll.
You show some damn respect when you talk to her. In fact, don't even look at her.
Coulson cursed and clawed at Kai's throat. Zaka's eyes widened. There were reporters at the party. What if Kai got in trouble because of this? Kai, stop.
What are you going to do, Adderley? Punch me? For a prostitute?
Kai's eyes went dark, darker than midnight and shadows and fog. Zaka tugged on Kai's hand before he could throw the punch. He's not worth making a scene, she said. Come on. Kai's jaw clenched. Grabbing his hand, she dragged him to the parking lot. Joe scrambled out of the vehicle when he saw them coming.
I was waiting for you. What took so long?
Kai's assistant scrambled to a stop.
What's with the crazy eyes?
He got into an altercation with Bill Coulson, Zaka shared.
Is it bad?
She nodded and climbed into the car first. Joe jumped into the front seat and peeled out of the parking lot.
Adderley, what were you thinking starting a fight with Coulson? You know he has connections with the board.
Kai stared out the window, his teeth clenched. Joe continued to scold him.
You can't afford to lose anyone else's approval right now. As is, you're hanging on by a thread.
It's my fault, Zaka said. Kai's gaze slashed into her.
Like hell it is.
Joe sighed.
You can't afford to be reckless right now, Adderley. If you'd gone to the police station, the major news outlets would have found out immediately. Then no one would have been talking about the ceremony. The front page would have been all about your jail time.
Zaka noticed that Kai wasn't listening. She put a hand over his fists and waited until he watched her. You can't do that again, she said softly. His eyes narrowed. I don't want you getting into trouble because of me.
He deserved it.
I agree with you. Kai folded his arms over his chest and sulked.
You should have let me hit him.
You can't fight fools with your fists. Kai arched an eyebrow at her.
Sometimes violence is the only language they understand.
It wasn't a big deal. I'm okay, she said. Really.
I don't believe you.
Zaka avoided his eyes. It was getting really hard to lie to him. And to herself.
Chapter 19. I'm going to destroy him. Joe's ears perked up.
Him? Which him are we talking about?
Kai fell into his chair calmly and flipped through the proposals on his desk. The words blurred together. He slammed the binder closed. Coulson. The blood drained from Joe's face.
We're back to that?
I never forgot.
It's been 2 weeks since the groundbreaking.
Joe coughed.
Why now?
I only restrained myself because Zaka asked me to leave it alone. Kai thought about her tear-filled eyes. It's what she wants. He'd taken her words to heart, hoping that he could let Coulson's remarks slide for her sake. But he couldn't. Every day, he closed his eyes and her stricken face filled his mind. Something had gone terribly wrong at the party, and he could only assume Coulson had gotten to her despite his attempts to keep them separated. Coulson had crossed the line. He couldn't sit still thinking that bloke would try to corner her, try to touch her, try to hurt her. He couldn't allow a man like that to walk around unchecked.
How about we start with a conversation?
Joe asked.
Zaka already pointed out that you can't fight these things with fists.
I'm not going in with fists. I'll find his weakness.
Isn't that a bit much?
And I'm going to exploit it.
Adderley.
And then, when he realizes there's nowhere he can run, I'll make him pay for his mistakes.
Why do I bother talking?
Joe threw his hand up.
You realize you sound like a movie villain?
Kai frowned at his assistant. I need you to...
Dig up dirt on Coulson?
Joe arched an eyebrow. Today, he was wearing a smiley-faced tie with his black suit, but the smile on his face was noticeably absent. No, the public health inspector sent his approval of the new operating room. I need it framed and scanned in the system.
Oh.
Kai shot a dark look at the Caribbean Sea. Coulson is personal. I'll handle him myself.
That makes me even more nervous.
Kai flipped his laptop open and waved his assistant away. Chapter 20. The projector flashed white light on the screen, revealing an ornate presentation. Kai sat with his hands pressed into a tent. His eyes remained on the desk as the marketing director stammered over her speech.
With the new media initiative,
Humphreys licked her lips nervously.
We can engage a younger demographic and start to associate...
Kai lifted a hand to stop her. Humphreys froze. The whites of her eyes were apparent in the darkness.
Do you have a question?
How do you plan to engage them?
What?
How? He drummed his fingers. These initiatives are vague, unimaginative. What data do you have to back up a huge financial investment in this segment?
Simply being on these sites is a step forward. It's what you asked for, isn't it?
A step? Kai narrowed his eyes. After so many years of being staid and irrelevant, do you think one step is all I expect of you, Ms. Humphreys? Her knees quivered. She wiped her palms against her straight pencil skirt. Is it? Kai asked in a deathly quiet voice. Her eyes hit the ground.
No, sir.
The work of the marketing department involves more than bringing new eyes to the hospital. We want to inspire trust. We want our name associated with professional service and efficiency. There is no mention of this in your proposal. Did you not think of it from this angle?
Well, We
what?
My team came up with the idea.
Ah. Kai leaned back in his chair. So you're blaming your team?
No, sir.
You threw something together and presented it to me without even checking what your team had come up with. His voice rose, not enough that he was shouting, but enough that his displeasure rang through. Did you think I wouldn't notice?
No, sir.
Kai felt a headache crawling around in his skull. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, frustrated to the point of speechlessness. He'd known, from the sad state of the hospital's financials, that overhauling the old system and infusing a fresh work ethic would be tough. But he hadn't expected things to be this hard. The inefficiency of the directors was starting to become a problem. He did not have time to spoon-feed the people who were receiving high salaries to make his job easier. Increasing the profits by the end of the quarter wouldn't be possible if he had to do everything himself.
We'll come up with better ideas if you can give us more time.
Humphrey spoke to the ground. I don't know if you should bother, he said calmly. Perhaps it's not the marketing department that's the problem, but the leadership. Humphreys jolted. The room went deathly silent.
Mr. Adderley, I have been with this hospital for 10 years. I've dedicated my life to seeing the Belize Medical Center thrive. I resent the insinuation that I'm not performing at my best.
Old blood, he stared at her. That's your justification. Her eyes darted away. I acknowledge your loyalty, Ms. Humphreys. I do. But times are changing. If you were changing with it, if I didn't have to nudge and threaten you to be innovative, I would agree. Your experience, paired with a clear vision of the future, would outclass any of the kids chomping at the bit to fill your position. But you haven't held your end of the bargain, and I have been continuously disappointed with your results. She clamped her lips shut and pressed her hands tightly together. If you want to complain about my tone of voice or my word choice, you are free to do so. He lifted the presentation folder they'd set out for him and shook it at her. But show me I'm wrong with your actions, not with a grand speech about how many years of incompetency are under your belt. From the corner of his eye, Kai saw Joe capering to him. At first, he assumed his assistant was scolding him for being too harsh. Kai was prepared to ignore the gestures, until his phone buzzed. He pulled it out, read the message from Zaka, and then climbed to his feet. Joe! His assistant scrambled toward him and leaned in. Don't let her leave, Kai said quietly. Joe nodded and rushed out. Everyone in the room waited while he responded to Zaka's text. When he was done, Kai glanced at Humphreys. I want an updated proposal by midnight.
Midnight?
His voice was cold. Or should I really test the theory that someone else would do a better job?
No, sir.
Humphrey scooped up her files.
I'll have it ready.
Kai nodded. The marketing team filed out. While they left, Kai called Joe and asked if he'd found Zaka.
She says she didn't come here to bother you,
his assistant said. Bring her to me.
In the conference room?
Yes. His office was made entirely of glass, and though the walls had blinds, he knew it would be more private to speak in the boardroom. A few minutes later, Joe showed up with Zaka by his side. Kai's gaze drifted over her, drinking her in thirstily. She wore jeans that clung to slender legs and a sleeveless top that showed off her shoulders. He could see Jerry's influence in her outfit. It was the kind of casual style Zaka liked, but elevated. It suited her. 2 curls hung in front of her face, while the rest of her hair was scooped back into a thick, voluminous ponytail. She looked youthful and sophisticated. The headache that had been worsening during the meeting eased at the sight of her. He stood. Zaka.
Hi.
She bit down on her bottom lip.
Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I only came to drop these off.
Kai finally looked away from her face and saw that she carried food containers.
It smells great,
Joe said. Zaka startled. Kai's eyes sharpened in his direction as if to say, What are you still doing here? Joe backed up.
If you don't need anything else, Adderley, I'll be at my desk.
Kai waved him away. The door clicked shut. Zaka's eyes darted around the conference room. The projector was still on, the steady stream of light piercing the darkness. She slid her fingers over the back of a chair and studiously avoided his eyes. Kai drew nearer to her. As he got close to the containers, a savory smell filled his nose. What is it? He asked.
Rice and beans with stewed chicken and potato salad.
You made it?
Yeah.
She licked her lips.
Casey asked for it. He moved into Giselle's apartment with me, and he's going to football practice every day, so his stomach is basically a bottomless pit. It's more cost-effective to cook.
Kai frowned. Why are you still in Giselle's apartment?
We're saving up to move. It'll happen soon.
I can... She lifted a hand.
I have it under control.
He lowered her arm. Keeping his tone light, he said, I have an apartment near the hospital. I sleep there sometimes when I'm too tired to drive all the way up the road. You're welcome to have it.
I don't need it.
Zaka, I know you spent all the... He stopped before he indirectly admitted to looking into her personal affairs. I mean, he said slowly, if you're struggling to find somewhere to live, I have an empty space. It's not very complicated.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
He paused, waited. When she didn't expand, he sat against the desk and stared at her. What's the plan? A grin spread on her face. She pulled out her phone and swiped to a digital flyer.
I've decided to open my own business.
Zaka's anytime assistant? His eyebrows quirked.
I've been working part-time jobs since I was a kid. I know a little bit of everything. I also made a ton of contacts with people from the service industry, the tourism industry, and the food industry. Small business owners have a lot to do, but they generally can't afford to hire full-time staff to do those things.
So that's where you come in?
I work on a reasonable hourly wage and I come with a load of experience.
Her smile was proud.
I was afraid Giselle would be my only customer, but I've gotten a ton of interest from my old employers.
Congratulations. Her smile broadened.
Thank you. I'm excited about it.
Kai cleared his throat. I guess I should alert you of any functions much further in advance.
I would appreciate that.
She laughed.
Although you are my biggest priority.
Kai ignored the way his pulse raced at her words. Can you make time for me next week? I have another business dinner. And then in 2 weeks, we're having a fundraiser for the pediatric center. They're one of the hospital's biggest partners. It's quite important to make an appearance.
Of course.
She folded her arms over her chest and gave him a playful look.
You only have to send me a date and address, you know.
That's rather impolite. She snorted.
When have you ever cared about being polite?
Careful now. You're making me out to be a bad person.
As if you didn't know?
Her eyes sparkled. Name the infractions. He rubbed his chin.
There are too many to count.
She shook her head.
But to sum it up, you can be a little harsh.
I have high expectations. I don't see a problem there.
Is that why you had someone running down the hallway in tears?
Her voice had lost its amusement. Kai tugged his collar away from his neck. A hospital is not a playground. People's lives are at risk, and every day, it is our responsibility to give them the best all-around care. From the medical team to the admin, I expect a certain level of focus. She stepped closer to him.
I understand. I do. You have a lot to carry on your shoulders.
He nodded.
But do you have to be so...
So what?
Mean.
His eyes narrowed. What did Joe say?
That you were in a bad mood. That you were probably full after tearing into some woman named Humphreys. That I should be prepared.
Prepared for what? His eyebrows knitted.
Your wrath.
His fingers skimmed her dark cheek. My wrath isn't reserved for you. You're different.
Why? Because I'm such a good little employee?
That was a trick question, so he said nothing. She shook her head.
The way you treat people is a reflection of your character. All people. Not just me. You're not as grumpy as you appear to be. And if more people saw that, they'd find it easier to follow you.
He sighed. Am I getting a lecture from the CEO of Zaka's anytime assistant? She chuckled.
I wouldn't dare to lecture the great Kai Adderley.
He smiled at her. She smiled back. His phone rang loudly, forcing his gaze to the table.
You're busy,
Zaka said, stepping away. Kai straightened and found himself reaching for her, but she was already on the move.
I'll see you at the fundraiser next week.
She pointed to the food.
I hope you enjoy. And don't worry about the containers. You can keep them.
Kai watched her wave and flit out of the boardroom. His heart sank. He'd wanted her to stay for just a couple minutes more.
Chapter 21. Life as Kai Adderley's fake girlfriend was different. Time seemed to move briskly. They were already a month in. and so much had changed. She'd paid off her debt, enrolled her brother in school, started a new business, and now she was leaving Giselle's apartment. Their new place had one bedroom, one cramped office that would be converted into a second bedroom and a bathroom. She could have saved up for longer and gotten a nicer place. It wasn't like she was being chased out of Giselle's apartment. But Zaka had felt uncomfortable putting Giselle out of her own space. That restlessness got even worse when her brother moved in too. With this apartment, they weren't depending on the kindness of strangers for room and board. Now they finally had their own space. It was moldy, grimy, smelly, but she was paying for every last inch of it. So it was hers.
This place is ugly,
Casey announced with all the finesse of a teenage boy. It's not that bad. He gave her a concerned look.
Have you gone blind?
It came with a TV. See? That's nice.
Why is there a box behind it?
He gave the television a quizzical stare. She laughed. Casey smiled softly.
It's bad, but at least there aren't any Asian guys wearing eyeliner staring at me from the walls.
She laughed. That's the spirit. Zaka knew this place needed work. There wasn't much they could do in terms of furniture. The living room was tiny. The kitchen was more like an afterthought, but that just meant she didn't have to spend a lot on furniture. Come on, let's put our things away and see what we can do to clean up. Her younger brother moaned.
Sis, I'm exhausted. Coach Martin has me running 50 sets a day. He says I have to make up for all the time I was missing from practice.
She swatted his shoulder. When you're on the field, Coach Martin is the boss. When you're at home, I'm the boss. He tilted his head back and gave a very teenager-like sigh. She patted his back and went off to find the mop. There was a knock on the door. Casey, she yelled, go get the door.
I'm in the bathroom,
he screamed back. Zaka rolled her eyes and went to get the door. LaToya screamed.
Surprise!
Zaka jumped.
Hey, girlie!
Giselle beamed from ear to ear. Rather than her usual flowery dresses, she wore a pair of jean overalls, a stained white shirt, and a bandana over her curly natural hair. Zaka blinked. What are you doing here?
Can you step aside, Zaka? Tay-Tay needs to go,
Yolanda said. Zaka's gaze dropped to the adorable little boy, wearing a squeamish expression. He had his knees pushed together and seemed to be in a lot of discomfort. My brother's in there.
It's okay. I'll get him out.
Yolanda's son flew past her and ran straight down the hall. Yolanda cringed.
Sorry about that. We just got back from visiting my mom, and halfway here, he was like, Ma, I gotta use the bathroom.
Oh, that's fine. Zaka still felt dazed.
Aren't you going to let us in?
LaToya asked, flicking one of her bright red curls. Zaka gave her friend a once-over and realized she was dressed like Giselle. In fact, they all wore baggy T-shirts, old jeans, and had a bandana over their hair. What's going on? Zaka asked.
It's K-pop Sunday,
Giselle responded, stepping into the living room. But we have K-pop Sundays at your apartment, Zaka pointed out.
Number K-pop Sundays are whenever we get together.
Yolanda scrunched her nose.
Girl, what is that smell?
It's either my brother or the old pipes, she stammered. LaToya spun in a slow circle.
It's a cute place.
It's got great bones. Isn't that what they always say on the Home Improvement channel?
Yolanda strode to the front door and stuck her head through it.
What is taking them so long?
There's more of you? Zaka asked. Before any of her friends could answer, a man strode through the door. He was tall and dashing with wavy brown hair, a sharp jawline and gorgeous eyes. The man carried 2 pails of paint, and he shot a strained smile at Giselle.
Sweetheart, where do you want this?
Giselle replied.
Set it out of the way, please.
Zaka blinked rapidly. Next, a giant Asian man with sharp eyes walked in. He was carrying more paint. Zaka stared at him. He looked dangerous, like a gangster. LaToya strode right up to the Asian man and gave him a kiss on the cheek. The man proceeded to melt like a wax candle.
Where's Malika? Did she punk out?
LaToya asked, her eyes narrowing. LaToya's boyfriend explained.
She's downstairs playing with one of the neighborhood cats.
Zaka!
A thunderous call echoed from the hallway. A second later, her brother sprinted into the living room.
There is a small child in our bathroom and...
Casey skidded to a stop when he saw the third man entering their apartment.
Coach Marden, why are you here? And why do you have paint?
It's K-pop Sunday,
Coach Marden said with a shrug as he entered. Yolanda blew him a kiss.
Exactly.
Can someone explain what's going on? Zaka shrieked. LaToya said,
We figured you could use some help moving into your new place.
We're here to spruce this apartment up.
Giselle wrapped her fingers around Zaka's arms.
Help you make it your own. It's not every day a girl moves into her first real apartment.
But what?
Yolanda arched an eyebrow. Zaka felt tears rushing into her eyes. What had she done to deserve such great friends?
She's getting emotional.
Giselle pulled her into a hug.
Girl, you gotta suck those tears back in.
Yolanda smacked her hands together.
We have a lot of work to do.
Work?
A childish voice cried. Cole's adopted little sister whined.
I didn't come here to work.
Zaka glanced up and saw a teenage girl skipping into the house.
I thought we were listening to Gen 10's new album.
We'll listen to music too,
LaToya assured her.
We're here to paint and set up furniture. I told you that, and you insisted on coming along.
Cole told the little girl. His voice was growly, but there was a hint of affection in his gaze that told her he would die for this kid.
I didn't sign up for cleaning.
The little girl insisted.
It's okay, Mal,
LaToya said.
You can be on DJ duty.
Nuh-uh, I'm not listening to any of that K-pop nonsense.
Casey yelled.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Yolanda's son stepped toward Casey, his intelligent eyes on his phone. Casey stared at the little boy as if he were an alien.
You're outnumbered,
Tay-Tay said.
No one here is going to take your side publicly.
Laughter broke out from the adults.
Why don't we get started?
Giselle gestured to the paint.
We went shopping yesterday and bought a bunch of colors for you to choose from. We also got you some electronics and kitchen appliances, but they'll be delivered tomorrow since it's Sunday and all.
Zaka felt the emotions ball in her throat again. Yolanda wiggled a dark finger.
No crying.
She gave her friend a grateful look. Thank you.
No worries.
Yolanda glanced around.
Where's your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Coach Marden folded his arms over his chest.
Both Yali and Casey mentioned him. Why isn't he here to help you move?
He's busy, she said, waving a hand.
Too busy for his girlfriend? That doesn't sound good to me.
Zaka tried to remain calm. He'll help me out tomorrow, when he has more time.
Tomorrow is a weekday,
LaToya said.
He shouldn't be that busy today.
Will you call him or should I?
Yolanda asked. What?
I'll call him,
Casey blurted. Zaka's eyes widened, and she whirled on her brother. He fished a business card out of his backpack and lifted it like a prize.
They're right. Your boyfriend should be here too. If one of us is going to suffer, we should all suffer.
Casey, no. Her heart flogged her ribs. Do not bother him. But it was too late. Her brother had his cell phone out and was dialing. Zaka tried to grab his phone away, but Casey stood on his tiptoes to keep the device out of reach. He was much taller than her, and no amount of swiping or jumping could take the phone away.
Who is this?
She heard Kai's clipped, grumpy tone on the other end of the line and wished for the ground to open up and swallow her.
Hey, Kai. This is Casey, your girlfriend's brother.
Casey.
Kai's voice still sounded as blunt as usual, but it was a little softer.
Did you know we moved into our new apartment today?
Casey, stop, Zaka hissed. Her brother grinned mischievously.
If you want me to approve of your relationship with my sister, now would be a good time to come over and score some brownie points.
Her eyes bulged. Her heart almost stopped beating. In desperation, Zaka grabbed her brother by the back of the head and yanked. He started bawling.
Ow! Ow! Ow!
She snatched the phone from Casey's distracted hands and yelled, Kai, you don't have to come. I know you're busy, and we're perfectly fine.
Sis, let me go.
Casey whined. Zaka kept yelling into the phone. Really, it's fine. Keep doing your work, okay?
Nonsense.
Kai's voice was deep and silky.
Send me your address. I'll be there soon. Have you eaten yet?
No, but, Kai, there are a lot of people here. My friends are here.
I'll bring more food then.
Her jaw dropped. What?
I'll see you soon.
He hung up. Shocked, Zaka stood frozen as the phone's dial tone rang in her ear.
What is wrong with you?
Casey rubbed the back of his neck.
I just got a low fade and picked out my afro.
Zaka felt a soft touch and looked up. Her sisters surrounded her, each of them staring in concern. LaToya blinked.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm great. Awesome. Yolanda squinted, observing her keenly. Though dread was pooling in her veins, Zaka tried to put on a cheerful face. So, what are we doing first? Her friends shared meaningful looks. Yolanda was the first to look away.
How about introductions?
Giselle suggested.
I don't think Zaka's formally met the guys yet.
I haven't, she said. The ladies pointed out their boyfriends. The man with the wavy hair was West, Giselle's boyfriend. The man with the sharp eyes was Cole. Malika and Cole were siblings. Coach Martin, well, she already knew him. After the introductions were out of the way, they got to work. As promised, Malika blasted K-pop from a pair of Bluetooth speakers. The men laid plastic on the ground, stripped to their undershirts and painted the walls, while the women sat back and watched.
This is fun,
Yolanda said, stretching her legs out and eyeing Coach Martin like she wanted to lick him.
I concur.
LaToya sipped on her drink, her gaze on Cole's back as the muscles flexed. Giselle smirked at West's behind.
I'm loving the view.
Zaka hid her laughter behind her hand.
Are you guys kidding me?
Casey stepped into the room, his face covered in dust.
Why are all the girls sitting while the guys are working?
It's called chivalry,
Coach Martin said.
It's called BS. They've got hands, too.
Giselle's hands are too pretty to get paint on them,
West said. Zaka snorted, then realized he was serious and pulled in her laughter. Giselle rolled her eyes.
Stop it. They think you actually mean that.
West's lips trembled. Yolanda motioned to Casey.
We don't have enough paintbrushes and rollers. They'll paint and we'll do the decorating.
Casey grumbled under his breath.
Hey, guys!
Malika yelled from her DJ booth in the living room.
I just heard a knock on the door. I think someone's here.
Panic buzzed through Zaka's body. That could mean only one thing. Kai was here.
Chapter 22. There wasn't enough space in the living room for all of them. Despite the tight fit, everyone crammed into the sofa, spilled over on the floor, and leaned against the wall with a plate and a drink in hand. Kai wasn't good with names, but he tried to keep his concentration. Thankfully, the lightning-fast introduction didn't become one big blur in his mind. He recited the names to himself. Giselle and West, LaToya and Cole, Yolanda and Dwayne. The last pair seemed the closest to Zaka. Yolanda, a tall, elegant woman with dark skin and long black hair, gave him a surveying look and pulled Zaka a little closer when he stepped into the apartment. The children were introduced next. Kai already knew Casey. There were two more minors. The boy with the brown skin, shorn hair, and intelligent brown eyes was Yolanda's son, Tay-Tay, although Kai was informed that only friends were allowed to call him that. The second child, Malika, seemed very friendly.
Can you say that again? In fact, can you say just about anything? I'd listen to a boring math class if you were the teacher.
Mal.
Cole, an Asian man who looked like he lifted cars in his spare time, growled at his sister.
I don't mean to be weird.
Yet you're successfully being weird,
Casey mumbled.
I just love his accent.
Malika slanted Casey a dark look. Kai shrugged. I wish I could take credit for it.
Is it just me? Does no one else find that accent dreamy?
Zaka snorted. She was sitting beside him, her hair pulled back into a frizzy bun and her face completely free of makeup. In the company of her friends, she looked at ease. Kai wished she'd looked that way when it was just them two.
Thanks for the food, Adderley.
West nodded at him. From what Kai had gathered, West was a prominent businessman who opened a smoothie truck business in Belize. It didn't make much sense. West's family owned a successful hotel franchise, and the smoothie business was very removed from that. Yet, when Kai saw West looking at Giselle, he knew why the man had left his home, his family, and his inheritance to move to Belize. I'll treat you to a proper meal next time, he said. This was all the Meridian chef could come up with on short notice.
The Meridian? Fancy.
Casey continued to stuff his face with food. Slow down. Zaka slid a glass of water closer to her brother. Coach Marden patted Casey's back.
She's right. Pace yourself.
Yes, Coach.
Casey grinned. Kai watched them interact and felt a twinge of jealousy. Casey was Zaka's entire world, but the boy still shot him looks of mistrust. He needed to find a way to win him over. Yolanda set her plate on the table.
Kai, Zaka has been tight-lipped about your relationship. We're all dying for the tea.
It's not that interesting of a story,
Zaka said, her eyes hitting the ground.
It doesn't matter. We'd like to know how you two got together.
Giselle tucked her curly hair behind one ear.
If you don't mind sharing...
Zaka squirmed. Guys, shouldn't we get back to cleaning?
Kai wrapped his fingers around Zaka's wrist and tugged her back down. I'd love to share the story. She gave him a worried look as she sat down. Zaka and I met briefly during my first week in Belize. She had just been released from the hospital, and apparently I got her a taxi.
Apparently?
That question came from Latoya. She was a beautiful woman with a head of bright red curls and dark lips.
He didn't remember me.
Zaka spoke up. That's not true. I remembered you when prompted. Zaka's lips twitched. He stared into her beautiful brown eyes. The first time, we didn't exchange names or speak for long. The second time we met, I didn't allow her to slip away again. I asked her out immediately.
That's so romantic.
Malika sighed. Casey rolled his eyes.
You think everything he does is romantic, just because he's got an accent.
Exactly.
Malika nodded.
I'm assuming you guys got together during that period when you were missing?
Yolanda asked. The room got quiet. Kai glanced over at Zaka and saw her worrying her bottom lip. He intervened. The timeline is a bit fuzzy. It feels like we've been together forever.
Love can do that,
Giselle said, smiling softly at West. The besotted man winked at her.
You're a lot older than Zaka,
Latoya pointed out.
Have you noticed the age difference getting in the way of your relationship?
Zaka shook her head.
It doesn't feel like he's older than me.
And Zaka's very mature for her age. His thumb scrubbed her shoulder as he spoke. She's warm, kind, and always puts others first. She cares very much about her friends and family. His eyes darted around the room of people. You feel that thoughtfulness viscerally. It's very easy to fall in love with her. Malika squealed.
You guys are freaking cute.
Her brother shot her a dour look.
Don't say freaking.
Freaking, freaking, freaking.
Cole glowered. The little girl stuck out her tongue.
And Zaka,
Giselle said.
What drew you to Kai?
I'm with Malika. The accent did me in.
High five, Malika shot her hand up. Zaka smirked and delivered the high five.
That's all? His sexy accent?
Yolanda asked. Dwayne Marden, A famous football player Kai had seen on TV many times, frowned.
You think his accent is sexy?
Babe, I think his accent is fire, but I think all of you is sexy, okay?
She caressed his cheek. Dwayne nodded, satisfied.
Go on.
Giselle said.
Answer the question.
Okay, seriously. For me, it happened more gradually. But as I got to know him, I saw more and more qualities I like. Kai might seem grumpy on the outside, and he totally is, don't get me wrong.
Soft laughter rang out.
But
Zaka's voice dropped to a husky whisper, and it felt like they were the only people in the room.
Underneath those fancy suits
She pressed a hand to his chest.
is a determined, warm, and kind man.
He got lost in her deep brown eyes. His thumb rubbed slow circles in her brown skin. Zaka's mouth parted.
If you're gonna kiss,
Cole growled from his left.
let me cover my sister's eyes.
Why do you always do that?
Malika complained.
You're too young to think about dating. I don't want you getting any ideas.
Zaka leaned away from him. Kai cleared his throat as heat climbed his neck.
Well,
Giselle clapped to chase the awkwardness.
lunchtime is over. Let's get back to work.
What needs to be done? Zaka spoke up.
We've got to de-web the living room, paint the kitchen cupboards, fix the pipe underneath the sink. Oh, wait, that one needs a plumber.
I can fix the pipe, Kai said, folding up the sleeves of his dress shirt. Zaka squinted in disbelief.
You?
I'm a man of many talents.
I thought all you knew to do was sign papers and attend business dinners.
He loved the way she teased him. I can do a lot more than that. Giselle whispered in the background.
Ooh, they're flirting.
His lips twitched. When Kai turned around, Giselle, Latoya, and Yolanda were staring directly at them. Zaka didn't seem shy with the attention. Instead, she appeared rather playful.
I don't trust you.
Zaka pushed out her bottom lip as if tempting him to suck it.
I think we should wait for a plumber.
He brushed his fingers over her neck, down her throat, to the chain that hung low on her chest. I'll look forward to my reward when I prove you wrong. She moved closer.
You're on.
Kai got his toolbox from his truck and wiggled under the sink.
You'll mess up your fancy shirt,
Zaka warned, walking past with a mop. I know what I'm doing, he responded, shining his phone's flashlight on the pipe. Zaka disappeared into another room. A moment later, she returned.
It's okay to admit you can't make it, Kai.
He gritted his teeth. I've got it. Her soft laughter wafted to him as she walked away. 20 minutes later, Kai put the clamp in place and squirmed away from the pipes. He tested the faucet, checked to make sure it wasn't leaking, and beamed in victory. With eager steps, Kai went searching for Zaka and found her sitting in the newly painted room, putting her brother's clothes in the closet. Her brown eyes met his.
You're done already.
He took her hand. Come. They walked back to the empty kitchen and he showed her what he'd done. She got down on her hands and knees to inspect his work. Kai crouched next to her. Do you even know what you're looking at?
Did you really fix it?
I did. His eyes remained on her face. Her gaze slowly moved to his.
I'm sorry I doubted you.
An apology is not enough. She blinked once, twice.
Then what kind of reward do you want?
His hands slid over her shoulders, then her cheeks. He tilted her chin so they were eye to eye. Guess. She shot a nervous look at the kitchen doorway and then leaned forward. Her lips fell against his in a quick peck. Kai's lips curled up, but he quickly hid the expression. Why did you kiss me?
What?
Her mouth went slack. I was referring to a food-related reward.
Huh?
I wanted your rice and beans again. Zaka's skin was too dark to show her blushing, but he saw the flustered look in her eyes and knew she was cringing inside. Kai let her panic a bit, and then he reached for her face and pulled her close. I'm joking.
That's not funny.
She slammed her fist against his chest. I want a proper kiss.
That's not in the contract.
She narrowed her eyes. So she was still upset that he teased her. Kai leaned closer. It's practice.
For?
When an occasion comes up where we have to kiss, he stroked her bottom lip. I don't want a peck.
You'll get what you get.
She huffed. Let me teach you.
Who says I need to learn?
Then, his breathing deepened. How would you prefer I kiss you in public?
You're serious?
I want you to be comfortable. He nodded.
Fine. Look into my eyes.
He did.
Like you love me. Not like you want to tear my clothes off.
You can distinguish between the two?
This is my lesson.
He tried to shift his expression to one that was less intense, but Kai was almost certain he failed. Better?
Perfect.
She grazed her fingertips over the back of his neck. Every inch of his skin was ablaze. What next? She closed the space between them. He waited impatiently. He needed her closer. He wanted her body pressed against his.
Foreheads first.
She touched their heads together.
Because that's a sign of trust.
You trust me? Her eyes dropped to his mouth and she whispered,
You're talking too much.
Their lips brushed gently. It was soft, tender, hotter than flames. Kai's eyes drifted closed as he enjoyed the taste of her. In the background, he heard a hiss, then a clang. A moment later, a burst of water shot out of the pipe. He and Zaka wrenched away from each other and stared at the broken pipe in stunned silence. Water gushed from it like a raging waterfall. Kai was the first to move. He clambered to his feet, reaching for the pipe, but his shoes skidded on the water. He went flying. Zaka shrieked with laughter.
Kai, are you okay?
He climbed to his feet, his shirt clinging to his skin and his hair limp with water. How about a hug?
No way.
Zaka ran. He chased her and picked her up in his arms. She squealed as water rained on them both and laughter filled the kitchen.
Chapter 23. Jerry put her in a royal blue pantsuit for the Children's Hospital charity event.
Blue's your color,
Jerry told her before nudging her out of the store and into Kai's idling SUV. Kai opened the door for her. He looked devastatingly hot in a simple white shirt, navy pants, and boat shoes. His hair was styled in a more casual fashion, and she wanted to run her fingers through it. Dragging her eyes away from him, she stopped in front of the door.
Hey,
he said. Hey.
You look stunning.
Her throat went dry. Thanks. Kai jutted his chin at the back seat. She climbed into the car awkwardly and held still until he joined her.
Morning, Zaka,
Joe said cheerfully. Morning. Kai sat beside her. His cologne filled the air. It smelled spicy and expensive, just like him. She pulled out her phone and pretended to be engrossed in a game. From the corner of her eye, she saw Kai glancing at her. But his attention didn't last long. He got a call that made his expression harden. He pulled out some documents and began speaking intensely to whoever was on the other end of the line. Zaka sighed and shifted her gaze to the window. Belize rolled by, full of colors, green, pink, and blue houses, towering coconut trees, friendly people. The city was crackling with life. So why did she feel so suffocated? Nothing between her and Kai had changed. Or maybe it had. Kai had kissed her, and it was more than just for show. She'd felt his affections when he closed his eyes, and as he cradled her face. The way her body had responded to his touch was undeniable, too. But they hadn't talked about it. In fact, it was like the kiss had never happened. Was that his way of drawing a line between them? Were the only real feelings he had for her sexual? Was everything else still fake? Zaka dug her fingers into the phone. They hadn't spoken since Sunday. After helping her fix up her apartment, Kai left when the others did, claiming he had to catch up on work. She'd kept her phone close by, waiting, and waiting, and waiting, for a call that never came. Zaka knew she shouldn't be surprised by his silence. After all, their agreement was simply to fake a relationship. He was not obliged to call her just because they'd kissed. She was overthinking everything. A bad habit. Zaka breathed in, let it out, and calmed her mind. This was a job. Even if she wanted to kiss Kai Adderley with every breath, it didn't change reality. She'd seen, with her own eyes, how much his work consumed him. He'd warned her over and over again that he didn't have the time or energy for a relationship. To fall for him, even after he'd made that clear, would be foolish.
Sorry about that,
Kai said when he finally ended the call. No need to apologize. His blue eyes roamed her face. Is something going on? She asked.
It's the hospital. We've been trying to arrange for a neurosurgeon exchange and...
He pulled his lips in.
That must not be interesting.
Go ahead. I'm listening. His expression softened.
I'd rather hear about you.
She shifted away. I don't have anything interesting going on.
You let your apartment air out before sleeping in those rooms, right?
I did. We also got the appliances my friends picked out. Everything looks good.
That's great.
She bobbed her head. Kai's phone rang. He frowned at the screen.
I have to take this.
She waved him off. Just like he had on every other car ride they'd taken together, Kai remained occupied with his phone calls and his important hospital business. Zaka patiently remained in the car while he finished up his conversation. At least Joe had left the engine running. It was hot today. Kai ended the call and pocketed his phone.
Ready?
She nodded. They climbed out of the car together and were greeted by flashing cameras. Kai made a show of gathering her in his arms and touching her hair before taking her hand to walk up the path to the hospital. Zaka flashed him the sweet smile she'd been hired for and tried to put her burgeoning feelings to rest. The reporters followed them inside. Zaka clung tightly to Kai's hand as he led them into the lobby. A cheerful-looking man with a receding hairline and small glasses that constantly fell down his nose greeted them.
Dr. Sheldon.
Kai's voice was warm.
Kai.
The older man patted Kai's hand.
It's good to see you.
The doctor turned to her.
And this beauty must be your girlfriend.
This is Zaka,
Kai said proudly. Zaka shook Dr. Sheldon's hand. The man's light brown eyes twinkled.
I'm so relieved that Kai has someone looking out for him.
He chuckled warmly.
This man does nothing but work from sunup until sundown.
Trust me. I know, Zaka said with a laugh. He's married to his phone. Kai rubbed the back of his neck.
You must have the patience of a saint.
Dr. Sheldon smirked. Oh, he knows I don't, and yet he continues to try me. She gave Kai a teasing look. He smiled in return.
I'm so glad you're both here. Kai has done a lot for this hospital.
Dr. Sheldon gestured to the brightly lit walls, the beautiful animal motif, and the toys in the corner.
Even before he took over the Belize Medical Center, he donated heavily to our children's program.
Did he? She arched an eyebrow. Kai ducked his head, and it was her first time seeing him act shy.
He started a fund to help financially challenged patients and donated to it faithfully. We're very grateful to him.
Zaka tilted her head at Kai, impressed.
That's enough, Doc. You're giving her an entirely wrong impression of me.
As you can see, he's a secret philanthropist. I hope you can keep this on the down low for him.
My lips are sealed.
Shall we head in?
Kai asked.
Of course, of course. Right this way. The kids are very excited to present today.
Zaka leaned in. What exactly is this fundraiser about?
It's more of a presentation,
Kai responded.
We're giving the hospital a big donation, and the kids wanted to thank us with a talent show.
Her heart melted. That's so sweet.
It's going to be fun.
Zaka saw in his eyes that he was genuinely excited. She strode beside him into a small auditorium. The press had already set up their cameras to the left of the stage. Zaka's jaw dropped when she saw the reigning queen of the Bay and the Prime Minister's wife sitting in the VIP section.
Kai!
The regal lady waved him over. Zaka gasped. You know the Prime Minister's wife?
We met at a charity,
he explained. The security detail gave them hard looks when they approached the Honorable First Lady, but they didn't stop them. Kai went right into the older woman's arms and gave her air kisses. She beamed at him.
You're starting to tan.
Impossible not to in this heat,
Kai said lightly.
It makes the blue of your eyes stand out even more.
She grinned and twisted her neck.
And you must be the famous Zaka.
Famous?
Everyone was twittering about that dress you wore to the groundbreaking ceremony. I need to have a long talk with Jerry. I can't let you steal her away when I'm supposed to be her muse.
Zaka laughed.
Jerry speaks very highly of you. I think you're still her favorite client to dress.
That's because Zaka gives in to everything Jerry says.
Kai slipped his arm around her waist and gave her a soft look.
It's no fun for Jerry if you don't argue.
The Prime Minister's wife laughed elegantly. Zaka fought to keep the smile on her face. That look Kai was giving her felt real. The tenderness in his touch, the way he brushed her hair away from her cheek, the graze of his fingers on her back. That felt real too, sweet even. But it was just for show. It didn't mean he wanted to keep her safe. It didn't mean he actually liked her. Kai gestured to a chair in the front row. Zaka sat beside him and watched the talent show the kids put on. Each of the patients showed off their skills confidently. Despite their hospital gowns or the medical equipment, they had to drag around to keep them alive. Zaka's heart pinched when she saw the joy on their faces. They were happy to be seen, to be heard, to be treated as normal and validated for their talent instead of their sickness. It made her want to give them all a hug. Toward the end of the program, a cute little girl got on stage. She had dark brown skin, big eyes, and the cutest dimple in her cheek. She wore a beanie over her head, but even so, Zaka could tell that she was bald. Her heart turned over when the piano introduction went on, and the little girl missed her cue.
It's okay, Layla,
Dr. Sheldon said from the sidelines. The little girl looked out at all their faces and tears bubbled in her eyes. Oh no, Zaka said, leaning forward. Before she could think to do anything, Kai was out of his seat. His long legs moved swiftly over the stairs, and he was on stage with the little girl. Kneeling to her level, Kai whispered something in her ear. The little girl's eyes moved to Zaka. Kai said something else. Cameras flashed, cell phones lifted. Even though they were being recorded, Zaka could tell that Kai didn't care about the audience. He had the same focused look on his face as he did when he was answering calls in the car. The little girl sucked in a deep breath, which everyone could hear in the microphone.
Now let it out,
Kai said softly. She blew into the mic and it sounded like the wind was rushing through the room. Laughter rippled from the crowd. They did the breathing exercise a few more times, and Zaka wondered why Kai had pointed her out to the little girl. Was it because he'd coached her through breathing exercises at the gala? After a few seconds, Kai nodded at the piano player. He started the melody again, and the little girl looked expectantly at Kai. He gestured for her to bring the microphone to her lips, and she did. When she started to sing, Kai brought his hands together and gestured for everyone to clap. The little girl sang timidly at first, and then the excitement took over, and she started belting out notes that Zaka couldn't reach if she stubbed her toe unexpectedly. Kai remained on stage until the performance was over, and then he took her little hand and bowed with her. Applause roared louder and longer than for any other performance. Zaka leaned into Kai when he returned to his seat. That was amazing.
I know, she can sing.
Not just that. Her eyes bore into his. You were amazing. His expression softened. Zaka was starting to notice that Kai rarely smiled, but those gentle looks meant something too. She was sure of it. He took her hand and squeezed. Chapter 24. After he presented the check to the hospital and did interviews with the press, Kai came to find her. She was coloring with the kids in the playroom.
Ready?
He asked. She turned and found him leaning against the doorway. Sunshine danced over his dark hair and clear blue eyes. Her heart thudded. Yes. He took her hand and led her down the hallway. "You know," she said, "you look a lot less grumpy with the kids."
They're not as sly as adults. They're honest.
He pushed the door open and led her toward the hospital lobby.
They don't sugarcoat what they feel, and I respect that.
She laughed. "You had nice dance moves, too."
Sexy, right?
His lips inched up. Zaka shook her head. "More like awkward. But it was cute to see you try."
Cute.
His eyes sparkled.
I'll take it.
She smiled at him. At that moment, a woman stepped in their path. She had blonde hair cut bluntly, striking hazel eyes, and wore a sleek gray suit that was way too hot for Belize. Kai stopped in his tracks when he saw her, and his gaze lit up.
Sharon.
"Kai!" Sharon yelled, her American accent thick. A moment later, the woman threw herself into his arms, and Kai let go of Zaka's hand to catch her.
Chapter 25. Kai let go of Zaka's hand so Sharon didn't accidentally punch her in the face when she jumped on him. Sharon, what are you doing here?
"Did you miss me?"
Sharon exclaimed. Her short, silky hair swayed back and forth. I wouldn't say that.
"Of course you wouldn't."
She grinned and wiggled a pale finger.
"But I know you did."
Kai's eyes darted to Zaka. Annoyance flashed over her face before she offered a clipped smile.
"Who's this?" "Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your meeting. I was just so excited to see him that I lost my head for a second."
Sharon flashed Zaka a grin.
"Please continue."
Zaka stiffened.
"No need to apologize. We weren't in a meeting."
Sharon asked,
"Don't you work here at the hospital?" "No, I don't."
Sharon, this is my girlfriend Zaka. Sharon's eyes popped out of her face.
"Girlfriend?"
Zaka, this is Sharon. Kai gestured to the neurosurgeon. An old friend of mine.
"It's nice to meet you."
Zaka lifted a hand. Sharon grasped it and pumped, her smile noticeably dimmer.
"You too."
Her eyes shot to him.
"I thought you didn't date, Kai?"
It's not that I'm incapable. I just don't have the time for it. Sharon frowned.
"And you do now?"
He cleared his throat. When did you get here?
"About an hour ago." "How are you liking Belize so far?"
Zaka asked politely.
"It's beautiful. The weather is so warm, and the Caribbean Sea is gorgeous. I can't wait to go swimming."
Sharon set a hand on his arm and tilted her face up to him.
"I hope you can take me on a tour of Belize City, Kai. We can have lunch by the sea. Even workaholics have to eat, right?"
Kai moved back so her hand slipped off. You should have told me you were coming. I would have sent Joe to pick you up from the airport.
"You wouldn't have picked me up yourself?"
She pouted. Kai's eyebrows hunkered low. Sharon had a bubbly personality outside of the operating room, and he'd gotten used to her sunny outbursts, but the possessiveness in her tone caught him off guard. He changed the topic. "Are you here in Belize for vacation?"
"I'm your new neurosurgeon on call."
You? He frowned. But I was just in contact with the organizers. They said the program was cancelled. Sharon grinned.
"I told them to give you a hard time so I could surprise you. So, surprise."
You're the only one who finds these childish games funny, Sharon.
"And that is why you love me, Kai. Don't even pretend otherwise."
Zaka cleared her throat.
"You two seem to know each other well." "We were like this."
Sharon twined her fingers together.
"Back in the day. It's actually a funny story. Kai was really popular with the ladies in the hospital, but I was the only one he ever spoke to." "Is that so?"
Zaka arched an eyebrow at him. We shared a similar vision for healthcare and accessibility, he explained dryly.
"All the girls were so jealous of me. I remember getting such nasty looks whenever Kai and I walked down the hallway together."
Sharon placed her hand on his arm again.
Kai, remember when that hospital yearbook came out? We were voted most likely to end up as a couple. It seems like you two have a lot of history.
Zaka's words were stiff, and the glare she threw his way was frosty. Kai shifted. I wouldn't call it a lot.
Oh, it is.
Sharon wrapped her arms around him.
This guy helped me through the worst days of my residency. I would come crying into his office all the time.
She beamed.
Kai knows every one of my secrets, although we kind of lost touch through the years.
Zaka stepped back.
You must have a lot to catch up on.
We really don't, Kai said. Zaka folded her arms over her chest.
No, I can tell that you do. Sorry, did we leave you out?
Sharon laughed brightly.
Kai and I tend to zone off in our own worlds sometimes.
Kai wrapped an arm around Zaka's waist, tucking her into his side. Though she didn't fully relax, at least the wrinkle between her eyebrows smoothed out. He nodded at Sharon. I'll let admin know you've arrived. They'll take you around and get you settled into your accommodations. Sharon blinked.
Do you have somewhere to be?
Kai remained silent.
I don't mean to crash your schedule.
Sharon slung an arm over her stomach.
But I'm starving after my flight.
Her eyes shifted to Zaka.
I couldn't eat on the way because I was so excited to see him, but now that I'm here, I feel like I could eat a horse.
Sharon scrunched her nose.
I mean, not literally. I heard you guys eat all kinds of weird things here, but I can't. We don't eat horses in Belize,
Zaka said, her voice strained.
We don't wear coconut bras or dress in grass skirts or live in huts either, in case you were wondering.
Kai blinked rapidly and looked at Zaka in surprise. A flush rose in Sharon's cheeks.
Oh, I know. I didn't mean any offense. Belize is a beautiful place. I'm excited to be here.
As awkward silence settled around them, Dr. Sheldon waddled into the lobby. His brown eyes glistened with excitement, and he pushed his glasses up his nose with one finger.
Kai, do you have any plans for lunch? We'd like to treat our sponsors to a meal at a restaurant nearby.
Kai glanced down at Zaka. It's up to you, she shrugged.
I don't mind.
We'll meet you there, Kai said. Dr. Sheldon beamed.
Perfect.
Can I come?
Sharon raised a hand.
I don't have to sit at your table or anything.
Nonsense. Any friend of Kai's is a friend of mine. You're more than welcome.
Sharon grinned. Zaka scowled. Kai felt a headache brewing. He settled his fingers on Zaka's back and turned her around. I told Joe to bring the car. He should be here by now.
How is Joe?
Sharon kept pace with them.
Is he still wearing those flamboyant suits?
He is passionate about color, Kai mumbled.
Remember that one charity event? Joe came dressed in this bright purple suit with a fedora. It was insane.
He's toned it down as he's gotten older. As Kai spoke, he shot Zaka another concerned glance. Her plump lips were tight. Her eyes glared into the distance. He opened the car for her and Sharon. The ladies scrambled in. Sharon beamed at him.
Come sit on this side, Kai.
She patted the seat next to her.
I know you prefer being behind the driver's seat at all times.
Zaka stared straight ahead, as if her last moments on Earth were being projected on the back of the headrest. Zaka.
What?
She mumbled. Scoot down. Her eyebrows hiked. He jutted his chin at her. She sighed and slid beside Sharon, who was forced to move closer to the door. He climbed in. Joe grinned into the rearview mirror.
Sharon, is that really you?
The one and only.
As Joe and Sharon chatted, Kai reached out and touched Zaka's wrist. You okay? She nodded stiffly. He slid his hand over hers. The tightness in his chest released as Zaka allowed him to interlock their fingers. Chapter 26. At the restaurant, Kai pulled out a chair for Zaka and ignored most of the conversation around the table. Zaka still wasn't talking much. It made him restless. This subdued version of her was unfamiliar to him. He had seen her panic, her sarcasm, her tears, but he'd never seen this closed-off expression before. The food isn't to your taste, he asked, when Zaka pushed her rice and beans around her plate.
It's fine.
His lips twisted. He was going to have to ban those words from her vocabulary. Have some of my steak. Zaka shook her head.
It's okay.
Those words too. They'd get banned first. Kai cut through his well-done steak and set it in Zaka's plate. She stared at it as if it was still alive. Frustrated, he leaned over. Order something else if you'd like. You didn't eat breakfast this morning. It's dangerous if you don't put something on your stomach.
Says the man who works 12 hours a day on energy bars.
Zaka grumbled. His lips twitched. Finally, that was more like the Zaka he knew. He cut another small piece of his steak, speared it with a clean fork, and offered it to her. Eat. She nibbled on the food, her eyes glued to his. Pleased, he nudged her water closer to her so she could take a sip. Kai only registered the silence around the table when Zaka went still. He noticed that Sharon, Joe, Dr. Sheldon, and the pageant ladies were staring at them. Joe coughed.
It feels like we're interrupting their date, doesn't it?
Sharon's smile did not reach her eyes.
It certainly does.
Oh, Kai, I really enjoyed the performance you and Layla gave today.
Dr. Sheldon chuckled.
What did you tell her when she was on the stage?
I told her that I knew a woman who was strong, brave, and beautiful, but even that person got scared sometimes. I said that woman was strong all on her own, but when we were together, she was even stronger. Zaka's fingers curled around his. Kai caressed her thumb and then glanced at Dr. Sheldon. It's how I got Layla to do the breathing exercises, and it's why I didn't leave the stage until she was done.
That is so cute,
Sharon squealed. The pageant woman agreed. Zaka took his chin between her fingers.
Kai.
Her voice was soft, sweet, pure admiration. He didn't know if it was real. He hoped like crazy that it was. She inched closer, closer. Her mouth brushed over his. Kai kissed her back like no one else was around. Her hand slid down his neck. Her breath thickened. His entire body went hot. He believed this kiss. Every drop of it felt real. Kai draped an arm around her, pulling her closer until her chest was pressing against his. Fake or not, her lips were soft and perfect. Sharon cleared her throat.
Should we remind them that we're still here?
Zaka eased back. She threw Sharon a back-off glance. Kai slid his fingers around Zaka's hand and pulled them into his lap so it was out of sight. His heart was still racing. He needed that connection to her. Sharon pressed her lips together. Her eyes flashed with annoyance, even though her voice remained light.
You look happy, Kai. Zaka's a lucky girl. Oh, I know.
Zaka stared at him with an I'm madly in love with this man look.
I'm well aware of how amazing Kai is. I find new things to admire about him every day.
Irritation flared in Sharon's face. There was just a hint of something cruel, and then it passed as she smiled.
What do you do?
Sharon asked. Zaka said,
I'm an errand.
She runs her own business, Kai said. Zaka looked at him and frowned.
Yes, I do. What kind of business?
Sharon asked.
It's an errand-running business.
Zaka stared at Sharon in challenge.
How cute.
She laughed.
Kids these days are all about running their own small businesses. They take pride in breaking out of the 9-to-5. It must be very tough, though, starting a business and running it alone. Does Kai help?
Sharon.
No, I do everything myself. That's nice.
Sharon blinked at him.
Kai's grandfather ran his own business, too. Did he tell you?
Zaka's body went stiff again. Sharon, Kai warned.
No, he didn't tell me.
Zaka said stiffly. Frustration was etched into the lines around her mouth.
He doesn't talk about his grandfather much. Don't take it to heart.
Sharon gave Zaka a patronizing smile. Under the table, her hand snapped away from his. Kai shot Zaka a worried look and tried to get her hand back, but she pulled her fingers into fists. Meanwhile, Sharon ate her salad, a satisfied smile on her lips.
Chapter 27. I have never wanted to smack someone as much as I wanted to smack her. Zaka flopped into Giselle's couch. Yenta was paused on the television. His gorgeous eyes narrowed in a sexy squint, and all his backup dancers frozen behind him. Yolanda shook her head.
If someone came at my man, talking about things he didn't discuss with me, it would for sure be a smackdown.
With her?
Giselle asked, reaching for the popcorn.
With him.
Yolanda's eyes gleamed angrily.
I dared Dwayne to have secrets with some girl that he doesn't share with me. I dare him.
See? This is why it's better to date antisocial men like Cole.
Latoya grinned around her glass of wine.
He doesn't have any friends, female or otherwise.
Giselle tipped her head back and laughed. Yolanda leaned forward. Today she wore a sleek romper with a low front and intricate straps in the back. Her hair was pulled up in a high ponytail, and large hoop earrings dangled when she shook her neck. Zaka squirmed beneath her friend's intense gaze. "What?" Yolanda asked.
Did you talk to him about this nonsense?
Sharon rode with us when Kai took me back home, so we didn't have a chance to discuss it afterwards.
Hold up.
Yolanda shot to her feet.
You're telling me he dropped you at your apartment and went off with this heifer?
Her stomach clenched. They worked together.
I don't give a damn.
Latoya tugged on Yolanda's arm and drew her back to the couch.
Sweetie, look at Zaka's face. You're making her feel worse.
Sorry, baby.
Yolanda collapsed into the couch.
Although I think Yolanda is being a little dramatic,
Giselle said.
I agree with her sentiments. You should have brought it up by now. It's been, what, a week since that happened?
3 weeks. Giselle's jaw dropped.
And you haven't seen him?
I've seen him, but he's always working before and after events. There's never been a right time.
So make one. You can call him, can't you?
Latoya asked. I don't want to bother him. She couldn't. Not legally. According to the contract, she could not contact Kai unless it was related to an upcoming function. It was her job to show up on his arm. That was all. It wasn't any of her business to know what he did with Sharon. She couldn't ask questions or demand explanations. It had gotten personal for her, but it wasn't for him. Even though he'd kissed her like his heart was in it, she knew that it wasn't. It was pretend. Everything. From his sweet gestures to his soft expressions to his constant caressing was made up. She would not make a fool of herself over a fake relationship. The room went silent. Something passed between Giselle, Latoya, and Yolanda. It was an unspoken conversation that she didn't know them well enough to join. When their gazes broke, Latoya turned to her.
Do you want us to handle it?
Handle it how?
Latoya shrugged. We can find out where she lives and spray paint Leave My Man Alone on her car.
I'm not that petty.
Honey, it's not for you, it's for him. He needs to know you're crazy,
Yolanda said. Zaka snorted. Giselle rolled her eyes.
They're just kidding.
I'm not,
Yolanda said breezily. Giselle squeezed her hand.
If he doesn't treasure you on his own, there's no way you can force him to.
Unless you leave,
Yolanda piped up. Zaka swallowed hard. I can't leave. Yolanda arched a brow.
Can't?
I mean, I don't want to, she sighed. I'm just venting. I know Kai. At least I think I know him well enough. He's not interested in this girl. All he cares about is work and that free clinic he wants to build.
Yes, I've heard about that. He's trying to triple the hospital profits to fund the free clinic.
Latoya smiled.
I heard his board is against it, but he's a total rebel.
Did he say why he wants to build a free clinic in Belize?
Giselle asked her.
It's strange that a man like him would randomly pick the Caribbean.
We don't really talk about his work when we're together, Zaka said.
I can understand that.
Latoya smirked.
He must see you as his refuge, the one person he can go to in order to turn all the noise off.
She really wished that were true. Latoya rubbed her arm.
Keep us updated about that lady doctor.
Yolanda said, If you ever need our help to tear her up...
Or tear him up,
Giselle added. Yolanda winked.
We'll be there.
I know you will. Zaka gave her friends a one-armed hug, wishing she could tell the truth. A sudden knock on the door made her jump. Latoya bellowed,
Who dares to interrupt K-pop Sunday?
A man's voice squeaked from outside.
I have a delivery for Zaka.
Every eye pointed in her direction. She cleared her throat and approached the door. A flurry of footsteps erupted behind her, and soon the other women overtook her. LaToya was the first to reach the door. She yanked it open and gasped.
Zaka?
Zaka stepped in front of her friends and frowned when she saw a slender Asian man in a chef's hat pushing a silver cart. Joe stuck his head out from behind the chef.
Good. You're here. I was afraid we would miss you.
Joe, what's going on? Her eyes darted away from the chef to the line of servers holding various bags of ingredients.
Adderley wanted you and your friends to have a sushi bar for this week's meeting,
he said.
Meeting?
Yolanda mouthed.
He knows we just sit around and watch K-pop videos, right?
LaToya whispered. Joe cleared his throat.
May we come in?
Zaka glanced over her shoulder. Giselle?
I will never turn down free sushi,
Giselle said. Zaka stepped back and allowed the chef to walk in. The wizened old man went straight to Giselle's kitchen to set up his station. While the other women congregated there and watched him prepare the food in real time, Zaka took Joe aside. Why did Kai send a chef?
He said you'd enjoy it.
Zaka felt a thread of dissatisfaction. Kai hadn't called her since the last business dinner, and now he was sending sushi chefs to her K-pop Sunday.
He's been very busy with the neurosurgery exchange,
Joe explained, noticing her tense expression.
I'm guessing this is his way of apologizing for not being more attentive.
Zaka huffed. She didn't want Kai flinging his money around just to placate her. Can you tell him thanks? But all this is unnecessary.
You want me to tell him?
He's at the hospital, right? She folded her arms over her chest. You're going back there tonight.
Well, yes.
Zaka glanced away. I won't call him. If he's busy enough to be working on a Sunday, it would only be a distraction.
I'll relay the message.
Joe backed out of the apartment. She followed him to the door. Could you do me another favor?
Anything.
Her eyebrows lifted. Anything? You don't know what I'll say. Joe's face turned ruddy.
I've observed you, Mrs. Zaka, and you seem very level-headed and reasonable.
He shrugged.
Also, Adderley made it clear that I'm to assist you in anything you need, no matter what.
Zaka wrapped her arms around her waist. Kai was taking care of her. But was it because he really cared, or because he wanted to prove to the world she was his girlfriend? She should be grateful that her employer was so considerate. He'd shown over and over again that he could buy her things, give her things, fill her world with things. But she would prefer a simple text from him over everything else. Zaka dug her fingers into the doorknob. Make sure he eats something more nutritious than those energy bars. Joe's lips arched up.
I'll do my best, but as you know, he can be very stubborn.
Then I'll cook for him and bring it over tomorrow.
That's a great idea. He ate everything you brought last time.
I'm glad he liked it. Joe gestured to the hallway.
I'm leaving now.
She waved.
Oh.
He turned back.
When you're finished with your meeting, the car downstairs will take you home.
Her eyes widened. That's not necessary. Yolanda always drops me home.
Are you sure?
Yes. I mean, I don't want the driver to miss out on a paycheck, but I really don't need it.
Very well.
Joe nodded. Zaka watched him go before closing the door. She sucked in a sharp breath. What did Kai mean by doing all this for her?
Get over here, Zaka,
Giselle called, brown eyes beaming.
You have to taste this California roll. It is magic on my tongue.
Zaka plodded over to her friends. Yolanda expertly used her chopsticks to place a roll of sushi in her mouth. She smiled, chewed, pretended she was happy. Because pretending was her job, and Kai would get what he paid for. Chapter 28. The next day, Zaka got a call from a customer needing help with a lunch shift. Although she'd been planning to deliver food to Kai around the same time, she decided to take the job anyway.
Thank you so much for doing this, Zaka,
the elderly woman said, rushing back and forth.
Our part-timer got sick and we suddenly had an influx of customers.
It's okay. I'm on it. Zaka headed into the kitchen to help the overworked staff. The gig ran longer than expected, and she had to hustle to get downtown. It was well past lunchtime, but she had a feeling Kai hadn't eaten yet. Zaka strode into the Belize Medical Center. The automatic doors whirred apart. To her surprise, the security guard smiled and nodded at her when she walked past him. She lifted a hand, awkwardly smiling back. When she got inside, the receptionist stood and yelled an eager greeting at her. A little freaked out, Zaka returned the greeting and shuffled past the front desk. What is that about? In the elevator, she scrolled on her phone. Casey.
Hanging with Mal.
Zaka. Where? Casey.
Her parents' house. They're white. Did you know she was adopted?
She pressed her lips together. Hopefully her brother didn't say anything offensive in front of Malika's multicultural family. Zaka, don't stay too late. It's a school night. The elevator doors opened. She pocketed her phone and strode into the office. The receptionist scrambled to her feet. Good afternoon. Are you here for Mr. Adderley? I just came to drop this off. Zaka lifted the bag of food containers. You can take it to his office. She gestured down the hallway. Or I can take it if you'd like. I'll do it, she said. You must be busy. I'm not, ma'am. I'm happy to help. The woman's smile was almost desperate. Feeling weird again, Zaka carried the containers down the long hallway. She'd wrapped a cloth around them so the food stayed hotter longer, and the knot at the top helped keep her grip tight. Kai's office loomed before her. There was a silver plaque on the door. It was polished, strong, elegant, just like him. Excitement made her body tremble. It had been such a long time since she'd seen Kai. She couldn't wait to talk to him, even if it was just for a minute. Maneuvering the food into one hand, she pushed the door open with the other. The sound of soft, feminine laughter made her freeze. Through the open door, Zaka saw Sharon. She was leaning over Kai's desk and pushing a container of food toward him. It looked like salad. Her blonde hair fell gently over her face, emphasizing her pretty profile. Zaka frowned at Kai and then at the food. Her fingers tightened around the meal she'd made for him. It looked like he didn't need it anymore.
Chapter 29. Tension stirred inside him when he met Zaka's eyes in the doorway. Guilt made his heart slam against his ribs. He didn't know what he'd done wrong, only that he'd screwed up. Big time. Zaka's hand fell limply from the doorknob. She turned away. Kai shot up so fast his chair crashed into the wall. In 3 big steps, he was in front of the door and flinging it open. Zaka! She turned her head. Her nostrils flared.
Don't let me interrupt,
She spat.
You can join us,
Sharon said in an oily tone. She leaned against the wall, one long leg crossed over the other.
We don't mind.
Sharon, not now, Kai growled. A vein in Zaka's neck bulged, but her tone was light and prim.
No, thank you. I've already eaten.
Zaka. He snatched her hand when she tried to leave. She glared at him.
You were obviously in the middle of something. Feel free to get back to that.
Sharon joined them at the door and peered into Zaka's bag. What did you bring? Zaka's fingers tightened on the cloth covering the containers. Afraid she would swing it like a baton, Kai stepped between the women. Still holding Zaka's hand, Kai barked, You can return downstairs, Sharon.
But we were going to have lunch.
Sharon whined. As you can see, my girlfriend brought my lunch and I'll be eating with her. Kai didn't bother saying more. He dragged Zaka toward his office. She snapped her hand free before they got there.
I don't have anything to say to you.
You brought these for me, didn't you? He pointed to the food.
I didn't.
Her jaw muscles worked. Kai almost smiled. Then why are you here?
I brought food for Joe. I see him more than I see you anyway.
Kai winced and opened his mouth to defend himself, but Sharon was still watching them. Let's eat in my office.
You already have food in your office.
Not yours. He tilted his head toward her. I've been dreaming about your beans and rice since the last time you brought lunch.
Rice and beans.
She corrected him.
You're in Belize. You have to say it right.
Rice and beans. She huffed. Kai tugged on her hand. Let's go. She allowed him to prod her into his office. Kai closed the door behind them. Then he slid down all the blinds. It was enough privacy for now. When he turned, he saw that Zaka was still standing in the same spot. Her gaze was fixed on the salad Sharon had brought him. Kai slid it away. You're sweating. I'll turn up the AC.
It's fine. I won't stay long.
Zaka.
Yes.
He sighed. Stay.
Is that an order?
Kai rubbed his temple. Why are you angry?
I'm not angry. I just have a bus to catch. The next one isn't going to stop by until 3.
He froze. Why did you ride the bus?
Because my golden carriage is in the shop,
She said sarcastically. Why aren't you using your driver?
I told Joe I don't need a driver.
Zaka, I send a driver to avoid this very problem.
Is it that embarrassing to have a girlfriend who rides the bus?
She snapped. He stepped back. No, of course not.
You know, I wasn't going to bring it up because it doesn't really matter to me.
Kai braced himself.
But yesterday, you tried to deflect when Sharon asked what I did for a living.
Frustration mounted inside him. I don't care what you do in your spare time. I only care that people who don't understand would say hurtful things to you.
You're such a caring employer. I guess I should thank you.
Kai wasn't as charmed with her sarcasm anymore. What's wrong?
Nothing.
She folded her arms over her chest. At least she wasn't telling him she was okay. Kai rubbed his temple. If this is about Sharon...
This is not about Sharon.
Yes, but in case it is, he stressed, she is just a friend. We have never been anything more than that. Zaka tapped her tennis shoes on the ground.
Okay, great. Thanks for clearing that up.
She was still angry. Kai racked his brain for the cause of her displeasure. We weren't going out to lunch. She brought a tray upstairs asking if I'd eaten. I said no. She offered to leave her lunch with me, but I didn't touch a leaf of her salad. I don't even like salad. He saw her lips twitch for a second. Progress. He set his hands on her shoulders. Don't be mad.
I'm not mad. What do I have to be mad about?
You're shooting laser beams from your eyes.
My eyes always look like this.
He grazed his fingers over her lips. Your mouth is tense.
My mouth always feels like this.
He wanted to lean down and kiss her, but she pulled her head back.
Your phone is ringing.
Kai did not want to answer it. He didn't want to let her go, but he had to work. Linking their fingers, he pulled her around the desk and sat in his chair. Yanking her into his lap, he wrapped an arm around her waist and answered the call. Zaka's body was soft against his. She smelled like sweat, fries, and perfume. It was a strangely alluring combination. Or maybe it was Zaka that he found alluring. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. He could tell on sight that it was her clothes and not the ones Jerry had selected for her. Her hair was scraped back into a bun, so every inch of her pretty face was on display. Zaka squirmed in his lap.
Kai, let me go.
He squeezed her tighter as he carried on a conversation. The lab needs another scanning machine, he said into the phone. We don't have room in the budget to make any more changes. She pouted. He leaned forward and pressed his lips to hers. She gasped. He arched an eyebrow as if to say, Isn't that what you wanted? Her eyes narrowed. Warmth spread through Kai's chest. He caressed her back. No, we've already deduced that outsourcing the lab work costs more in the long haul. It makes sense to keep it in-house. As the hospital accountant ranted on the line, Zaka traced the shape of his mouth with her lips. Electricity buzzed everywhere she touched. His pants got tight. His breath got heavy. Find another way, he growled, snatching Zaka's wrist. He couldn't play this game while he was distracted. and he couldn't be distracted when dealing with the hospital. Every decision he made now would determine whether or not his dreams came true in the future. Zaka's eyes lit up with a wicked gleam when he restrained her. She pressed whisper-soft kisses to his face. Her mouth grazed his cheeks, his chin, his temple. Kai's heart turned over. An icy hot liquid spread through his veins. "Say that again?" he whispered hoarsely into the phone. I didn't hear you." Zaka's smile spread over her dark face. The accountant repeated his statement, but Kai did not process a thing. Zaka was smiling. It made him weak, scrambled his thoughts. His fingertips grazed her inner thigh, scraping against the thick fabric of her jeans. She casted a glance at the blinds. A smug look crossed her face before she started kissing his neck. Kai squeezed her leg like it was a plush toy. She moaned softly. He struggled to keep his wits about him. The accountant was droning on. He really didn't give a damn. At last, he gave up. "I'm going to have to call you back," he said, cutting the accountant off mid-speech. "Mr. Adderley." It was the last sound to emerge from his phone before he ended the call and tossed the device away. The warmth of Zaka's breath sent a shiver down his spine. He needed to feel more of her skin. Kai needed it more than he'd ever needed anything in his life. He roughly grabbed the back of her neck, tilted her head, and kissed her deeply. She strained forward, meeting his explosive passion. Her arms wrapped around his neck. Her mouth parted for him. He caressed her tongue with his own. Then his lips blazed a trail from her ear to her throat. Whisper-soft touches. It still wasn't enough. His fingers went for her jeans. Something crashed outside. Kai backed away from Zaka and took a second to catch his breath. He turned his head around and noticed movement outside the blinds. "What was that?" he barked. A nervous knock on the door followed the commotion.
Adderley, sir.
Kai's eyes narrowed. Zaka suddenly hopped out of his lap and fixed her shirt. His body throbbed hard, protesting the distance. He wanted to grab her and pull her back on his lap, but Zaka swiftly moved around the desk and faced the door.
"You can come in, Joe."
Kai frowned hard at her back. Why was she inviting Joe into this? Joe stepped into the room. He clutched a binder like it was a shield in the middle of a bloody war.
"I didn't mean to interrupt,"
Joe stammered.
"I didn't realize you were busy."
"Did something break?"
Zaka asked.
"Oh, I startled Sharon and she ran into one of the decorative vases."
Startled her? Kai frowned.
"She was watching."
Joe pointed to the blinds.
"So I didn't realize—"
Sharon was spying on me? Joe glanced down. Zaka didn't seem bothered by it. Instead, she slanted him a proud look.
"I noticed. So I gave her a show."
"I see." He pressed his thumb against his bottom lip. Zaka kissed him sensually. Not because she truly had feelings for him, but because Sharon was watching. His eyes passed over her defiant expression. A mixture of desire and curiosity sprang within him. Zaka was proving to be a challenge on all counts. He couldn't figure her out, and he so badly wanted to. "Is that all?" Kai asked quietly.
"Yes. My work here is done,"
she said. Kai knew what she meant. He knew that line was for him, and his lust burned into a dark frustration. Joe squirmed and backed away from them.
"I feel like I'm still intruding. Why don't I just leave?"
"No need,"
Zaka said.
"I was just about to go."
"Zaka." She pretended not to hear him. Pointing to the dishes on the desk, she said,
"Eat while it's hot, and don't worry about returning the containers."
"I'll return them." He shot to his feet. She came to a stop. "I'll return them tonight." Her eyes narrowed at him. She'd heard him too. And Kai couldn't decide if she'd received it as a threat or a promise.
Chapter 30. Kissing Kai. Adderley made her knees weak. Zaka had no idea how she made it out of his office without collapsing. As soon as she turned the corner, she wilted against the wall. Her heart hammered in her chest. The room spun. Pulling her shirt away from her skin, Zaka tried to cool down. "I can't believe that backfired on me." The kissing was only supposed to affect Sharon. Seeing the pretty doctor peering through the blinds had made her go temporarily insane. It was true. She and Kai were just faking it. But that didn't mean Sharon could waltz in right in front of Zaka's eyes. She didn't know they were faking it. She'd no idea they were just pretend. So really, Sharon was intentionally flirting with a guy who was taken. Kai wasn't flirting back, but he wasn't being firm enough either. Of course, she had to do something, but she didn't expect that it would cost this much, that it would awaken this much of her body. She'd been with men before. No, not men, boys. They were all boys compared to Kai. None of them made her feel the way he did with just a kiss.
Zaka!
Joe's voice rang through the hallway. He jogged toward her.
Are you okay? You seem, thirsty.
Zaka coughed. Joe's lips twitched.
I did not mean that in any other way than literal. Sit down while I get a cup from the fridge.
I'm fine. I'm fine. She held her hand out to him. You can continue with your work.
You are my work,
he said. Her eyebrows flipped high. Excuse me.
Adderley wants me to take you home.
He laughed.
I'm glad you're still out here. I thought I'd have to go running through the lobby to get you.
You don't have to do that.
If I don't see you home safely, he's going to have me for lunch.
Zaka rubbed the back of her neck. Joe had seen a glimpse of their kiss, too. In the heat of the moment, it hadn't bothered her that people were watching. But now, too many thoughts bounced around her head. Zaka drew in a deep breath. How about this? I'll get a taxi rather than the bus.
But
you can tell Kai that I threatened to run away if you forced me into your car. He smiled.
I don't think he'll believe me.
I don't think he can force me to accept a ride when I don't want one. Joe studied her.
Let me walk you to the elevator at least.
She nodded. Joe clasped his hands behind his back and escorted her through the front room. Once again, the receptionist smiled and greeted her. Zaka waved awkwardly. Do you know why that keeps happening to me?
What?
All the security guards and receptionists in the hospital know my name.
Kai announced that you were his girlfriend.
No, I mean, yeah. But what does that have to do with them?
You hold the heart of the man who owns this place.
He gestured to the building. Now that's being dramatic. Joe shrugged.
You're Adderley's girlfriend, and the only person who has access to his personal affections. They show you respect to show him respect.
The elevator doors opened, but Zaka didn't want to step on yet. She inclined her head toward Joe. Respect and fear are two different things.
Maybe it's a little of both.
He faced her.
What's undeniable is the way you change him. When you're around, he stops and eats a proper lunch. He smiles. He seems human.
Okay.
So when they see you, they don't see Kai Adderley's girlfriend. They see the only woman powerful enough to tame the beast.
Zaka blinked. I assure you, I haven't tamed anyone. The elevator doors started to close. Joe pressed the button again so they stayed open.
I've been with Adderley for years, and I can assure you that he has never treated any woman the way he's treating you.
Pleased, Zaka ducked her head to hide her smile. Joe gestured to the elevator.
Have you changed your mind about the ride?
I've got it. Thanks. She got into the elevator, her cheeks bunched with a grin before she remembered that there was a reason Kai was being so nice to her. He'd paid a lot of money to convince everyone she was his girlfriend. Of course, he'd back that up with the right gestures. All the satisfaction she'd felt drained away. Irritably, Zaka stalked out of the elevator. She ignored the security guard who smiled at her, stormed past the receptionists who nodded to her. They thought she was someone important to Kai. Wrong, all wrong. She was just like them, an employee. In fact, they were in a better position than her. They'd have their jobs as long as they performed well. But no matter how close she got to Kai, it would all be over in 1 month. Chapter 31. The house got cleaned from top to bottom. Zaka remained restless. Kai said he would return the containers, but he hadn't. She checked her phone and saw no new messages. Flipped through the TV channels and found nothing to concentrate on. She stared at a book, and the words blurred together. A glance at the clock made her cringe. Casey walked into the living room, dressed in a baggy shirt and old football pants.
You waiting for your boyfriend?
No, she said nervously. Casey sat beside her and plucked a banana. Devouring half of it in one chomp, he munched on the fruit and stared at her. She pushed him with her toe. What?
You like him that much?
Zaka's eyes widened. What kind of question is that?
I think you should be careful. Rich guys like him always have a skeleton in the closet.
She sighed. He's a good guy.
Of course you'd say that. You're into him. His butt crack would smell like flowers to you.
She scowled at her brother. He frowned right back.
Does he like you as much as you like him?
He doesn't like me at all. Why are you asking all these questions?
You've been staring at your phone like it's going to explode.
Don't you have homework? She pushed his shoulder. Casey swatted her hand away. Feeling exposed, Zaka swiped her phone and walked to her bedroom. When she checked the screen, there was a new text message. Her eyes lit up until she saw who it was from.
Hey, this is Sharon, Kai's friend. I hope this isn't too late, but I'm in need of your errand girl services.
Zaka frowned at the phone. She didn't want to do anything for Sharon, but a job was a job. Casey turned to her when she passed through the living room.
Where are you going?
Out.
To Adderley?
None of your business. She shot him a dour look. Do your homework. Don't watch TV all night. He shrugged and kept flipping through the sports channels. Zaka rolled her eyes and caught a bus to the address Sharon provided. It was a tall apartment building close to the hospital. Come in, Sharon said. Zaka remained outside. You didn't specify what kind of errand you needed me to run.
Oh, I don't need your help with an errand.
Zaka gritted her teeth. It was her fault for foolishly accepting this gig. She turned to leave.
I have something to say,
Sharon called.
It's about Kai.
Zaka froze mid-stride. Sharon pushed the door wider.
Come in.
Zaka entered her apartment. It was gray and white, plain. No artwork on the walls or pictures on the television stand. The designer had obviously hoped the next occupant would put her own spin on things, but that hadn't been the case. Zaka spied moving boxes still sitting in the living room. Sharon probably hadn't had time to settle in after arriving in Belize.
You can sit there,
Sharon said, gesturing to the sofa. Zaka folded herself into the seat. Her thoughts rushed together. What was this about? There was no way Sharon had found out about her arrangement. Kai was a great actor, and all the kissing they'd done in the office, it would surely convince anyone. But maybe she'd tried too hard. Maybe she hadn't been that good at pretending. Or maybe Sharon was good at investigating. Zaka wiped her sweaty palms on her jeans.
I'll make this quick,
Sharon said. She looked picture perfect in a silky blouse and yoga pants, the exact kind of woman one would expect on Kai Adderley's arm. Blonde, blue eyes, well educated.
I asked around about you. No one had heard of you or seen you around before last month. There was not even a hint of you anywhere in Kai's life.
He's a private.
Spare me.
Sharon lifted a hand. I got Joe to admit that he'd never even heard of you before Kai's induction gala. Her throat went tight.
I'm not here to accuse you of anything, Zaka. In fact, you remind me a little of myself. I couldn't afford to go to medical school when I was young. There were very limited options. I did what I could to make my dreams come true.
Zaka's breath stalled. She had to convince Sharon she was wrong. It's not like that. What I feel for Kai is genuine.
Maybe it is, or maybe you want that to be true even if it isn't. It doesn't matter. Kai's never going to be serious about you. You're giving your heart to someone who can't take care of it.
You're wrong. Her voice trembled.
I heard you lost your parents young and had to move in with your grandmother. I heard you have a little brother. He's 15? 16?
Zaka stiffened. Sharon pulled out a check from her purse and slid it across the coffee table. Zaka stared at it without making a move to touch it.
Maybe you started dating Kai because of his money, or maybe you saw him as a way up the ladder. I don't know, but I can see in your eyes that it's beyond that now. You're in love with him.
Zaka glanced at the ground.
But Kai will never be in love with you. He's married to his work, obsessed with his vision of building a free clinic, and I'm sure he's made that priority clear to you.
Zaka stepped back. I should go.
If you need an excuse to leave, it's here. I'll give it to you. Because I was like you once, and I would have liked if someone did the same for me.
Sharon pushed the check toward her. I don't want your money.
You know what lies ahead of you if you keep going with Kai, Zaka. You're young, but you're smart.
Her eyes squeezed shut. Sharon had ulterior motives, but she was right about one thing. Two, actually. Zaka had real feelings for Kai, and he would never have those feelings for her.
Take the money, Zaka.
Sharon pushed the check at her. The heartache was going to kill her. Turning to face Sharon, she reached for the check.
Chapter 32. Kai stood in the parking lot outside Zaka's apartment and looked up at her floor. All the lights were off. He sighed and stuck a hand into his pocket. A car door slammed. Joe trotted around the side of the SUV. In a dull voice, he said,
"This is creepy."
"You didn't have to drive me," Kai replied, rubbing his tired eyes.
"If you're going to stalk your girlfriend, I'm going to be right here to bail you out of jail."
"I just wanted to check if she's awake."
"Why not call her? You know, like normal people?"
"It's 1 a.m. If she's asleep, then calling her is going to wake her up." Joe narrowed his eyes, as if doing a complicated math problem. Kai ignored him. Zaka's room faced the street. He'd seen it on the day he helped her clean up the apartment. There was a poster of an Asian guy on her wall. He'd teased her when he helped her stick it up. To the left of her bed was a dresser and lamp. To the right was a small closet. He imagined Zaka lying in bed, her dark cheek pressed to the pillow, her hair exploding in curls and falling softly against her blanket. His heart ached. He should have gotten here sooner. Maybe he could have been in that bed with her.
"Kai."
Joe's voice was heavy with sympathy.
"Did you two fight?"
They hadn't had a chance. No. By the time he left the hospital, it was 1 in the morning and far too late to knock on her door. He'd promised her he would show up tonight. Even if it was from afar, he wanted to keep that promise. Kai sighed heavily. Joe squeezed his shoulder.
"You're juggling a lot with the hospital, the free clinic and the board. If you explain it all to her, she won't begrudge you."
"She deserves more." Kai shook his head. He'd used the excuse of being too busy for love for years, but it was never about the woman in the relationship. It was always about him. He was too busy. A girlfriend would inconvenience him. But with Zaka, it was different. His hesitation to give in to his feelings wasn't about him. It was about her. A woman like Zaka deserved someone's full attention. He couldn't be the one to give her that, even if he wished he was. Their relationship was moving in the wrong direction. He'd kissed her in his office. He would have devoured her if they hadn't been interrupted, but that would have been about him again. After sleeping together, he wouldn't be any closer to offering words of love. He wouldn't be any less busy. He wouldn't be any less dedicated to making his grandfather's dream come true. Zaka would slowly suffocate by his side, expecting things he couldn't deliver. What more would she have to give up to stay with him? How many times could he disappoint her? How many nights would he get caught up with work and forget to text her, or call her, or be there for her when she needed him? Kai looked up at her window again. He hated the guilt crawling through his chest, hated knowing that he'd disappointed her, that she'd been waiting and he hadn't shown up. She hadn't even called or texted to remind him because he told her in many different ways that work came first. Joe patted his back.
"It's hard to adjust to being with someone else. You have to consider their thoughts, their feelings, their schedule before you make a move. To someone who's gone so long giving orders and being in control, It must be hard to relinquish that.
I want her to be happy. I need that.
But
I'm not the one who can do that for her. Kai frowned.
You try. Change happens when you keep trying until thinking differently becomes normal.
It's still not enough. Kai rubbed his temple. I can't do enough for her.
You did a lot already.
Yeah, but it wasn't what she needed. Joe had mentioned that Zaka wasn't all that impressed with his gestures. The sushi chef, the driver, the money, all his efforts fell short. Kai didn't know how to give her what she was looking for. Joe squeezed his shoulder.
It's clear that you both care deeply for each other. Why don't you just talk to her?
He turned away from Zaka's building. Let's go. Joe started the car. Kai climbed into the back seat. As the vehicle moved off, he shot another look at Zaka's bedroom window. Dark. Empty. He would ruin her. He knew it. Zaka would grow tired of constantly waiting for him. He couldn't tie her to a life of constant disappointment. Chapter 33. Kai asked Joe to send Zaka's containers the next day. He returned with a message from Zaka to throw them out. Kai was in a horrible mood for the rest of the week. They called that a proposal? He marched into his office and loosened his tie. His words were clipped. His heart felt like it was about to explode. I asked for solutions, not excuses. How many times must I repeat myself?
It's hot today. How about you drink some water first?
Joe suggested. He grabbed a bottle from the fridge, but he didn't drink. We've got an influx of clients, but we can't serve them efficiently. We have doctors overbooking. We have a lawsuit for malpractice. Is this a hospital or a train wreck?
You're focusing on all the bad things.
Joe opened the cap for him and shoved the bottle back into his hands.
Our ENT specialist received an award from the Caribbean Medical Association, and the proposal you accepted from the marketing director is the reason we have an influx of new patients. You've managed to double profits by the first quarter, and sure, we've got that lawsuit. We'll get to the bottom of it. There are bad apples in every bunch, but the team you've got at this hospital is a good one.
Kai rubbed a hand over his face.
Might I suggest your anger has nothing to do with the problems we're facing?
Kai slanted Joe an angry look.
This isn't your first time facing a lawsuit, and if you think about it, the internal system needs to be overhauled, but it's not an impossible task. You've done it before, at bigger hospitals.
Kai let out a shaky breath.
Why haven't you called Zaka?
Kai ran a hand through his hair. I'm busy.
As you always are, but you made time before.
When he still didn't respond, Joe gave up and walked to the door. Before he could get there, it swung open. Sharon walked in, carrying 2 soda bottles.
Busy?
He's steaming.
Joe gave Sharon a polite smile.
Enter at your own risk.
Oh, I'm no stranger to his temper.
I don't have a temper.
You're right. I wouldn't call what you have a temper. You just like to sulk.
Joe slanted him an amused smile and left quietly. Kai stomped around his desk. He flipped open the nearest proposal, ignoring Sharon when she slid the soda over his desk. What can I do for you? He said distractedly.
I haven't seen you at all these past couple days.
I'm attending meetings off-site.
Why not have them at the office?
Kai's fingers stilled. Yes, he could have his meetings here, in his office, or in the conference room. But Zaka was there, even though she wasn't. He could smell her in the air, and he could feel her touch on his face, and he could feel her lips on his neck. Kai genuinely wondered if he was being haunted. Sharon turned her soda around and around, leaving behind wet circles on his desk. He sighed in annoyance and grabbed a tissue from the box nearby. Use a coaster.
You're so fussy.
He didn't respond. She pulled the soda into her lap and tapped her nails against it.
How are you and Zaka doing?
Kai went still. Sharon stared intently at him, studying every movement in his face. Why are you asking that?
I'm just wondering.
The casual way she draped her arm against the chair betrayed her nerves.
Have you talked to her lately?
Tension wound through his body. Did she say something to you?
No, not at all.
Sharon chewed on her bottom lip.
Actually, Kai, I wanted to tell you something, but I wasn't sure I should.
What is it?
Zaka recently came to me asking for money.
Kai's heart stopped beating. Sharon twined her hands together.
She made it seem like you weren't giving her enough.
Her breath rattled out of her lips.
I know it's not my place to say this, Kai, but I think she's just with you for the money. And now, your friends are her new targets.
The words hung in the air. Heavy. Dark. Kai's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and his breath caught. I have to take this.
Go ahead.
Sharon gave him a relieved smile.
I have a surgery to prepare for.
As she left, Kai swung his chair around and tried to make sense of Sharon's revelation. Had Zaka really begged her for money? It didn't make sense. She'd been so adamant about returning his credit card and paying her own way. His phone rang incessantly. He answered the call with a gruff tone. Kat.
How are things in Belize?
Kai stared through the window. Coconut trees danced in the strong wind. The Caribbean Sea sparkled, more green than blue. Pedestrians of all colors strolled below. There wasn't much traffic in this neighborhood. Most of the people who walked by didn't seem to be in a hurry. It was an accurate representation of Belize. Warm, colorful, idyllic. Yet he felt cold inside. Things in Belize are fine, he said tensely.
I don't want to hear about that. How are things going with your girlfriend? I still haven't seen a picture of her. And I think I've been patient enough.
Your mole didn't send any photographs? She laughed aloud. What do you need, Kat? He closed his eyes. Now isn't a good time.
Don't rush me. We haven't spoken for literal weeks. I should bloody well smack you over the head for that.
Kai turned back to his desk and started rummaging for his headache pills. I've never seen anyone take such joy in threatening violence.
My hubby is always saying the same thing. Perhaps I should get myself checked for childhood trauma and the like. We both have our share of those.
Kai's jaw hardened. He didn't think about the past before his grandfather, and he had no intentions of starting now. I have a meeting in 2 minutes, Kat. And to answer your burning question, yes, my girlfriend and I are still going strong.
It's time for me to see you in action. I want to meet the woman who brought the great Kai Adderley to his knees.
His breath froze in his throat. You're coming to Belize? Kat laughed.
I'm coming to Belize.
Chapter 34. Jerry. The middle of a lover's quarrel was an awful place to be. The air was tense. It was dark even with all the lights on, and every breath rushed loudly because there wasn't a single sound to break up the stillness. Jerry fluffed Zaka's dress. Kai paced back and forth on a call. Roshan, her regular hairstylist, leaned against the wall. Her eyes were on anything but the gorgeous couple who had yet to say one word to each other. They were surrounded by opulence. Kai arranged for them to get ready in the hotel where the fundraiser was taking place. The room was gorgeous. Heavy velvet curtains, gilded light fixtures, exquisite wallpaper. Jerry wondered if Kai and Zaka saw any of it.
Are you done?
Zaka asked quietly. Almost. Jerry kneeled in front of her and fluffed the dress some more. It was a whimsical creation with soft tones, a hint of glitter, and an A-line design. Zaka looked like a princess, one who was being forced to marry the prince, but a princess just the same. There, she popped up. Perfect.
Thanks.
Zaka's smile did not reach her eyes. It didn't matter. She was still breathtaking. Roshan did a flawless job with Zaka's hair, the elaborate twists gathered at the top before cascading into a curtain of big, bouncy curls. Zaka's makeup was light and dreamy, blue eyeshadow mixed with browns, red lip tint, a hint of shimmer on her cheeks. Zaka had a delicate bone structure that responded well to many styles of makeup. Diamond earrings sparkled in the light. The jewelry pulled the look together perfectly. On the surface, Zaka was a vision. But what was that old saying again? The best accessory was a smile. And there were no smiles to be found on either of her clients' faces. Kai Adderley rubbed his temple with a thumb.
Kat's here. We should head downstairs.
Zaka stepped off the dressing platform. She didn't look at Kai. He didn't look at her. Jerry stared at them both. Standing together, they made a striking image. It was more than the fact that Kai's skin was fair while Zaka's was a rich and vibrant brown. Everything about them, aesthetically, suited each other. Kai's towering height made Zaka look tiny in her 6-inch heels. The tux Kai had chosen settled on him like royal silk. The maroon-colored tie complemented Zaka's dress in a subtle and elegant way. He was a gorgeous man. Zaka was a stunning woman. They were her Barbie dolls. Sort of. Barbie dolls were under her control. She could push Barbie and Ken together, give them the right words to overcome their differences. She couldn't do that here. All she could do was tiptoe around the landmines.
Give me a minute,
Zaka said to the room. Jerry didn't know who she was directing that comment to until Kai's eyes tightened. He licked his lips, nodded, walked out. Zaka turned to her.
Can I sit down?
Jerry thought of the dress getting wrinkled before everyone in the gala could appreciate her handiwork. Then she stopped herself. This wasn't about her. Jerry had chosen styling over fashion design because she loved making people feel confident in their own skin. In this business, it was all about the client. She turned to Roshan. Can you pull up a chair? Roshan whirled around, her butt-length braids slashing the air. The beads at the end clacked together like ceremonial drums, filling the room with much-needed music. Zaka fell into the chair and put her head down. She breathed in deeply and pushed it out through her mouth. Jerry's heart ached for her. Zaka had seemed withdrawn, troubled even while they were getting ready. Kai had been different from his usual self, too.
Sweetheart, are you okay?
Jerry knelt next to Zaka.
I'm fine.
Okay, it's just us now. Jerry's eyebrows drew together. You don't have to be vague with me. Not when I've already seen you naked. Zaka snorted.
You have not.
Semi-naked, it counts. Zaka made another face.
I have a bit of a stomach ache.
Roshan whirled around and said, I'll get you some water. When they were alone in the room, Jerry leaned close to Zaka and rubbed her back. Just take deep breaths. Zaka made a choked sound.
I know.
Is your stomach still hurting?
I think it's nerves.
Zaka blinked rapidly. False eyelashes drew attention to her sweet brown eyes. Jerry took her hand. Is everything okay with you and Kai?
Of course.
The words sounded wooden, rehearsed. If you say so. Jerry knew it wasn't her place, so she didn't ask any more questions. The door opened. It wasn't Roshan that stepped through. It was Kai. His eyes swept through the room and focused on Zaka. Jerry stepped aside when he strode toward his girlfriend. He didn't seem to notice. Kai knelt in front of Zaka and looked up, offering the bottle of water.
Are you okay?
He asked in a quiet, intimate voice.
The hairstylist told me you weren't feeling well.
Zaka inhaled.
I'm
fine.
Zaka pressed her lips tightly together. At first, Jerry thought she wasn't going to respond, but eventually, her shoulders drooped and she said,
My stomach hurts.
Do you need to go to the hospital?
No.
Zaka sucked in a sharp breath. Jerry watched it all play out like an intense soap opera.
Did you eat lunch?
Kai asked tensely. Zaka shook her head. Kai's lips turned down in displeasure, but he didn't scold her. Instead, he dug into his pocket and pulled out an energy bar. Zaka flashed her first real smile of the night.
You keep these in your pocket now?
He didn't respond. Instead, he rubbed his thumb over the back of her hand.
We can call it off.
Not happening,
Zaka said.
Your friend came all the way from London.
She'll attend the gala, whether we're there or not. It's what she's here for.
Still.
Kai dipped his chin.
Eat and relax first.
Jerry cleared her throat. Both Zaka and Kai glanced at her as if they hadn't realized she was there. Jerry said, I'll wait outside. Call me back so I can retouch your makeup, Zaka. You're sweating.
Oh.
Zaka's eyes were big and apologetic.
I'm sorry I ruined your work.
You didn't ruin a thing, love. All you need are some touch-ups. Zaka nodded. Jerry tiptoed outside with Roshan hot on her heels. Holy crap! The hairstylist pressed a hand to her heart. I felt like I was walking on eggshells in there. It was tense, right? Jerry agreed. Roshan dipped closer. You think she's pregnant? Jerry stiffened. The hairstylist continued. I'm just saying. I had belly pain with my kids before. We don't gossip about clients, Jerry scolded. Rajhan backed off. Geez, I was just wondering. We don't wonder, and we don't judge. Jerry lifted a finger. They trust us to enter their homes, their closets, and dress their bodies. Discussing their private matters is a betrayal of that trust. Right. Sorry. Rajhan squirmed. Jerry's phone vibrated. It was a message from the Prime Minister's wife. Stunned, she gave the First Lady a call. Jerry, thank goodness. I need you, the Prime Minister's wife said. What's going on? I'm shooting a commercial for the Cancer Society, and they have a woman here who has no idea what she's doing. The Prime Minister's wife lowered her voice to a whisper. She wants to put me in stripes. Jerry's lips twitched. Very few stylists in Belize actually study this craft. It's not her fault. She just hasn't been taught better. The Prime Minister's wife added stubbornly, I don't care. I'm not going to shoot a scene until you get here. At that moment, the door opened.
You can come in,
Kai said. Jerry nodded at him and spoke into the phone. I'm finishing up a job, but I'll be there as fast as I can. Who is that? Roshan asked. Another VIP client. Jerry pushed the phone into her purse and returned into the room to touch up Zaka's makeup. Zaka seemed to be in a much better space than before, though there was still some tension between her and Kai. At least the ice had thawed a bit. Use this if you need to touch up your lips. Jerry pressed the lip tint into Zaka's palm.
Thank you, Jerry.
Jerry winked. We K-pop folks have to stick together.
Oh,
Zaka said.
That reminds me. My friends are into K-pop too. I asked them about inviting you to one of our meetings, and they said they'd love to have you.
A meeting? For K-pop? It sounded too ridiculous to be real. Zaka laughed softly.
Let me know if you're interested.
I will. Kai helped Zaka to her feet.
You ready?
Zaka gave a curt nod. They walked out while Jerry quickly packed her things. Roshan, can you finish up in here? I have somewhere I need to get to. Sure. The hairstylist waved her away. Jerry got into her pretty electric blue SUV. It was a gift she'd bought for herself after booking the Prime Minister's wife as a client. Traffic was light in downtown Belize City, but it still took her longer than she needed to grab the rack from her workshop and rush to the filming site. Jerry struggled to drag the clothing rack out of the back of her truck. She usually hired 2 college students to help her do the heavy lifting, but since this was last minute, she couldn't afford to waste time waiting for them. Her fingers grappled with the metal edges. She tugged and tugged until the metal rack crashed to the ground. Exhausted, Jerry blew a curl out of her eyes and went right back to work, unloading the clothes from the dress bags and carefully setting them on the rack. Her phone rang. It was the Prime Minister's wife. She stuck the cell phone to her ear, pinning it there with her cheek and shoulder. Hello? The Prime Minister's wife sounded frantic. Jerry, are you here yet? I don't want to hold up the shoot. I'm almost there, she said, her breathing labored as she pushed the rack over the cobblestones in the parking lot. A slight breeze blew from the direction of the Caribbean Sea, but it wasn't enough to cool her off. The Prime Minister's wife insisted, Hurry! Her cell phone slipped before she could finish the statement. Jerry cursed. There was no way she could pick that up without letting go of the rack. And letting go of the rack while it was on the ramp would set gravity in motion. The giant metal fixture would crush her like a pancake. A groan of frustration tore from her lips.
Need some help?
A deep voice said. Yes, she cried out in relief. Yes, thank you so much. Pale fingers wrapped around her phone. Jerry's body went still as her gaze moved to Ellis Maven's gorgeous face. The variety show producer picked up her phone and offered it to her. Jerry tore her eyes away from his chiseled jaw and perfect lips. I've got my hands full.
I'll slip it into your pocket then. Is that okay?
Her breath caught when his deft fingers brushed the side of her jeans. His touch was hot through the fabric, and she felt a thrill shifting under her skin.
There.
Ellis said.
Now let me take that for you.
I can do it, Jerry blurted. She certainly couldn't, but Ellis Maven's touch had temporarily stalled her brain. Unbothered, Ellis stepped closer to her.
Fine. We can do it together.
Then the tall, gorgeous man wrapped his arms around either side of the rack, closing her in with his body. She smelled a whiff of his cologne, and her knees went weak.
Let's go,
he said.
Everyone's waiting.
Jerry forced her feet to move and pushed the rack to the film site.
Chapter 35. The party was on the roof of the hotel, so they took the elevator. The numbers on the screen changed slowly. Silence swirled around them. Kai gave her a concerned look, and she answered his worried frown with a light, reassuring smile. He was standing too close to her. The elevator was too small.
Are you sure you're up for this?
He asked gently. She nodded and stared at their blurred reflections in the elevator doors. Kai looked handsome, even when he was distorted. His thumb kept rubbing circles on the back of her hand. It felt divine. Everything he did made her feel good. And it meant nothing. This back and forth shouldn't bother her, but it did. His heart was still locked so tightly, and yet he'd managed to bust hers wide open. That wasn't fair. The elevator doors opened. Kai led her down a hallway. Zaka glanced up in surprise. We're not going straight to the roof?
No. Kat wants to meet you privately before she makes her grand entrance.
Zaka's stomach clenched. What exactly does your friend do?
That's a good question.
He rubbed his chin.
She once entertained the thought of becoming a doctor, but when she inherited her grandmother's fortune, she decided not to bother with the stress of studying medicine.
That's interesting.
Interesting is the best word I can use to describe Kat,
he said. And there was something in his eyes, some passing exasperation that made her curious about his relationship with this woman. Kai stopped in front of a suite door and knocked.
He's here!
An excited squeak rang out. The door burst open and a short, curvy woman in an exquisite mermaid dress shot out of the room. Without warning, she jumped on Zaka and gave her a squeeze.
I can't believe you're really here.
The woman scrambled back and her cinnamon brown eyes sparkled like the diamond necklace around her throat.
Oh my heavens! You're more beautiful in person.
She let out a dramatic gasp.
You're stunning!
Kat, breathe.
Kai stood in front of her.
And give Zaka some room.
Look at you acting all protective,
Kat said with a pleased smirk. Kai's face remained neutral, but there was a hint of affection in his voice when he made the introductions.
Zaka, this is my friend Kat. Kat, this is my beautiful girlfriend, Zaka.
Zaka gave him a loving look and found it wasn't so difficult to play up that side of her. Kai's told me so much about you. A big fat lie. He hadn't told her a thing, not about his past, present, or future. Zaka smiled. I'm so pleased to finally meet you.
Oh, you're such a dear, aren't you?
Kat lurched forward as if she'd hug her again. Zaka flinched. Kai stepped in the way.
Simmer down, Kat. You're scaring her.
Fine. Sorry. It's just that I feel like I know you already.
What have you heard? Zaka asked, giving Kai a sly look.
All good things,
Kai said. Kat shooed him away.
Enough of your hovering, Adderley. Zaka, come in. Come in.
The elegant woman wrapped her fingers around Zaka's wrist and tugged. Zaka followed her willingly. When Kai walked forward as well, Kat threw her hands out.
Not you.
His eyebrows hiked.
I want to talk to Zaka.
She lowered her eyebrows.
Alone.
A stricken look crossed Kai's face.
What for?
For girl talk, of course.
She jutted her chin at the stairs.
My hubs went that way to find ice for the champagne.
You bought champagne when there's a whole party outside.
I'm quite extra, but he's keen on it.
Kat winked.
He married me after all. He'll just have to deal with the chaos.
Zaka smiled. Kat was loud, unpredictable, and the very opposite of the grumpy Kai. It was fun to see her tease him. Zaka was so used to Kai being in control of everyone and everything. Having him cave to his friend was a nice change.
"I'll wait out here,"
Kai said, although he didn't look happy about it. Zaka nodded. He gave her a long, meaningful look that she couldn't quite interpret. Was he begging her not to mess this up? Was he worried about what she would say when he wasn't there?
Off you go!
Kat slammed the door in his face. She turned to Zaka and whistled.
I don't know what kind of water you all are drinking in Belize, but you are absolutely breathtaking. Where did you get that dress?
Kai hired a stylist.
Good for him. He has too much money. He should at least spoil his girlfriend with it.
Kat popped a bottle of wine and poured it into 2 glasses. She stared at the liquor. You have wine, too.
The only time I don't like variety is when it comes to marriage. One man and I'm done.
She lifted the glass and offered it to Zaka.
In everything else, I need options. A little bit of everything will suffice.
Zaka grinned. There was something so carefree about Kat. She was drawn to that carefree swagger. Was it because Kat was an heiress, that she could be herself so unapologetically?
Over here. Let's sit down and unwind, shall we?
Kat took a sip of her wine.
What do you do?
I run an errand girl service.
By yourself?
My brother helps out when he has a chance.
Oh.
Kat bobbed her head. Zaka couldn't tell if she was really impressed or if she was just humoring her the way adults humor a child's horrible artwork.
You're a businesswoman.
I guess so.
Is Adderley helping you?
The wineglass slid between Kat's fingers, and she rocked it back and forth.
Because he could have your business tripling profits like that.
She snapped manicured fingers.
He has the money for it. He could buy you a building, hire more workers, get machinery and infrastructure in order.
Zaka swallowed. I don't need Kai to do that.
But he is capable.
I am aware. Kat leaned forward, and it felt like some kind of test when she asked.
So, you wouldn't accept the money if he offered?
I don't like Kai for his money. She stared right into Kat's eyes. That much is true. The other woman smiled.
You're smart.
I'm stubborn. It's not exactly the same thing, but I believe it can give me the same results. Whatever path I choose in the future, I want to build it on my own.
You value your independence.
I value claiming my victories. Kai can make it easy for me. But if it's too easy, what lessons will I learn? Kat set the wine on the low coffee table.
Oh, I like you.
The knots in her chest loosened.
I'm relieved you're such a sensible woman. I was so sure Adderley would fall for a bimbo.
Zaka snorted. I don't think he has the patience for a bimbo.
Are you complimenting yourself or Adderley's taste in women?
Zaka laughed.
That man is a lot, isn't he? He likes stomping around and pulling long faces. It's quite boring to me.
She rolled her eyes.
Although some would say, I quite fancied that routine since I dated him once.
You dated Kai? Her jaw dropped.
A long, long time ago.
Kat waved her arms dismissively.
I chased him around and wore him down, but I always liked him more than he liked me.
What happened?
It did not work out. He was incapable of slowing down and taking his eyes off his work.
A dark feeling crawled through her stomach. Oh.
He believes accomplishing his grandfather's dream is his greatest purpose in life. Letting go of that would mean losing his identity.
She placed a hand over Zaka's.
Has he talked to you about his grandfather?
Not in detail, Zaka said, her eyes shifting away.
That idiot!
Kat kicked out her leg at the door. Zaka jumped. Something told her that Kat wasn't afraid of swinging her fists at a real target.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Kai's been holding his feelings close to the chest since the beginning of time.
Her eyes narrowed on Zaka.
But I heard he dotes on you. Maybe you can be the one that cracks him open.
I doubt it.
He'll get over himself someday.
Kat gave her an encouraging nod.
Love?
A man called from outside.
Finished your girl chat yet? They're looking for us up top.
Kai knocked on the door.
They can't have a charity gala without the guest of honor.
Kat rolled her eyes.
All this fuss. I didn't want the gala, you know. The organizers insisted. They're trying to encourage other patrons to donate.
Also,
the man spoke again.
Adderley is out here trying to glare a hole through me. You must come and save your husband before I end up in a heap of ashes.
Kat rolled her eyes.
Men. They're so dramatic.
Zaka laughed and followed her to the door. Both Kai and another British man were standing outside. The other man looked sweet and ruddy with red hair, sparkling brown eyes, and a wide smile. The lines around his mouth whispered that he laughed often and loudly. Kai caught her eye and gave her an inquiring look. She wrapped her fingers around his arm. "Are you ready?" He slid his hand over hers. The way he held her was a little anxious. She patted his arm in reassurance and wondered why it didn't feel like she was putting on a show.
Thanks for letting me borrow your girlfriend, Adderley.
I don't know why you had to drag her away,
Kai said gruffly.
You'll have plenty of time to speak to Zaka while you're in the city.
Oh, I'm flying out tomorrow.
Kai froze.
So soon?
We're going to San Pedro,
her husband explained.
I didn't want to stay in the city when I could have a whole island to myself.
Zaka grinned. You'll have a great time. San Pedro is gorgeous. There's so much to do.
I'd invite you and Adderley to come, but I already know what he's going to say.
I have to work.
I have to work.
Kat mouthed at the same time. Zaka laughed. I have work as well, and my little brother Casey has school and football practice. They're preparing for a tournament.
Next time, then.
Yeah, next time, Zaka promised. But the words tasted bitter on her tongue. In a couple weeks, she and Kai would be broken up, and there wouldn't be a next time.
Chapter 36. Kai rested his hand on the curve of Zaka's waist. She truly was a vision. And he wasn't the only man noticing. The party was filled with Kat's contacts in Belize. Thankfully, Bill Coulson wasn't here. Kai knew the reason for his absence, as he'd had a hand in it, but it seemed he had to worry about more than just Coulson. His fingers grazed Zaka's back. They pressed against the exposed skin. He liked how soft she was and slid his hand more fully around her waist. The move was possessive, a tad too much perhaps, but it got the point across. Zaka gave him a curious glance. Her brown eyes looked sweet, guileless. Sharon's words returned to him. She asked me for money. His lips tightened. He pulled Zaka a little closer. The truth was somewhere in the middle of what Sharon had told him. He knew. She had her own intentions, and he didn't trust them, but she wouldn't make up a story out of nothing. Zaka was only with him for the money. It was what he wanted, exactly why he'd chosen her. Their attraction to each other was the only thing getting in the way of what would otherwise be a flawless business move. All of it felt shallow now. It made him restless.
You're fidgeting,
Zaka said, pressing her fingers into his arm. Her brown eyes found his, and Kai forgot everything, including Sharon's accusations, his grandfather's death, his plans for a free clinic. All that mattered was her sweet smile and her eyes and her willowy body. All that mattered was pulling that body on top of his. He sucked in a breath to settle his rising desire and leaned in to whisper in her ear, "You're stunning, and everyone is noticing. It makes me want to punch someone." Her breath caught in her throat. She was perfect, really. Perfect at pretending. He pulled back as an acquaintance came to say hello. During the interaction, the man could not stop smiling at Zaka. He even made mention of how beautiful she looked. Kai wanted to end the conversation quickly, but Zaka seemed to be engaged. The bastard didn't mind laughing it up with her. Kai waited until he could interject and then whisked her away. Zaka's smile was amused. He grazed his fingers over her cheek. What?
You're acting jealous. Did you practice that?
His voice got lower. His lips moved close to her ear. Why would I do such a thing?
There are a lot of handsome guys here tonight,
Zaka said. He scowled in every man's direction. Her fingers gripped his chin and pulled his eyes back to her.
Not as handsome as you, but...
Why is there a but? She laughed.
You sulk when you're jealous.
He shook his head. I'm not jealous.
No. Then should I continue to talk about how hot that guy was?
If you'd like. He coached his face into a blank expression.
Should I get his number?
Would you?
Maybe.
She teased.
Would you like that?
Heat seared his chest. He thought of what Sharon said. Our contract is ending soon anyway. Her face fell. She stepped away from him.
I need a drink.
Zaka. She strode past him and disappeared in the crowd. Kai gritted his teeth. A touch on his back made him turn. Kat was there with 2 champagne flutes in hand.
I saw Zaka stalk off. Did you say something stupid?
You were watching me, or did your mole inform you?
I happened to observe.
Kat's red lips remained in a thin line.
And the fact that you're so defensive means you were in the wrong.
Kai guzzled the champagne and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
How long are you going to hold people at arm's length, Kai? You care about this girl. I can see it all over you.
We agreed you wouldn't meddle.
Our bet wasn't supposed to make your life complicated. It was supposed to make it better. Why are you fighting it so hard?
He shook his head. You just got here, Kat. You don't understand.
I've known you for years. I understand you better than you think.
She stepped closer.
Don't screw this up, Adderley, or someone will swoop in and appreciate what you didn't.
A guest called her away and Kat stormed off. Kai found Zaka in the crowd. The guy from earlier had cornered her again. Something he said made her laugh. The pain in his chest thickened. Kai walked to the bar, nursed a drink, and watched as the guy tried his best to keep Zaka's attention. She glanced his way. He moved his attention to the beer in front of him. Their contract was almost over. Even if he wanted to storm across the room and demand the bastard back off, he wouldn't have the right to do that for much longer. Kai had to learn to live without Zaka, and he might as well get some practice. He downed the beer and gestured for another bottle. A dark hand grabbed his wrist.
I think that's enough for tonight.
Zaka. His eyes widened. She slid her fingers between his. Her touch was soft and warm.
Get up.
How did you get over here so quickly? She let out a breath of frustration.
I'm over this. Let's go for a walk.
Now?
Now.
Her eyes flashed.
When we're here, when we're in public, I can't tell what's real and what's not. I need us to be alone. I need to hear the truth from you.
They wove through the crowd. Zaka found Kat and patted her on the shoulder.
We're leaving now.
Already?
Kat pouted.
Sorry.
Zaka looped her arm through his.
But I really want him to myself.
Do you guys need my suite? It's closer than your hotel room.
Kat wiggled her eyebrows. Her husband frowned.
Then where will we sleep?
Sweetheart, I don't intend to sleep tonight.
She caressed his cheek. He grinned like she was his everything. Zaka smiled politely.
We're good.
She pulled his arm.
Thanks.
I'll call you.
Kat yelled as he turned away. He waved in response. Zaka let his hand go when they got to the lift. He picked it back up. She frowned.
We're supposed to be real, remember?
This is real. He gazed intently at her. Whether it was the alcohol sloshing through his system or the realization that she would leave him soon, Kai didn't feel like censoring his words and actions. Everything I've ever done to you in private is real. Her mouth snapped shut. Was she thinking about their kiss? Kai's eyes dropped to her perfect lips. They were brown, mostly. One lip was a little darker than the other.
I didn't appreciate the reminder about our end date.
Zaka said, stepping back.
I know when the clock runs out. I know what happens after.
I'm sorry.
Are you saying that just to brush me off, or do you really mean it?
He chuckled at her intensity. I meant it.
Don't laugh. You look 10 times hotter when you smile.
His lips curled up. Harder than that guy?
We agreed to be real when we're alone.
She was right, and he really wanted to touch her right now. Kai backed her up against the wall. His fingers brushed her wrist. I think you're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
What else?
I care about you. Frustration formed a line between her eyebrows.
That's it?
That's all I can offer. He slid his fingers down her cheek.
It's not enough.
I know.
You frustrate me every time you swing hot and cold.
It's not intentional. His breath thickened.
You act like it's more and it's not. You confuse me.
I'm sorry. Her eyes sharpened.
I don't want your apologies.
He didn't know what else to offer. The doors opened. He glanced out and saw the lobby. We're really leaving the hotel.
You want me tonight?
She jotted her chin at the road.
You need to expose yourself first.
Public nudity is a crime. She half smiled.
I don't need to have your heart, but I want to see it, at least once.
There was a half second of resistance before he nodded. This part is real. He leaned closer and slid his hands over her sides, over her shoulders. But you need to understand that I'm taking your clothes off eventually. Her lips parted. He kissed her, pulled back and led her out of the hallway. The hotel garden was empty. A fence separated the back of the hotel from the water. The Caribbean Sea was calm tonight. The waves trickled back and forth beneath a silver moon. He walked down an outdoor corridor. Thick walls were filled with paintings of Belizean treasures, toucans, Mayan ruins, sea turtles and coral.
There's something bothering you,
Zaka said, staring straight ahead.
Something that made it hard to look at me when we met earlier.
He arched an eyebrow. She'd noticed?
Yes, I noticed,
she said, and he wondered if Zaka could read minds.
I know when you're concentrating on work. You don't pace. You don't fidget. You're all about finding a solution. But today, you kept looking at me and pacing. I knew you had something to say.
He pulled at his tie and unbuttoned the top of his shirt. Sharon came to see me. She said you'd approached her and asked for money. Zaka stopped cold.
And you believed her?
I believed she was spinning the story to her favor. She pulled her hand from his.
Why didn't you call me and ask about it?
Because you're free to do what you want. Her eyes darted away.
Sharon offered me a check and told me to get away from you. I didn't fall for it. Obviously. I know she wants me out of the way so she can have you, but at least she tried to pretty it up. She made it seem like she really cared about me. I respect that kind of thought and effort.
Kai shook his head in disbelief. Why would she do something like that?
Because she's liked you for a long time, and she's desperate.
Zaka shrugged. You took the money?
Would it bother you if I said I thought about it?
No. He slid his fingers through hers.
I thought about pocketing it. If she's stupid enough to offer it, then I have a million ways it could be put to use, but I tore up the check instead.
He glanced at her in surprise. Why?
Because I made a promise to be your girlfriend for 3 months. I gave my word. She can't buy that.
Zaka tossed her curls over her shoulder.
Being poor has never been an excuse for me. I work hard so I can hold my head up in the world. I make sacrifices I can be proud of. I think my choices through so I can sleep at night. A lot of people with money.
She laughed.
They don't have that privilege, but I do.
He squeezed her hand. I should have called you when Sharon made up that story.
But you didn't.
Her steps slowed. The wind howled and the Caribbean Sea got choppy. Zaka stopped and faced him. Her brown eyes searched his.
Kai, tell me about your grandfather. Chapter 37. Zaka waited for the excuses and deflections to pour from Kai's mouth. She saw the resistance pass over his face and then watched it dissolve. He took her hand and pointed to a bench near the hotel pool.
Let's sit down. Those shoes must be uncomfortable.
I'm okay.
I can see that you're limping.
It'll pass.
You're going to have to rely on someone eventually, Zaka.
Noticing that he wouldn't relent, Zaka led him to the bench. See? I'm sitting. Now tell me about your grandfather. Kai settled in beside her and said quietly,
He was the one who took care of me growing up.
What happened to your parents? His eyes grew cold.
My mom died when I was a kid. My dad left me with my grandfather because he wasn't ready to raise a child.
I'm sorry. Her heart twisted.
Nothing to be sorry for. My dad left voluntarily.
But losing a parent is hard, no matter the circumstances. Kai studied her keenly.
It didn't bother me because my grandfather was more than enough. But it must have been different for you when you lost your folks.
It was.
Tell me about your parents.
They were loving and vibrant people. They adored each other. I felt that. They enjoyed spending time with me, too. I still remember going for ice cream with them on Sundays. Her voice broke. Mom and Dad would swing me between their hands as we walked through the park. I remember lots of laughter.
They sound like great people.
Her bottom lip quivered. She missed her parents. There was still a scar in her heart from losing them too early. Zaka never let herself stew in it, never let herself be weak. After the funeral, there were more important things to do than cry. Tears didn't pay the bills, and it didn't keep social services from taking her brother away. Kai leaned in and pressed his lips to her temple. It was tender, sweet, loving. She closed her eyes as her chin rested on his shoulder. Why did you ask about my parents? This isn't about me.
I want to know.
She squeezed his hand.
Do you look more like your mom or your dad?
My mom, she smiled. Casey is tall like our dad.
Is it hard to remember their faces?
Sometimes. She sank into Kai's chest. Sometimes I feel like I can hear their voices. He nodded.
You still miss them?
Every day. She let out a breath. You miss your grandfather?
I think of him all the time.
He pulled her closer.
He's the reason I got my business degree. The reason I quit my very lucrative job and chose to manage hospitals. He's the reason I need to build this free clinic and...
The reason you need a fake girlfriend. He flinched. She dragged her hand over his jaw. Kat hinted as much.
What else did she tell you?
Nothing concrete. We were interrupted before I could really interrogate her. He tilted his chin up and watched the stars. Zaka kept her eyes on him.
My grandfather had a rare disease, but he couldn't afford to get surgery. He could barely afford to buy the medicine.
She squeezed his hand again. She didn't know how to respond to that, only that she wanted to be there for him, to listen, to be the shoulder he leaned on.
He didn't tell me what was going on. He tried to hide it for as long as he could, but he collapsed one day. I took him to the hospital, and they refused to treat him because we couldn't pay for it. I was a student at the time. We really didn't have the money.
That's horrible.
That's how hospitals work.
He inhaled slowly.
At the time, I blamed the doctors. I blamed the hospital. I wanted revenge, and I entered the field to get it, but I didn't see what I expected when I got into the industry.
What did you see? She whispered.
I saw doctors who were still paying back student loans. I saw professionals who truly felt a sense of duty and wanted to do everything they could to help the sick.
He paused.
There are always doctors who are lazy or callous. They lose focus of the goal and only think about money, but they're the minority.
What about the administrators who run the hospital?
Their hands are tied too. Running a business where lives are constantly lost is tough. There are lawsuits and new legislations to think about. There's also the balancing act of making enough to keep the lights on. You want to help everyone, but you also have to pay your staff.
So you've basically become one of them, she teased. The other side.
Maybe.
He brushed her hair away from her shoulder. Where does the free clinic come in? He pursed his lips, going cold again.
I'd seen the inner workings of the machine. I knew what doctors and nurses were going through. I knew what hospital admins were fighting against. I knew everything. But I also know how it feels when you've got someone telling you your parent has to die because you can't afford to save their life.
She bobbed her head.
The free clinic is my solution to that. It's not perfect, and maybe it can't be replicated by anyone other than me, but I'm going to die trying.
His eyes filled with determination, and she knew he would. I heard you're using the hospital's profits to fund that project.
The machine is going to run us down whether we want to or not, but we can find a way for that monster to lead to something better.
I think it's a great idea. His expression softened. His shoulders relaxed. Zaka relaxed too. They remained glued to each other, breathing in the salty sea air. The music from the party on the rooftop sounded distant, foreign, like they'd entered an alternate dimension. She felt safe in his arms, even with all the complications in their fake relationship. You needed a girlfriend to get your grandfather's land, didn't you? She murmured. His chest stiffened beneath her head. It's the only thing that makes sense. Zaka slid their fingers together. After hearing you speak so passionately about the free clinic, you should have a place up and running by now. You have the money, and after working in this industry so long, you have the connections. The only logical explanation is that something is blocking you. He pressed his lips to her neck and mumbled,
My grandfather gave the land in Belize to Kat.
Why?
Never got to ask him. It was in his will.
Why didn't Kat just give it to you?
Things are never so simple with Kat. As you can see, she has a lot of time on her hands.
So what happened?
We made a bet. If I can get a girlfriend to stick with me for 3 months, I get the land.
She eased back and stared into his eyes. Kat's holding your grandfather's land for ransom.
She thinks she's doing me a favor, that my life needs fixing.
Zaka sat up straight as the truth hit her. I'm a bet. Kai studied her face.
Does that upset you?
I'm more surprised than anything. It wasn't like he'd started this relationship with lies, so she couldn't fault him for his privacy. But she'd always wanted to know the reason. Why not ditch your grandfather's land and build the free clinic somewhere else? It doesn't have to be on that plot. It doesn't even have to be in Belize.
That land is my grandfather's legacy. I want to build something tangible on it. I want the world to remember him long after I'm gone.
She bobbed her head. I see. Zaka didn't know what else to say. She could see how much Kai treasured his grandfather's land, and everyone knew he was obsessed with building a free clinic. The bet was the only part of his confession that was absolutely outlandish. Kai nudged her.
Are you thinking of a suitable punishment?
You'll do anything I say? He narrowed his eyes.
Within reason.
Zaka rubbed her chin, glad for the distraction. She would have to ponder what all this meant for her and Kai later, but for now, she would celebrate the fact that he'd opened up to her. Zaka took his hand and tugged him up. That pool looks nice and refreshing.
A random observation.
I think we should go swimming.
We?
Well, you wanted to take my clothes off. His eyes glinted until he noticed the rooms overlooking the pool.
It's not very private.
And?
I can take you somewhere more, conducive to having your clothes off.
Like your house?
I have an infinity pool. It's quite luxe.
And you're so humble about it. He smiled. It made his eyes crinkle. It made a certain organ flop in her chest. Oh, she definitely had to watch her heart around him. Should I have pity on you, Adderley?
What are my options?
You either strip here, or...
Option B.
She laughed and tugged him back into the hotel, through the lobby and out the front door.
Where are we going?
Somewhere private. She flashed him a smile. He quickened his steps. Zaka took Kai to the park next door and led him away from the lampposts. In the darkness, she found a small dugout full of fine sand and leaves. The moss was slippery beneath her heels. She took her shoes off and descended into what felt like another world. Kai followed her.
Here?
Here. Her eyes swept over the dark waves. Brightly lit cruise ships hovered like ghosts in the distance. It was hauntingly beautiful, like a forbidden song. We used to come swimming here when I was in high school. Not many people know about this place because it's technically the hotel's property. But with the fence there, no one can see in or out. Moonlight fell over the still waves and cast silver lines on Kai's face. He stared intently at her, watching her expressions. He seemed calmer than normal, looser. Was it the alcohol, or had sharing the truth with her finally brought them closer?
Did you ever come back here with anyone?
He asked casually. You're talking about boys specifically? He nodded. No, not that it's important.
It's important.
I really didn't take you for the jealous type. Her laughter bounced over the water. He smiled again, twice in a row. A record. Her heart kicked into overdrive when he unbuttoned his shirt.
No sharks or snakes, right?
Not this close to the city.
Alligators.
He tore the shirt off. She tried not to gawk, which was impossible given how ripped his body was. When did Kai have time to work out when he was always at his desk in the hospital?
Zaka.
Huh? There was no way she could focus on the conversation. None. Kai slid out of his pants. Her gaze ran down his muscular thighs, his lean hips, his black boxers. Heat flared in her chest.
I asked if there were alligators.
No. We don't have alligators. He nodded, smirked. We have crocodiles. Kai turned pale. She smiled and assured him. But they haven't been spotted around here. Kai visibly relaxed. His arms swung at his sides as he approached her and slid his fingers under the straps of her dress.
Need some help getting this off?
She trembled, but not from the cold. His blue eyes locked on her. The touch on her skin was gentle. Kai Adderley was coming for her heart. Even worse, Zaka wanted so badly to give it to him. There was no way this would end well.
Chapter 38. The way Zaka stared at his body made Kai grateful he was disciplined in working out every morning. He slid the straps off her dress. I'm glad I'm your first skinny dipping partner.
I'd say me too, but I can't really think right now.
Her honesty made him laugh. She jerked her eyes to his face as if stunned. What?
You really should laugh more often.
Kai shimmied the dress down her waist. It was tight at the top and it took some tugging. I don't have much to laugh about.
Still, you should try. Relax your facial muscles every now and then.
I'll think about it. He shimmied the dress down her legs. Kai dropped to his knees and lifted one of her feet from the ring of fabric, then the other, until she was standing in only her underclothes. His fingertips grazed over her inner thigh. You have such smooth skin.
I've heard that.
His head whipped up. From who?
Jerry.
His shoulders relaxed.
Is that all we're taking off?
Zaka asked. His heart thudded. His body tightened with longing. She looked exquisite and he wanted to see all of her, but he didn't want to do it in a public place. He didn't want to share her with the moonlight or the sea. Do what you want. She turned away from him and set her dress against a rock so it wouldn't be caught by the tide. When she returned, she stood a distance away. Kai sensed her hesitation, but he didn't share it. Even though they were exposing almost everything, Kai still felt like their discussion before had been more intimate. This part, the part where their bodies touched, was less revealing.
Let's get in,
she said. He saw dark hands flailing and legs kicking up sand as she dashed into the shallows. For the first time ever, he heard an expletive fly from her mouth.
This is cold.
He chuckled, something loosening in his chest. Love wasn't a part of the equation for them, but he had truly never enjoyed a woman's company the way he did hers. Perhaps it was friendship, perhaps it was more. Not love, but something close. He moved more cautiously toward the sea and let a wave wash over his foot. She was right, that was cold. Zaka turned to him and he got a beautiful glimpse of her body, soft and wet in the moonlight. She really was perfect. Too soon, she squealed and splashed deeper into the water until she was submerged to her shoulders. Kai remained in the shallows.
Are you waiting on me to drag you in here?
She waved. He made his way carefully into the deep end. Oof, that was intense. The wind picked up. Goosebumps swept over his skin and caused the hair on his arm to stand up. He submerged his head beneath the Caribbean waves. Under the water, everything was black. He could feel moss beneath his toes. The waves danced back and forth, pulled by the moonlight. There was a splash near him. Zaka. She was swimming closer. He propelled himself up and ran a hand through his hair, pasting it out of his face. Zaka stood a few inches away, water dripping from her weighed-down curls. He stepped closer. Have I paid the price?
Not even close.
His fingertips brushed her cheek. She looked up at him with soft eyes, and he couldn't resist. She was taking his breath away. He needed to touch her. Kai slid his arms around her waist and brought her to him. I've never told anyone what I told you tonight, he said softly.
No one?
Not even Kat. Her fingertips traced the shell of his ear.
But she knows so much about you.
The Caribbean Sea that had felt like a frigid icicle a moment ago now felt like a jacuzzi tub. Longing built inside him, and it made every muscle in his body strain towards Zaka. Kat knows because she was there. She made deductions.
I see.
She wrapped her legs around his waist so he was holding her up. The waves slapped his back, and he rocked forward. Their bodies brushed. Zaka's eyes widened.
You're...
He touched her lips. What?
Nothing.
She swallowed hard.
I think I bumped something.
Zaka.
Hmm?
Her voice was soft. He slid one of her curls behind her ear. I need you to know how much I appreciate what you're doing for me.
Of course. It's what you paid for, right? For me to be the world's best and most doting girlfriend?
He stared at her, wondering if that was sarcasm. Kai couldn't decide if it was. She tightened her fingers around his neck.
Have you ever been in love?
He breathed through his mouth as he thought about it. No.
Never.
Nope.
Not one girl in your past made you think about settling down? About marriage?
Of course not. He brushed away a drop of water that had been about to fall into her pretty brown eyes. A relationship has never been my priority. I have to think about the hospital, about all the lives that depend on the decisions I make in the office. I have to think about the free clinic. A project like that will take all of me. She glanced down. He tipped her chin up. What about you?
I didn't have time to think about love.
Casey said you had some struggles in the past.
Casey doesn't know the full story. It wasn't a struggle because it always ended on my terms. I never dated anyone thinking of a future with them.
Her eyes swept over the waves.
There were times in my life when my responsibilities felt like they were crushing me. My grandmother's health was failing. Her eyes were failing. Her mind was failing. I had to remember all these little details to keep the house running, to keep her as healthy as I could. And then I had my brother. He had football practice. He had school events. He had homework. It was a lot. So there were moments I allowed myself to flip everything off. I didn't want to think about anything important.
Kai frowned. He didn't like the thought of that. Zaka deserved more. Way more than those bastards. Way more than anything he could offer.
But I believe in love,
she said quietly, rubbing her thumb over the back of his neck.
I believe my parents were in love before they died.
And how will you know when you find it? She studied him.
I'm not sure.
Her eyes slid away.
I've heard people say that when you know, you know.
Her laughter was sheepish.
But most of those people got divorced, so...
So the answer is love isn't reliable?
I wouldn't say that.
But you've never been in love before, he pointed out.
Well, neither have you.
He laughed. I've lived longer than you.
Long enough to become jaded.
Long enough to see marriages form and break apart. Her stare was disarming. The kind of look that only someone her age would have. A fresh, unspoiled optimism for the world. Zaka spoke passionately.
I might not have been in love before, but I believe it's possible. And sure, it might not always work out, but there's a reason people keep trying. There's a reason they open themselves up again after getting hurt.
Because they don't know any better.
Because they believe there is better.
Her eyes remained fixed on his. Having expectations is how people get hurt.
And not having expectations is how people accept a substandard kind of love. Is it better to stop dreaming altogether or to find someone who makes our dreams come true?
He narrowed his eyes. You're a philosopher.
You're a grump, but I knew that.
She pushed away from him and slanted him a teasing look.
Race you.
Before Kai could react, Zaka dove under the Caribbean Sea and moved her arms in powerful strokes. He swam with her, chasing her through the waves. The temperatures rose. The Caribbean Sea welcomed him like an old friend. He dove under again. And then he held Zaka, and they kissed beneath the moonlight, sea water sparkling on her hair and on her shoulders. Kai couldn't help thinking about how comfortable he was sharing his heart with her. He didn't know what love felt like, but he could imagine it was this warm, this easy, this safe. If only he wasn't so fearful of losing focus. If only he could fall in love with her completely. If only it didn't feel like he already had. Chapter 39. Zaka was sneezing when they came out of the water, so Kai changed his plans for the night. He wrapped her in his jacket to keep her warm and ushered her back to the parking lot of the hotel. While leaving the car on idle, he stopped by the hospital, got some medicine from the pharmacy, and handed it to Zaka. Take this and go straight to bed, he said. She pouted.
I really wanted to stay with you tonight.
I wanted you in my bed too. He stroked her chin. She had no idea how much. Her eyelashes bounced. She was struggling to keep her eyes open. It had been a bad idea to go swimming in the cold.
We can still go,
she offered, and then she sneezed into his jacket. He smiled. Should I take you home? I can cook you chicken soup and put a warm cloth on your head.
That's not what I want.
She sneezed again. Come on, I'll walk you up. Kai opened her door for her and tucked her under his arm to help preserve her warmth. They took the stairs one at a time. Her hand remained wrapped around him the entire way. As they got to the door, Casey swung it open and stared at them.
My sister shouldn't be out this late, Adderley.
Casey, stop it.
Zaka shot him a dark look. Kai nodded at her brother. He's being protective. I respect that.
I don't need your admiration.
Casey tugged on Zaka's hand and then dropped it.
Ew. Why are you wet?
Kai handed the medicine to Casey. She needs to rest, and don't let her work tomorrow. Her immune system is weak because she doesn't take any breaks.
Breaks are for squares,
Zaka said. Breaks are for human beings who need balance.
You of all people should not be lecturing me on balance.
He chuckled, brought her close and kissed her temple. But then she sneezed and he jumped back. Call me if you need anything.
Like you'll have time to answer,
she mumbled. Kai frowned. I'll answer, I promise. Her eyes softened. Casey pulled her into the apartment.
Come on, sis. You need to change.
Kai watched until the door closed before heading home. As he pulled into his driveway, something slammed against his car window. Glass shattered. Kai's eyes widened and he peered through the darkness. A man was crouched in front of his driveway. He had white hair and a white beard. A couple of beer bottles lay scattered at his feet. Bill Coulson. Kai jumped out of his car, enraged. The hell is wrong with you?
Why would you do that to me?
Bill yelled, plodding drunkenly toward him.
You took my company! You bastard!
He pointed a stubby finger.
You ruined me.
Kai let out a breath through his nose. Go home, Coulson.
I've been working on that merger for months, and you destroyed it. For what? For what?
He stumbled to the left.
Is this about that wench?
Kai's temper exploded.
Did you ruin me for that?
He grabbed Coulson by the collar and brought him close. Disrespect her again. I dare you. The man hiccuped. I did buy your company, Kai said. It had been easy enough. Coulson was a proud man, but he didn't have much to back it up. It had taken a little less than a month to arrange the takeover. But I don't have need of it. Bill's eyes brightened.
What do you want? I'll pay you anything.
Not money. Kai's lips flattened into a thin line. I want you to give an apology.
All right, I'm sorry.
To Zaka. Coulson's face turned as white as a sheet.
Chapter 40. Morning sunlight filtered through her bedroom. Her head felt like it was stuffed with cotton, and her bones ached. A knock on the door made her sit up.
Sis?
Casey called softly.
Are you up?
Yes.
I'm coming in.
Zaka was quick to hide her discomfort with a smile. Her eyes widened when Casey walked in, carrying a tray of soup. You cooked?
Heck no.
He looked offended.
Your boyfriend dropped it off this morning.
Kai was here. Her eyes shifted excitedly to the door.
He came before work, at 6:30.
Casey's frown of distaste made her smile despite her headache.
What kind of monster goes to work at sunup unless they have to?
In Kai's mind, he has to, she mumbled. Casey did not look impressed. He set the soup on her dresser and nodded to it.
I had to heat it up again because it cooled while you were sleeping. Wait a bit before you eat it.
Casey handed her a packet.
Kai said you should drink this. Take it every 4 hours, and drink something warm.
Thanks. He gave her a surveying look.
There's more medicine outside. He brought a pharmacy.
Sounds like him.
He also got a box of those expensive teas, and a set of DVDs.
DVDs?
We don't even have a DVD player.
She grinned. There were very few moments when she remembered that Kai came from another generation, but he was definitely showing his age. What kind of movies?
Action flicks and musicals.
He made an educated guess.
I don't think he knows you like horror.
She smirked. Horror is for when I feel my best. Musicals are better for recuperating.
Now you're just making stuff up because you like him.
Zaka coughed. Casey's expression shifted to concern. He placed a hand on her forehead.
Your fever feels about the same. Your boyfriend said you should call him if it gets worse. He'll send a doctor.
Kai was in here while I slept?
Yup.
Her brother's grin was mischievous.
There was a string of drool about this long hanging from your mouth to the bed. It was disgusting.
Horrified, Zaka grabbed the nearest weapon, which happened to be her pillow, and flung it at her brother. You're disgusting. He laughed and danced back. Zaka ran a hand over her bonnet. She'd secured it with bobby pins as she tended to toss and turn. She would have washed her face and did her hair if Kai had told her he was coming. Casey saw her distress and stepped back.
Relax. He didn't seem scared by your tree monster looks.
Zaka frowned at him.
He even said you were cute.
He said that? Her voice was breathless. Casey rolled his eyes.
I have to go to school. I'm already late.
Go, go, Zaka shooed him.
You need to stay in bed, all right? Don't take any gigs today.
Don't worry about me. Casey nodded and turned to leave. She shot out an arm. Wait, do you have lunch money? I didn't have time to cook your food last night.
Kai gave me lunch money.
Something heavy dropped in her stomach. He did what?
Rich people are different.
Casey.
He's starting to grow on me.
Casey patted his pockets in a smug manner, and Zaka knew that Kai had gone overboard with whatever amount he'd offered her brother.
He already acts like my brother-in-law, so I'm not against a marriage if you...
Casey! Her brother dashed out of the room before she could throw another pillow at him. Zaka twisted in bed and grabbed her cell phone. She dialed Kai immediately.
Hey Zaka, how are you feeling?
He asked. You did too much.
You're going to have to be more specific.
Another cough rose in her throat. She pushed it down with all her might. I'm feeling much better today.
You'll need time to get over your cold.
Why'd you bring all that stuff?
Because it's my fault you got sick.
Her joy fell to pieces. Oh.
I should have insisted we swim at my place. The temperatures would have been more stable, and we would have had towels and a change of clothes on hand. This is my fault, so I'll take responsibility for your recovery.
Zaka's jaw tightened. How generous of you. Kai paused.
Are you upset?
No, I'm not.
Adderley,
Joe's voice echoed in the background.
you've got the Jensens on line 1.
You're busy. I'll let you go.
Remember to get some rest, and tell me what you want for lunch. I'll send someone over.
Yeah, she hung up abruptly. He'd send someone over. Of course, because work came first. Zaka was surprised Kai bothered to stop by himself this morning. Why didn't he just send one of his doctors to make an at-home visit? That would have been easier. Bitterness churned in her gut. Zaka pulled it by the weeds and shoved it through a shredder. Their conversation about love confirmed what she already knew. She and Kai were on 2 different wavelengths when it came to relationships. It wasn't a surprise. He'd always been honest about that. This was a contract, a fake relationship. Why did she keep expecting more from him when he was already spoiling her with things? How many other girls in her position could say they were being taken care of like this? It was enough. Having this much of Kai was acceptable. It had to be. Tears welled in her eyes, and she hoped it was because of the headache. Zaka took the medicine, drank a bit of the soup, and went to sleep. When she woke a few hours later, she felt a lot better, and also very bored. Since she didn't have a DVD player to watch the movies, she scrolled through her phone and played a few games. It was torture. She didn't know how to be idle. When a request from a client rolled in, she answered it almost giddily and hopped out of bed to get ready. The shower was warm. Streams of water drenched her head, shoulders, and chest. The world went blurry for a second. She slapped a wet palm against the tile and waited for the dizziness to pass. Perhaps she should stay in bed, but she couldn't tell the customer no after already promising to be there. Zaka fought through the discomfort and soaped quickly. Her thoughts kept running back to Kai in the silence. Thinking about him made her chest feel tight, and that wasn't good for her health either. When she was done, Zaka dressed and headed into the Belizean heat. Cars honked loudly. Pedestrians moved at a brisk pace, eager to get to work. A man on a metal cart pedaled past. He blew his horn and yelled, "Meat pie," at commuters. Most of them ignored him, while a few jostled toward his cart to sample his hand. Zaka caught a bus to the corner store and greeted the shopkeeper with a smile. "Good morning." "Morning." He lifted a gnarled hand. "My wife is visiting her sister, so I need some help with the shop. I heard you work on an hourly rate?" "Yes." She beamed. He showed her the back room that needed cleaning. He seemed apologetic about giving her the task, but Zaka was grateful she didn't have to deal with customers. Her nose was running again, and she couldn't stand for long because of dizziness. At least there was a standing fan in the back room. She pointed it at herself, pushed up her sleeves, and got to work. Around mid-afternoon, she got a call from Yolanda.
"Girl, where are you? Why aren't you home?"
"Are you at my apartment?" Zaka asked, lifting a heavy box and setting it down.
"Kai mentioned you were sick. He said you might be bored and suggested I stop by."
"Did he?" She slit the package open with a box cutter and spread the flaps.
"I've been knocking for 2 minutes, girl."
"I'm sorry. I'm not home right now."
"Where are you? You're supposed to be in bed?"
"I feel a lot better." Technically, she was still a little weak, but with her hands busy, she didn't have any time to think about Kai and her feelings for him.
"What kind of nonsense is that? Who said you could get out of bed? Kai told me—"
"Kai just works at the hospital. He's not a doctor."
"I don't care. You were sick enough that he called me to stay with you."
"Yolanda, I'm fine. Really." There was a shuffle outside the door. Zaka realized her customer was coming and whispered in a rush, "I'll have to call you back, Yolanda." She put her phone on silent and slipped it into her back pocket as the customer shuffled in. "Sorry about that." "No need to apologize." The old man glanced at the work she'd done so far. "My goodness, I've never seen the floors of this room in my life. How did you get everything organized so fast?" "It just needed a little TLC, that's all." She grinned. He handed her a bottle of water. "You're sweating." "Oh." She pressed her knuckles to the underside of her chin. "I'm sorry I'm making you work this hard for such a small pay." "No worries." He cleared his throat. "I have another room that needs this kind of attention. I know you've worked very hard in here, but I'll do it," she said. He beamed. "My wife is going to be so happy when she comes back and sees this." Zaka's chest flooded with warmth. She didn't mind working hard, especially when she got to help good people. "I'll get to the next room as soon as I'm finished with this one." The other room wasn't as disorganized as the first, but it had 10 times more stuff. She knew it would be a beast to separate and sort through them. By the time she was finished, it was nightfall. Zaka collected her pay from the old man, who thanked her profusely. Feeling accomplished and exhausted, she headed toward the nearest bus stop. On the way, she passed a pawn shop. It wasn't until she got close that she recognized it was the office of the loan sharks, the men who'd beat up Casey as a warning to pay their parents' debt. Zaka ducked her head and tried to hurry past the building. "Hey, you!" A man stepped out of the shop. "Don't I know you?" Zaka quickened her steps. "No, you don't." 2 more men joined the first. They all stared at her on the sidewalk. One of the men pointed at her. "Isn't she the girl who paid off everything?" The boss nodded. "Yeah." The men sneered. "Where'd you get the money, girl?" She shook her head and walked faster. "Please leave me alone." Footsteps thumped the pavement. They were following her. Dread pooled through her veins. Darkness pressed in. The streets were empty. There was no one around to save her. The men called, "Let's have a chat, girl." Panic made her take off into a full-blown run. The echo of thumping shoes exploded behind her. Zaka didn't dare look back. "I have to get out of here." Her chest heaving, she looked left and right and then zigzagged through an open yard. The grunts of the men behind her loomed closer. They were stronger and faster than she was. Her head started to swim. Zaka swallowed the bile rising in her throat and shot across the street, hoping traffic would separate her from the thugs. Halfway to the other side, she saw 2 headlights blasting toward her. She needed to move, now. At that moment, her legs gave out. All the strength left her body, and she collapsed in the middle of the street with a vehicle speeding right toward her.
Chapter 41. 7 pairs of eyes bore into him as Kai drummed his fingers on the table. He pulled his lips into his mouth to curb the words that naturally wanted to fly out. Zaka had advised him to be a little gentler with his criticism. Though it went against his grain, Kai figured he could take an extra second to arrange his thoughts. "We've made some progress," he said quietly. The air in the room shifted. Everyone gave a collected breath of relief. But it got tense again. "I believe we can do better. To get this close to the goal and miss the mark is inexcusable. It means if we'd pushed ourselves a little harder, we would have reaped the results we were looking for." Eyes shifted away from him. No one spoke. Was he not being kind enough? Kai couldn't restrain himself any more than this. Implement the changes that will have the highest impact on efficiency. Rework the points you're unsure of. I don't want guesses. I want cold, hard numbers and... His phone buzzed in his pocket. Kai ignored it. A loud knock on the door interrupted his scolding. Joe stumbled into the conference room, eyes wide and chest heaving. Grabbing the back of a chair to keep his balance, Joe doubled over.
Why didn't you answer your phone?
I'm in the middle of a meeting. Kai's eyes were as sharp as his voice. What's so pressing that it couldn't wait?
It's...
Joe caught his breath.
It's Zaka.
Kai was on edge immediately.
She's in the emergency room.
Kai flew out of his chair so fast it crashed into the wall. He sprinted past the directors, who stared at him with wide eyes and mouths hanging open. He sprinted past the receptionist, who rose in a panic. Mr. Adderley, do you need something? He ignored her and slammed his finger against the button for the lift. It was occupied. Every second of waiting felt like torture. Come on, come on. He punched his fist against the button. It's taking too long, he thought. Kai spun the other way and ran to the emergency stairwell. He crashed through the doors and charged down the stairs. His footsteps thundered in the darkness. His breath slammed against his throat. He emerged on the first floor and shot straight to the nurse's station. The woman behind the desk stood immediately and pointed to the left. She's over there, Mr. Adderley. He saw Zaka's tennis shoes and his heart dropped straight to his feet. If she was hurt... Kai took a step. He felt like he was moving through jello. His mind traveled back to the night his grandfather died. He'd raced to the hospital with his heart in his throat. He'd fallen apart in front of his grandfather's cold body. He couldn't see Zaka like that. She had to be okay. Kai tore the curtain back and skidded to a stop in front of Zaka. She wore a t-shirt that had mud all over it. Her jeans were ripped. Dirt coated her hair. But she was breathing. Kai struggled to do the same. Zaka. Another voice said, "She's okay." He spun and found the doctor standing behind him. Kai couldn't place the man's name as he hadn't interacted too much with the first-year residents. "Are you sure?" He took Zaka's hand. It was warm. Relief exploded in his chest when he felt her pulse beating steadily. The doctor nodded. Yes, she fainted from exhaustion. Exhaustion? The doctor said, her body was still recovering from a slight stomach flu and a fever. We gave her some antibiotics. That's why she's knocked out. She should feel better when she wakes up. Kaya nodded. Who brought her in? The driver of the truck that almost hit her. Kai's heart staggered against his ribs. What? The doctor squirmed. Would you like me to bring him to you? No, I'll go to him. Kai set Zaka's hand gently back on her chest. Leaning over, he pressed his lips to her temple and whispered, I'll be right back. Her thick eyelashes remained still. Kai strode rigidly down the hallway and into the waiting room where police officers were talking to a frantic young man. He had dark brown skin, an earring in one ear, and a high-top haircut. The officers straightened when he walked near. He motioned to them. I'm the patient's fiancé. His eyes bore into the driver. What happened? The police officers exchanged glances. No one spoke. Kai scowled, but he knew better than to rage at them. It would tick them off and keep him from the information he needed. The officer on the left spoke first. According to eyewitness reports, the patient ran across the street in a panic. She seemed like she was running from something. She came out of nowhere, man. The boy wrung his hands together. He rocked back and forth. I swear, I didn't see her at all. She just showed up. So you knocked her down? Kai's voice bristled with anger. The officers watched him keenly. One of them stepped between him and the young driver. He didn't run into the patient. She collapsed in the middle of the street. I stopped as soon as I could. I was so scared. His words ran together. I don't think the car touched her. I mean, I didn't hear a thunk, but He swallowed. His eyes darted back and forth. Kai could tell the kid was traumatized. He softened his tone. Thank you for stopping. Tears glistened in the kid's eyes. I hopped out of the car and shook her a bit, tried to get her to open her eyes. When she didn't, I called the ambulance, but they said you had to pay for them to show up, so I got into my car and took her myself. Kai stiffened. Why was the ambulance talking about payment when someone was in trouble? Resolutely, he said, she's going to be all right. The doctor has her on drips and she'll wake up later. Thank God. The young man sank to his knees. I'm not a murderer, man. He placed a hand on his chest. I just got that car, and I haven't driven for that long. I really thought... Kai placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. The kid wiped his tears with his sleeve and shot him an embarrassed look as he climbed to his feet again. The police motioned to him. Can we speak to you, Mr. Adderley? He followed them away from the driver and inclined his head toward them. The police said, "Do you have any idea who would have been chasing your girlfriend? And why?" "No, I don't." Kai's jaw worked. "But I'm going to find out." The police scribbled something down. "We'll ask her when she wakes up and do a thorough investigation." "Thank you, officers." They nodded. "We'll be back in the morning." Kai didn't walk them out. He found a nurse's station and leaned over it. "Take her to a private ward so she can rest in quiet." "Yes, sir." Kai added, "And make sure it's not too cold. She was sneezing yesterday." The nurse dipped her head. "Yes, Mr. Adderley." He accompanied Zaka to the private ward. Kai pulled a sheet over Zaka's chest and tucked her in properly. "You scared me," he whispered. "Why were you out on the street when you should have been recuperating at home?" Her breathing remained even. She looked like Sleeping Beauty, waiting for magic to wake her up. Kai pulled a chair close to her bed and watched over her. The room was dark except for the lamp that threw golden light over her skin. He brushed her hair gently, flicking away the dirt from the street. A few minutes later, Joe entered the room. He nervously wiped his hands against his pants.
"Did you want to see me?"
"I need to contact Casey and let him know where Zaka is. If he's still at football practice, send a car to pick him up from the stadium. We don't know the details of who Zaka was running from. Just in case, I want Casey to be safe."
"Yes, sir."
Joe pulled out his phone. "Also, cancel the international call with the Hudsons this evening and bring the files down from my office. After that, you can go home."
"Home?"
Joe blinked, as if he was unfamiliar with the word. "I'm staying here tonight." He flung his suit off and loosened his tie. "Zaka might wake up, and I don't want her to be startled by her surroundings."
"You're cancelling a meeting?"
His eyes narrowed. "Was I not clear?"
"No."
Joe coughed.
Do you need me to fetch a doctor to check on you?"
Kai scowled.
"No? All right. I'll be back with your things."
A few minutes later, Joe sent the laptop and proposals down to Zaka's private room. Kai placed his spectacles on his nose and typed, checking Zaka constantly to make sure she was still stable. He was falling into a productive rhythm when the door burst open and Casey shot into the room. His footsteps were heavy and plodding. His dark face twisted with panic as he saw Zaka lying on the bed.
"Sis!"
He scrambled to her side and leaned over her.
"What happened?"
"She's resting. Why don't we talk outside?" Before he could usher the young man out, Yolanda stormed into the room.
"Where is she?"
Her eyes landed on Zaka.
"What happened?"
"I'll explain everything."
"Zaka?"
Latoya barreled into the room. She slowed to a stop when she saw Zaka on the bed. "Ladies," Kai tried again.
Is she okay? Is she up?
Giselle joined the crowd, holding her purse in one hand and a vase of flowers in the other.
Am I late?
Kai spread his arms and tried to usher everyone out. "She's resting and she needs quiet. Let's speak in the hallway." West, Cole and Dwayne nodded to him when Kai successfully herded everyone into the corridor. He explained what the police told him in detail. "She wasn't feeling well since last night. I should have been more firm. I should have made sure she stayed home."
"And I should have checked on her."
Yolanda's eyebrows formed a deep V.
"When she brushed me off this afternoon, I should have insisted we meet up and drag her back to her bed."
"It's not your fault,"
Latoya said, patting her on the back. Yolanda sank her head into her friend's shoulder. Kai spoke up. "When you called her this afternoon, Yolanda, did she tell you where she was?"
"No, only that she was working."
Casey frowned.
"She doesn't know how to stop, man. That's her problem. If she's not taking care of someone, she goes insane."
What's equally concerning,
Dwayne said,
is the fact that she was being chased. It could be a random burglary or harassment.
Or it could have been the loan sharks,
Casey said. Every muscle in Kai's body went tense. Giselle frowned at Casey.
Are those debt collectors still bothering you?
Zaka told you about them?
Casey asked, his eyebrows jumping. Giselle exchanged a look with Yolanda. Latoya shook her head.
Not exactly. We know a lot of things that Zaka hasn't shared with us.
Her sharp gaze swung to him.
But that's not important right now. What's important is that Zaka is okay.
And that those thugs never bother her again,
Yolanda growled. Cole nodded.
We'll have to handle that.
Wes murmured his agreement. Kai looked at the determined faces of all the people who loved Zaka. He was there, right there with them. He was one of them. I love Zaka. The realization slammed into him like a Mack truck.
Chapter 42. Zaka woke to the smell of sunshine, natural hair products, and cocoa butter. She blinked slowly, trying to remember where she was and why her body felt so heavy. "She's up?" an excited voice hissed. Moments later, 3 dark faces appeared above her bed. They were all various shades of brown and all with different hair textures, but they wore the same expression.
Welcome back to the world, sweetie,
Yolanda said, flashing a brilliant smile. She blinked slowly. "What are you guys doing here?"
Is there any world where we wouldn't be here when you need us?
Latoya asked.
You're in the hospital,
Giselle said.
Do you remember what happened?
She said,
Yolanda frowned. Latoya shuddered.
Do you think she has amnesia?
Yolanda, Giselle, and Latoya shot worried looks at her. Zaka tried to sit up. Her friends burst into movement, fluffing the pillows, gripping her shoulders, and making sure she was comfortable. "Thanks," she croaked. Zaka gazed around the hospital room. It was bigger than her entire apartment. Calming green walls, fluttery curtains, a flat-screen TV. Casey would love that. The view of the Caribbean from this high was spectacular.
Do you remember what happened yesterday?
Yolanda asked. I was walking home from a job, but I had to pass the pawn shop where... Her words slammed to a halt. Zaka chewed on the inside of her cheek. She deliberately kept the details of her debt from her friends.
Where what?
Yolanda urged. Giselle nudged her.
She just woke up. Give her a minute.
It's okay, Zaka,
Latoya said gently.
You can tell us.
There was something in that tone, something that made her think her friends already knew about the loan shark. Did Casey tell you? Zaka whispered. Giselle nibbled on her bottom lip.
I told you that when you went missing, I had a family friend look for you.
Yolanda paused.
We found out some stuff.
Her mouth went dry. How much stuff? Yolanda looked away.
Let's call the doctor first.
And Kai, too,
Latoya said.
He was at your side all night, Zaka. We had to kick him out this morning so he could get proper sleep.
Kai had stayed at her bedside all night. Why? Yolanda squeezed her hand.
Are you in any pain?
No, I feel much better today. Giselle stepped away to make a call. She mentioned West's name, and Zaka figured she was sharing the news with the guys. When Yolanda left to find out about breakfast, it was just Zaka and Latoya in the room. She gestured for Latoya to come closer. Her friend inched forward, brown eyes bright and warm.
Do you need something?
Where's Casey? Is he okay?
Yes. He went home with Dwayne. They made a room for him at his mom's house.
She sighed in relief. Zaka never found out what those thugs intended to do with her yesterday, but she was terrified they'd go after her brother. The door whirred open. Kai strode in, looking completely unraveled. His hair was sticking up. A beard was growing on his usually clean-shaven jaw, and his blue eyes looked tired. When he fastened his gaze on her, a thrill shot through her body. Kai was worldly. He was accomplished. He was exacting, broody, and stubborn. He didn't believe in love, yet when he threw his arms around her and pulled her to his chest as if he wanted to absorb her into his body, Zaka felt like it didn't matter. Maybe this could be enough. His cheek nuzzled her temple. He ran his hand down her back. He muttered under his breath and hugged her tighter. She wasn't sure if he wanted to soothe her or himself.
We'll get coffee and bring the doctor,
Giselle whispered, pointing to the door. Her friends tiptoed out. When the door clicked softly behind them, Kai let her go. She ran her fingers through his messy hair, You didn't go home?
I went upstairs when your friends kicked me out.
I thought you had an apartment close to the hospital. He shook his head.
I couldn't be that far away from you.
Zaka got lost in his blue eyes. That sounded real, but it wasn't. The devastating realization made her back away from Kai. Almost getting run over had opened her eyes to the truth. She had feelings for Kai. Real feelings. The kind of world-shattering, I don't know if I'll be able to control myself feelings that made people do really stupid things, like stay with a man who told them over and over again that they weren't looking for a real relationship. Kai's fingers glided over her chin. She closed her eyes. The need to press into his touch overwhelmed her. Everything about this man affected her. His determination to open the free clinic, his passion for excellence, the way his eyes got dark and narrow when he was thinking, the way they widened when something amused him, his rare smiles, the little glasses he wore in the office, his deep laughter. Her heart picked up speed. Who was she kidding? The only thing that would keep her safe from Kai was distance. Zaka pushed his arm away. A look of disappointment crossed Kai's face, but he hid it quickly.
The doctor said you're recovering fast. I believe they'll allow you to leave sometime this afternoon.
Good. I have things to do. He scowled at her. Zaka pretended not to notice. I'm sorry you stayed up late because of me.
I did it gladly.
You shouldn't have to. She turned slightly away. There are only a couple days left in the contract. We should start untangling our lives from each other. Since Kat already saw me, it should be okay now, right? Kai blinked rapidly. Just then the doctor walked in and shooed Kai away from her. Kai backed up, but he didn't leave completely. As the doctor worked, her friends returned and stayed quietly in the background. The fever broke, and her vitals are good, the doctor said. Giselle smiled.
That's great.
Yolanda beamed. LaToya gave her a thumbs up. She tried to drum up enthusiasm for her friends, but her gaze shifted to Kai. He was staring intently at her. She looked away. Does anyone know when Casey is getting here?
Soon,
Giselle said. Yolanda said,
I talked to Dwayne. Your brother says he's glad you're okay, and he'll be there after he finishes his tamales.
Her eyebrows arched. He chose tamales over me?
I think the key word here is, he's glad you're okay.
LaToya snorted. Zaka rolled her eyes. Kai's phone started to buzz. Zaka glanced at him. My friends are here, so you don't have to worry about me. She jutted her chin at the door. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Kai flashed her another studious look. She hoped her expression was casual and indifferent when she nudged him. It's okay. I'll be totally fine.
We'll take good care of her, Kai,
Giselle said, offering him a reassuring smile.
Okay.
Kai pressed one fist on the bed and braced the other on the headboard. Leaning in, he placed a kiss on her forehead. Zaka couldn't help herself. She tugged him by his tie, bringing his face down so she could kiss his lips. Their lips brushed tenderly. It was softer, sweeter than any of the kisses they'd shared before. He pulled back reluctantly.
I'll come back before you're discharged, okay? Promise.
She nodded, relieved that he would make the effort. Kai motioned a goodbye to her friends and marched out. Yolanda sat on the edge of the bed.
You two make everything feel so dramatic. Is it just me? I thought he was going off to war the way you pulled him back for that kiss.
Zaka found the strength to laugh, even though her heart was breaking. LaToya joined them on the bed next. Zaka pulled up her legs to make space for her. This hospital room is a lot better than the one I stayed in when I hurt my ankle. She smiled at the memory. I could blast K-pop in here and no one would hear me.
Do you want us to play some K-pop right now? Seeing Yenta's gorgeous face always gives me energy.
Latoya said. Zaka shook her head. I'm okay. A knock sounded at the door. Zaka froze when Sharon walked into her hospital room. The doctor looked contritely at the ground, her hands clasped behind her back. What are you doing here? Zaka frowned. She'd forgiven Sharon for trying to buy her off. After all, liking someone could make a woman go a little crazy. That much was understandable. Not acceptable, but understandable. However, Sharon ran to Kai with lies, and that was foul. She had no respect for the doctor and didn't want to hear any excuses either. I didn't know you had guests, Sharon whispered. I'll come back another time. Please don't, Zaka said. A vein in Sharon's neck bulged. I guess I deserve that. Yolanda rose and folded her arms over her chest.
My friend is still recovering. Kindly remove yourself from this room before we do it for you.
Latoya stood too. Giselle tilted her chin up, waiting. Zaka watched her friends jump to her defense without question. Tears pressed against her eyes. She really had stumbled on an amazing group of women. Sharon blinked rapidly. Okay, I'm leaving. Latoya tugged Yolanda back to the bed when the doctor ran out.
What's her deal?
Giselle nodded to the door. She likes Kai. A lot. And she did something really shady to try and get between us. Latoya frowned.
I thought doctors had more sense than that.
Doctors are people too,
Giselle reminded them.
There's nothing that different about humans. It doesn't matter what we look like. Deep down, we all want the same things.
Latoya rolled her eyes.
Whose side are you on?
Yolanda tattled.
She's been getting philosophical ever since she started reading West's favorite books.
Giselle defended herself.
They're a good time.
They're biographies.
Yolanda made a face. Zaka laughed. Her friends broke out into smiles.
There's our girl,
Giselle said, patting her shoulder. Zaka's phone vibrated. Kai.
Are you okay? You seemed upset earlier.
Zaka. I'm fine. She wasn't upset with him. What complaint did she have other than Kai was too sweet, handsome, and generous toward her? How could she tell him she wanted him more than all the things he'd given her? Kai had a vision and a direction for his life, a vision that did not include her. She had to protect herself first. The only thing that could hurt her more than leaving him would be staying.
Chapter 43. Kai stared at his phone and tried to make sense of Zaka's text message. It was difficult to interpret a woman's tone from one line, but something felt off. He turned the phone around and around on his desk. Joe, Kai yelled. His assistant poked his head into the office.
The answer is still no, Adderley. I don't have any updates on the police investigation.
Check this for me. He motioned for Joe to round his desk. Joe leaned over his shoulder and glared at the screen.
What am I looking at?
Zaka's response. Does nothing seem strange to you?
Nope.
Kai set the phone face down on his desk. Pooling his fingers together, he rested his chin on his hands and thought about what could be wrong. Joe studied him.
Ms. Zaka is right downstairs. If you'd like a proper explanation for her message, you can question her yourself.
I don't want to crowd her. She's with her friends.
Ah.
Joe gestured to the phone.
Perhaps that explains the short response.
Zaka pushed him away when they were alone in the hospital room. It was unlike her. She never recoiled when they touched.
You have a meeting soon,
Joe said.
Will you continue to stare into space or...
Kai's phone buzzed before he could respond. It was Sharon. He ignored it. I'll take a quick shower at my apartment and get some other essentials before I meet with the board.
I'll forward your calls then.
He nodded and made his way out.
Kai!
Sharon burst through his door and strode into his office.
Why do you keep ignoring me?
Joe cleared his throat.
I'm going to see myself out.
While his assistant tiptoed through the door, Sharon marched in front of him.
Every time I visit your office, your receptionist tells me you're busy.
I am busy, Sharon. He strode past her.
Wait, Kai.
Not now.
I wanted to apologize.
She yelled at his back. Kai went still.
What I did that day, making up that story.
She released a shuddering breath.
It was out of line and petty.
I'm not the one you should be apologizing to.
I tried talking to Zaka, but her scary friends kicked me out.
Zaka's sisters weren't scary, but they were extremely protective. He could imagine the cold reception Sharon had been given.
Kai, we've been friends for so long.
Sharon touched his shoulder.
I don't want something like this to get between us.
The something like this you're referring to is making up lies about my girlfriend. He narrowed his eyes. And there is no us, Sharon.
Kai.
He chose his next words carefully. I respect you as a professional, and I acknowledge our history as friends, but from now on, do not approach me unless it is about the hospital or the welfare of a patient.
You'll really cut me off for her? Some bimbo you just met a couple months ago?
Watch your next words very carefully, Sharon, Kai warned. Her cheeks reddened.
Fine. I was wrong for trying to meddle, but I did it because I care about you, Kai. She might be beautiful and passionate, but that's not enough to build a life around.
Sharon.
Someone that young has no idea how the world works. They're flaky, shallow, and easily bored.
Zaka is none of those things.
She will never stay by your side.
Sharon approached him with urgent footsteps.
Do you know the kind of strength it takes to be your partner? She has to understand how important your work is. She has to respect that you won't always be there. The kids these days want coddling and constant attention. They're not built like us.
In slow, measured steps, he drew close to her. If it came down to a choice, I would choose Zaka over and over again. I would choose her over you. Every time. Her eyes flashed with hurt. Kai felt no remorse. She had pushed him to be harsh when he'd been trying his best to let her down easily. Excuse me, I have to prepare for a meeting. Kai stepped past Sharon and strode into the hallway. Joe matched his steps.
Should I ask the International Hospital for another neurosurgeon?
Sharon is professional about her work. There's no need.
You're confident she'll stay?
She treasures her pride over everything else. Leaving would be admitting defeat. He checked his watch. We wouldn't have remained friends for as long as we did if she couldn't handle this much.
I pity your friends.
Kai stopped, slung his arm around Joe's neck and said, Dare to repeat that.
You're offended?
It's mildly hurtful. He nodded at Joe's balding head. The closest thing I have to a friend is you. Joe shuddered.
What gave you that impression?
Am I wrong?
Dead wrong. Absolutely wrong. More wrong than you've ever been about anything.
Kai chuckled. Joe shrugged him off and gave him a strange look.
You've started acting questionably since you and Mrs. Zaka got together.
She makes me want to be a different man.
That's quite romantic.
Is it?
For you.
Joe clarified. I think Zaka's upset with me. Kai stroked his chin.
And you're in a good mood because of that?
I'm in a good mood because I have something to tell her.
Something like?
Kai smirked.
Keep me in suspense, why don't you?
They stepped into the lift. He punched the button for Zaka's floor. Joe noticed, but didn't comment. As expected, Zaka's room was crowded with her friends and her brother Casey. Kai peeked in on her through the window in the door. She was sitting up. He was relieved to see that she looked much better. Her skin glowed and her smile shined brighter than the sun. He wondered if she could see him through the glass and lifted his hand to get her attention. Her eyes met his. They went flat. What was up with that? Before Kai could make sense of it, the door whirred open and Yolanda walked out. She looked him up and down.
You still haven't changed?
I'm on my way to my apartment.
Ah.
Yolanda nodded. Kai took a step back. Thank you for taking care of her.
It's what you do when you love someone,
she said. Her eyes were dark, intense.
You show up even when it's inconvenient.
It felt like a lecture. Kai studied Zaka's sister intently. I'm learning.
Not good enough. She isn't someone's practice session. She isn't the training wheel. You should know how to drive before you get a car that luxurious.
Joe pulled his lips in. Kai dipped his head. I understand. Sharon was right. Zaka's friends were scary. Chapter 44. Kai showered and changed into a fresh suit. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror. He usually didn't take much stock in his appearance, though he did treasure being well-groomed. His beard had grown out overnight. Kai checked his watch and then glanced at his reflection again. There were wrinkles under his blue eyes and a few grey strands in his beard. Deciding to shave, even if it cost him more time, Kai got rid of the beard until he was smooth again. The way Zaka liked it. Joe called him with a reminder about the meeting. "I'm aware," he said, grabbing his wallet and house keys. Joe met him downstairs and opened the car door.
"You look spiffy."
"I have a lady to impress." Kai grinned. On the way to the hospital, Kai looked over the contractor applications for the free clinic. Zaka had reminded him that their 3 months were almost over. It meant the wager was almost complete too. Once Kat handed his grandfather's land back to him, he wanted to be ready to move.
"We're here, sir,"
Joe said. He glanced up and saw that they were in the basement parking lot of the hospital. Stuffing the proposals into the briefcase, Kai stepped out of the car and headed to the lift.
"Will we check on Ms. Zaka again?"
Joe asked. "I'll be quick." Joe tapped his foot on the ground.
"You really don't have the time."
Kai considered it. "All right, I'll go and check on her after the meeting." The doors whirred apart. Kai moved into the admin lobby and saw the receptionist shooting him worried looks. "Mr. Adderley," the receptionist said.
"What's wrong?"
Joe asked, noticing her frantic expression. She wrung her dark hands. "Everyone is in the conference room waiting for you." "I'm aware," Kai said shortly. Joe gestured.
"After you."
They walked confidently to the conference room and threw the door open. Kai stopped short. Joe froze as well. Rather than the accounting team he was supposed to be meeting with, the room was filled with board members. A few of the hospital directors were also in attendance, although they did not sit around a table. He studied their somber faces and frowned. "What is this?" "Mr. Adderley, we need to talk." Mark Sutherland, the chairman, pointed to a chair at the end of the table. He remained in place, his fingers tightening into fists. Mark said again, "Mr. Adderley." "I wasn't made aware of a board meeting," Kai snapped. This smelled like an ambush. He swung his eyes between the chairman of the board and Dr. Parker, who looked a little too smug. Dr. Parker preened. "We had an emergency board meeting." Kai frowned. "Without the CEO?" Dr. Parker said, "This meeting was about you, Adderley." Kai answered, "I should have been informed either way." "The board is an independent organism," said Dr. Parker. "This is my hospital." Kai stood his ground. Dr. Parker shot back. "Yes, but even so, it is a hospital, and it is guided by rules that do not apply to a regular business." Kai scowled. Sutherland looked at him with dull eyes. "A few troubling facts have come to light. This blasted committee." Kai stood tall. "And these facts are so dire that you needed to gather the board behind my back?" "Please, sit." Sutherland pointed to the chair. "This better be good," Kai snapped. Marching to the end of the table, a position he rarely ever occupied, he folded himself into a seat and glared at the chairman. Sutherland said, "Turn your attention to the projector." Kai frowned at him for a few seconds more. "What is the problem?" "The projector, Adderley." Sutherland's expression remained blank. "Can someone turn off the lights again?" Dr. Parker grinned with glee and rushed to do the chairman's bidding. Darkness fell swiftly. Kai gritted his teeth, his patience already lost. Sutherland picked up a remote and pressed it. An image of him and Zaka filled the screen. It was the picture they'd taken before he'd announced their relationship. A stunning mirror shot. Zaka looked like a dream. Kai shot to his feet. "Why is my girlfriend a topic of discussion, Sutherland?" Dr. Parker crooned. "Girlfriend? Isn't she just a hired escort?" Kai lurched at the snake. Joe was there in an instant, holding him back.
"Adderley, this is bad. You can't make it worse."
"Bastard," Kai spit. "I ask that we keep our discussion civilized." The chairman's eyes shot to Kai. "Mr. Adderley." Kai grudgingly took his seat again. His eyes swung to the projector as another picture appeared. It was a shot from a few years ago, one of the few Zaka had up on social media. She was in a school uniform, a stiff white dress with a short red tie. Her hair was pasted back into a bun. She looked so young and carefree. He didn't want any of these bastards gathering around, talking crap about her. "Be very careful what you say about my woman, Sutherland," Kai said, dragging his eyes back to the chairman, "because I will be very happy to sue for defamation." "We have evidence, Mr. Adderley Sutherland pressed another button, and there was a picture of Zaka in a short skirt and a tube top. She was sitting on a velvet sofa beside an obviously drunk man. The lights were low, and there were many other girls in the room, but she was the most beautiful. Kai's temper flared hotter. He couldn't breathe. He needed to hit something. Dr. Parker stood and smirked. We also have a written testimony from Bill Coulson. He admits to hiring your girlfriend and using her services. Kai's face got darker. He wanted to launch himself at Parker, but Coulson was his fault. He thought he had the prick in a corner, but the rat had turned around and bit in his hand. Sutherland said, "Mr. Adderley, you do indeed have ruling shares of the hospital, but we have cause to question your moral compass and your handling of the hospital's finances. If you use business funds to engage in any of your activities with this young lady." Kai slammed his fist on the table and rose. "Enough." Then, the chairman continued without stopping, "We will see to it that you are not only banned from managing this hospital," his eyes narrowed, "but that you are blocked from opening any other hospitals in Belize."
Chapter 45. Zaka knew something was wrong the minute Joe appeared in her hospital room. There was something different about the way he watched her. A frantic uncertainty.
"Ms. Zaka."
He stumbled over his words. It was clear he was putting effort into smiling.
"Adderley wanted to be here to see you off, but I'm afraid he's caught up at the moment."
Yolanda frowned.
He's not coming? He's acting like this because of our little discussion?
What discussion?
It was more like a warning.
Yolanda tugged her purse over her shoulder.
Where is he? Let me talk to him.
Zaka grabbed her friend's hand to keep her from barging into Kai's office. It's okay.
"Please accept his apologies."
Sweat beaded on Joe's forehead. He plucked a handkerchief from his pocket and dotted his skin.
"Even in the middle of his ordeal, he stopped and asked me to attend to you. He would prefer to be by your side, but—"
It's okay. You can save the long explanations. Zaka's heart dragged to the ground. She'd gotten used to this. Kai always sent other people in his place. Work was his priority, his vision, his everything. Everyone had warned her about it. There was no sense in being shocked or sad, but she was. The disappointment ran through her. She found a smile from deep inside and pasted it on her face so Joe wouldn't go back and tell Kai how miserable she'd been. Would he care anyway? An ache started at the base of her skull. Why did I have to fall in love with him? Giselle wrapped comforting fingers around her arm. Latoya stood behind her, her presence warm and comforting.
We've got her,
Yolanda said, dismissing Joe with a jerk of her chin.
"I'll see you out at least."
There's no need, Joe. But Kai's assistant didn't take no for an answer. He followed them out to the lobby. As Zaka stepped through the hospital doors and into the bright Belizean sunshine, she remembered the last time she'd left this hospital. She'd approached these very stairs, her foot aching so badly it brought tears to her eyes. There were only a couple steps in front of her, but it might as well had been Mount Olympus. She'd never felt more alone. And then Kai showed up, like Prince Charming. He didn't know her, had never seen her a day in her life, yet he didn't buy that she was fine. He didn't listen when she brushed him off. He came back with a wheelchair, drove her gently into it, and pushed her down the ramp. Then he found her a taxi. Then he paid for that taxi, all without expecting a thing in return. What he did that day touched her deeply and made her trust him, enough that she agreed to be his fake girlfriend. If only she'd known that her heart would have gotten tangled in him because of that decision. Would she still have said yes? West pulled the car up to the front of the hospital. His dark hair flopped as he opened the back door of his SUV.
"Everybody inside?"
West asked, glancing over his shoulder at them. Zaka asked, "Guys, do you mind winding the window down?"
"Sure."
Giselle, who was in the front seat, pressed the button. Slowly, Zaka's window descended. "Joe!" she called. He whirled around and watched her.
Yes, Mrs. Zaka.
Tell Kai that I'm okay. Don't let him worry.
I will.
She waved. He waved back and then hurried into the hospital like his wife was about to deliver their firstborn son. She watched him, a crease between her eyebrow.
Is it just me, or did he seem like he was bugging?
Latoya asked. Giselle glanced back.
What do you mean?
I felt it too,
Yolanda said.
I wonder if something's going on at the hospital.
Whatever it is, Kai has it under control, Zaka spoke confidently. Latoya smirked.
You're that confident in your boyfriend?
He's worked hard to get to where he is now, Zaka mused, closing her eyes. And he has a clear vision of where he wants to end up. He won't let anything get in the way of that. Not even love. Not even her. Latoya placed a hand on her thigh.
You can sleep. We'll be at your place in no time.
Zaka rested her head on her sister's shoulder and slept until she was home. Chapter 46. A thud on the front door woke her up. Zaka peered through grimy eyes and saw shadows filling her room. It was late. Had her sisters come back again? Zaka hoped not. She didn't mind being babied by them for a short time, but she hated feeling smothered. She'd been alone for so long that after a while she needed her space. Her sisters seemed to understand. Or maybe they were just as eager to get back to their own lives. They had given up their entire morning and a part of their afternoon for her. There were more thuds on the door. She ran a hand over her face groggily. "I'm coming," she groaned. Throwing off the comforter, she shuffled into the hallway. Her body was still a little weak, though not as bad as yesterday. Sleeping for a few hours helped renew her energy. Zaka scratched the tip of her nose. "Who is it?"
Heavenly.
She frowned and opened the door. Her old friend stomped into the apartment. Heavenly wore a sparkly pink dress and tennis shoes. Her long weave hung past her tailbone. "Heavenly, what are you doing here?" Zaka asked, immediately on edge.
I did something.
She paced the living room.
Something that crossed the line. And I don't know how to tell you, but I can't sleep since it happened. And I feel like I should let you know.
"What?" Zaka gasped.
Even girls like me have lines we don't cross, you know. It doesn't matter where that line is, just that I have one.
"Heavenly, slow down and tell me what's going on." She stopped and gave Zaka a guilty look.
I sold your photos.
Zaka's blood went cold. What kind of photos? Was I naked in them? And who did you sell them to? Bill Coulson?
No. I wouldn't take photos of you while you were changing. I'm not a creep.
Then?
I sold some shots of you working. Gave them to a guy named Parker.
She swallowed hard.
He's Bill's friend, so maybe Bill told him he could get what he wanted from me.
Zaka's voice rose. "Why would you do that?"
I don't know,
Heavenly screeched. "That's a cop-out, and you know it." Heavenly shook her head.
He offered to pay for them.
And you could have said no. Zaka felt the pressure building in her chest and taking over her body. "How could you do that to me?"
Because I was jealous.
Heavenly snapped.
None of my clients have ever treated me the way Adderley treats you. He doesn't hide you in the shadows, and he doesn't look at you like you're his shiny trophy either. It's not right. We're show ponies. We're lovers for hire. We're everything a man wants us to be in his twisted little mind. They never see us. But Adderley saw you. Hell, he wanted you. All of you. And it wasn't fair that you've barely been in the business. And you already found love.
Zaka felt herself becoming slowly unhinged. Heavenly, what the hell were the pictures for? Heavenly whispered.
To take Adderley down.
Zaka's entire body went still.
At first, I thought Parker was only going to threaten him with them, you know? Keep it private. A little scandal exposed behind closed doors doesn't hurt anybody, but that wasn't Parker's plan. He wanted to expose you. Publicly. He wanted Kai to fall in front of everyone.
Her throat tightened. She couldn't breathe. No, this couldn't be happening.
I thought about not telling you. A part of me thought maybe you deserved it. The truth was the truth. You tried so hard to run from it, as if there's something dirty.
Heavenly choked on her breath.
Forget it. I don't care about what anyone thinks about me. But I care that I went out of line. I'm sorry, Zaka.
The world got blurry. The roaring in her head was too loud.
Are you okay? Hey, Zaka.
Please leave.
Zaka,
Thank you for telling me, Heavenly. I hope it eases your guilty conscience. Now I need you to leave.
But...
Get out. A moment later, Heavenly was gone. Zaka wasted no time. Hurrying into her bedroom, she grabbed her phone and dialed Kai's number. It was busy. Desperately, she called Joe next. He picked up.
Hello, Mrs. Zaka.
Joe, my friend just told me about a plot to kick Kai out of the hospital. They're going to use my past against him. You need to warn him. It was some doctor named...
Parker?
How did you know?
Because he made his move today.
The wind left her body in a gush. Zaka sank to the edge of her bed.
It was this afternoon, when you were being discharged from the hospital.
Her heart pained her. Joe.
It's not looking good, Ms. Zaka.
She stared numbly at the wall. Kai was going through this because of her. Yet in the middle of the chaos, he still sent Joe down to help her. He was still thinking of her, caring for her, in his own way. It wasn't in the way she'd wanted, but it was in the only way he was capable of. Zaka blinked rapidly. Is he...
He's fighting,
Joe whispered.
But not for himself.
What?
He wants those pictures deleted and non-disclosure agreements signed. He's willing to strike a deal with the chairman to step down from his position.
Zaka felt like she'd been slammed in the gut.
Mrs. Zaka, I have to go.
No, Joe. Her voice trembled. Her fingers dug into her bedsheets. He can't lose his position at the hospital. His dream is to triple profits and funnel that to the free clinic. He's put his entire soul into getting that done. He should be fighting to keep his position, not fighting to protect me.
You know, Adderley, once he makes a decision, there's no changing his mind.
Horrified, Zaka covered her mouth. Kai had hired her, not to fulfill a bet, but to make his dreams come true. He'd started down this road in order to protect his grandfather's legacy. Now, because of her, he was about to lose everything. I can't let him do that, she whispered.
Ms. Zaka, I'm afraid I really cannot stay on the line. I'll let Mr. Adderley know you called.
No, don't.
Excuse me?
Don't tell him I know. A dark certainty fell on her heart. She was the reason Kai's plan blew up in his face. She needed to be the one to fix it.
Chapter 47. Kai cursed as the number he dialed went to voicemail. The public health commissioner, who had offered his support before, was now ignoring his calls. Joe slipped into the room, his face pale.
No response?
Kai shook his head. Parker must have gotten to him too. Joe dug his fingers into the back of the chair.
He must have been planning this for a while. Your allies are outnumbered by Parker's cronies, and the chairman is adamant about kicking you out. It's a power play. They want control of the hospital.
They can't kick me out of the CEO seat, Kai said.
Yes, that's very true. You hold majority shares. But they're right. This isn't like a normal business. If a hospital is being mismanaged, they have the power to oust you from the day-to-day management. It's a built-in safety measure.
Kai bristled. I know all the safety measures.
Why don't we contact the international board? If we can't find any help in Belize, we must take the fight public, make it loud. The only path where we'll win is the one that leads to an aggressive play.
No, Kai swept his hand out.
But Adderley...
I said no. He strode around his desk and gripped the back of his chair. His chest heaved. His eyes burned like someone threw sand in it. We have to keep this contained. I don't want it spreading to international channels. Joe's eyes dropped to the ground.
I know you want to protect Ms. Zaka.
I don't want to protect her, Joe. I need to. He ran a hand through his hair. We find a solution in Belize and we keep this quiet. Do you understand? Joe nodded. Kai let out a shaking breath and squeezed his eyes shut. He had to think. Dr. Parker instigated a mutiny, but he doubted it was a flawless coup. Some of his guns had to have misfired. Some of his cronies had to be wary of his motives. Sure, Kai wasn't the most loved man in the hospital. A few loud board members were wary of feeding profits to an NGO, but not everyone thought that way. Some board members truly wanted better for Belize. We need to meet with anyone on the board who will give us the time of day. Kai paced back and forth. We have to convince them to throw their support behind me. This allegation is ridiculous, but it's taboo enough in Belize that no one wants to touch it.
You think one discussion will turn the tide?
Of course not.
Joe suggested Dr. Parker might have dirt on them.
You think?
It explains why they're keeping quiet. Even if he doesn't have any of their scandals in his back pocket, the fact that he was comfortable exposing you, the highest manager in this hospital, is a warning to all of them. If he could destroy you and get away with it, they're nothing in comparison.
Kai bent over, his palm skating against his desk. That's a risk I'll just have to take. A soft knock on the door caught his attention. Kai's body jerked forward when he saw Zaka stepping into the room. She wore a simple t-shirt and jeans. Her hair was pulled back into a low, frizzy ponytail. Dark eyes found his and held. He blinked rapidly. Zaka, what are you doing here?
We need to talk.
Joe glanced between his face and Zaka's. Finally, his assistant stepped away.
I'll make some calls.
Zaka smiled at Joe when he squeezed her shoulder on his way out. The smile was sad. It dropped completely when she looked at him again. Kai remained behind his desk. How are you feeling?
Fine.
I'm sorry I couldn't be there this afternoon. Something came up. His eyes darted away from hers. Zaka sat on the couch in his office. She jutted her chin at the opposite sofa.
Can you sit down, please?
Kai didn't move. There was a finality in her eyes, a resignation in her tone. He didn't like any of it. You should be at home resting.
Kai, please sit down.
I'm busy, Zaka. I don't have time.
You never have time. That's why I'm here.
He paused, stared at her. She was looking into her lap. Resistance bored in Kai's chest, but he moved around his desk and approached the wingback chair slowly. Placing his hand on top of the ornate velvet, he spoke in a stiff voice. Whatever you've come to say.
Is what? Irrelevant.
She lifted her head. Her eyes were narrowed. Her cheeks looked like delicate knives. His heart tightened. He wanted to protect her. He wanted to wrap his arms around her for just a minute, just to get his energy back. But Zaka held herself stiffly. Touching her was out of the picture. Of course not, Kai said, with a hint of breathless shock.
I could have died yesterday,
Zaka said. He sank into the chair. I know.
You know what I thought before I collapsed?
She slipped her fingers around her knee.
Kai's in a meeting. I hope this doesn't bother him.
He shook his head. No, Zaka.
It's funny how you always act like you know what I want and what I need. You bark out orders and you give me things and you make it seem like you're doing me this big favor.
She glanced up.
But you're not. All you're doing is pushing the responsibility of actually caring, of actually being vulnerable and present to someone else.
Kai's heart sank. He felt rattled. It was the first time in his life, the first time since his grandfather died, that the panic consumed him whole. Zaka, wait.
That's fair. I'm not complaining. You bought my time. You bought me. I'm your Barbie doll.
Her eyebrows tightened.
I'm your personal escort service.
He frowned. That's not what you are.
But here's the thing. You didn't buy me. You're not allowed to control me.
It felt like bombs were flying out of her mouth. Each one landed on him and exploded, shaking the ground and rattling the walls.
I don't want to do this anymore. She
she said. Kai was on his feet, and then he was in front of her. Zaka, I understand how you're feeling. I do. He swallowed hard. His hand settled on her shoulder, and he winced when she pulled back. I'm sorry.
It's too late for apologies, Kai.
She turned dark brown eyes on him.
Everyone warned me. Sharon, Categoria. They all said the same thing, but I got lost in my own head and forgot that this is just business. This is just a job.
He winced.
I want this to end here.
His heart slammed into his ribs. Zaka.
Since I'm ending the agreement early, I understand that I'm forfeiting the right to the rest of the money.
Her eyes were on his window, on the vivid nighttime view of Belize City.
I also understand that there's a penalty fee for walking out first, and I'll pay it.
She swallowed.
In installments.
Zaka, stop. She pulled her hands together.
I can't do this anymore, Kai.
His eyes searched hers. Did you find out about what the board decided? Is that why you're doing this? He scrambled for her hand. Desperation made him hold tightly to her. Zaka, you don't have to worry about any of that. I'll protect you. I'll do everything in my power to make sure they don't hurt you.
Don't you get it, Kai?
She wrenched her hand free of his. He winced.
They don't have any power to hurt me. How can the truth hurt? I did work in the back rooms of bars. I did drink with married guys and politicians and music producers. I did attend the hospital gala with Coulson. That's the truth. But I never cared what other people thought of me. The only opinion I cared about were my friends.
She threw her hands high.
So go ahead, let them blast it. I don't care anymore. I just know that I want out. Out of this world, out of the pretense. I need to get away from you.
The words slashed him in the gut. He was bleeding. Somewhere, some part of him. It hurt. He couldn't breathe. Zaka stood, her face hard and her voice cold.
Since you started all this to get your grandfather's land, you should see it through to the end. You have my permission to make up whatever story you want about why I'm gone. You can tell Kat that I went to study in America or something. If she needs to call me and confirm, I'll do it. I'll say yes to whatever story you gave her.
Kai didn't say anything. He felt like someone had reached into his insides and yanked out all the vital organs. He couldn't move.
I don't want you to call me or come and see me. Not that you did much of that on your own time.
Her smile was dark.
I hope you can respect my wishes, Kai.
He launched to his feet. Was it really that burdensome for you?
Yes.
She stared him right in the eyes.
It was.
Kai moved toward her. I don't believe you.
I don't care.
I love you, Zaka. It burst out of him. He couldn't control it, couldn't hold it back. She was here, looking small and determined. She was here saying such terrible things. Zaka sucked in a deep breath.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that.
Kai blinked in shock. His heart shattered. Were you always this cruel? She flinched.
Am I cruel now because I'm not running into the billionaire's arms?
He stared at her.
You really believe you can control me, don't you?
Zaka.
I don't want your kind of love, Kai.
Her face turned slightly away from his.
You might have feelings for me. Maybe. You want to sleep with me? Sure. But love? It's not just a word. You can't throw it out there like anything changes. You're still the guy who would rather attend a meeting than be with me. You're still the guy who wants his grandfather's legacy more than anyone or anything. I'll always come second.
She finally fastened her eyes on him.
I'll always be fighting for your attention. I will never be enough for you. And I don't want that. I don't want to lower my expectations for someone who doesn't know how to meet them.
Kai pulled his fingers into fists. Enough. You've made your point. For a second, he saw tears glisten in her eyes before she blinked, and it was gone.
Goodbye, Kai.
He couldn't bring himself to tell her goodbye. Kai faced the wall overlooking Belize City and planted his hands on his hips. He heard Zaka's footsteps as she moved to the door. He heard the creak as it opened, the click as it shut. Kai ran a hand over his face in frustration. Zaka's words echoed all through the room like they'd been trapped in the walls.
Adderley,
Joe said, stepping into the room.
Are you okay?
No, he wasn't, but he wouldn't let Joe see him fall apart. Where are we with our allies on the board? Anyone return a call? Joe watched him carefully.
Adderley, you really don't look good. You should sit down. Take a breath.
We don't have time for that, Joe. He strode to his desk. His assistant nodded, although he didn't look pleased.
I did get through to Beza.
Beza? Kai was stunned. Joe said,
He's willing to talk.
Kai blew out a shaky breath. His eyes felt heavy. His chest was on fire, but he had to work. It was the only thing he could do while his heart was breaking.
Chapter 48. Number. That was the only word that could describe her. In the past, she would have handled the burden of her pain and heartbreak on her own. She would have wrapped herself in a blanket and went to sleep, and pretended nothing had ever happened. But Kai had taught her that saying she was okay didn't mean it was true, and saying it 100 times didn't mean anyone really bought it. So Zaka decided to call her friends. She asked Coach Martin to take Casey home after football practice, and then she called her K-pop sisters together. The tears were there when she saw them, but she didn't let it fall. Instead, she asked if they could listen to Gen 10 first. The room was quiet except for the loud pop song. No one sang along. No one danced. The hurt must have been written on her face because everyone was sober. Giselle held her hand tightly while LaToya had an arm around her shoulder. Comfortable in the safety of her friends, Zaka cried silently until the song was over. When it was done, no one pressed play to switch to another song. Yolanda was the first to speak.
We don't need to know what happened,
she said quietly.
But if it's Kai, all you need to say is how much blood you want spilled. We can make it easy, or we can make it painful.
Zaka laughed softly and wiped away her tears. We broke up, she sighed. Although I don't think you can call it breaking up when we weren't really going out in the first place. The room remained silent. Zaka glanced at each of her friends. Why are none of you surprised?
Remember when Yolanda said she looked into you when you went missing?
LaToya spoke softly. Zaka's eyes whipped to Yolanda. The tall, elegant woman stared right back at her.
We know everything.
Everything? Yolanda explained.
We don't know the details, but we do know that you hadn't been seeing Kai Adderley romantically. We also knew about what you were doing with your friend Heavenly.
Her throat got tight. Since when?
Since the night of Kai Adderley's welcome gala,
Giselle said, rubbing her back.
We knew you were going to be there because someone RSVP'd with your name, but we didn't know who you were going there with. If we knew it was Bill Coulson, we would have spotted you sooner.
She sucked in a sharp breath. This whole time.
Zaka.
LaToya leaned forward.
We couldn't care less about what you had to do while you were struggling.
We only wish you'd come to us,
Giselle added.
I'm offended that you thought we'd see you in a different light.
Yolanda gave her a stern look.
None of us are saints in this couch. None of us. And we haven't gone through the crap you have either. The fact that you're still here, that you're still standing, it makes you incredible.
Zaka felt the tears again. Can you not? I didn't want to cry any more tonight. LaToya pulled her into a warm embrace.
Why did you break up with Kai? He seemed to really like you.
My past would have cost him everything he cared about. I couldn't let that happen.
I understand,
Yolanda said. Giselle patted her back. LaToya murmured,
I did the same thing with Cole. His family was going to lose Malika because of me.
The difference is you got back with Cole. Zaka's bottom lip quivered. But I was horrible to Kai tonight. I said some really harsh things, and it was the only way to get him to...
We know, baby.
Yolanda smoothed a hand over her hair. He said he loved me. She sobbed. It was big and ugly. He said he loved me, and I told him I'd pretend I didn't hear it. I didn't mean it. Zaka rocked, her heart aching so badly she feared she'd never be the same. I didn't mean it. I love him too. Yolanda murmured soothing words. Giselle brought her some water. LaToya kept hugging and rocking with her. Zaka let herself fall apart, knowing that her friends would be there to put her back together. Chapter 49. Zaka wanted to stay in Giselle's apartment, surrounded by K-pop posters and the life-sized cutout of Aung Sung-hoon. She wanted to stay shielded behind the friends who always had her back. But real life didn't care that her heart was broken. There were bills, responsibilities, Casey's football tournaments. Plus, she had to pay Kai back for breaking the contract. It was easy to keep busy. The errand girl service picked up. Business was good, too good. As news of her work and her affordability spread, she had an influx of requests. Soon, Zaka had to hire someone else to join her team. The days were long, even though they were busy. She thought of Kai every day, especially when she got a glimpse of the beautiful Caribbean Sea. There was no forgetting his smiles, his laughter, his bright blue eyes in the moonlight. Zaka didn't bother trying to wean herself off him. It would happen someday, she hoped. Maybe sometime in the future. One day she'd get out of bed and he wouldn't be the first thought in her head. Her heart wouldn't ache for him. Guilt wouldn't chew her out for hurting him the way she did. But until that day, she kept on watching for any news of Kai that she could find. Every day, Zaka got up, checked the papers, social media, and online news outlets looking for one thing. At last, she saw what she needed. Kai's free clinic. He was building it. When she saw those words in the headlines, a tear dripped down her cheek. It was finally happening. All the heartbreak, all the pain, all the angry, hurtful words she'd thrown at the man she loved. They'd fallen as seeds into the ground and formed blooms. Kai had finally accomplished his goal. His grandfather's legacy was going to be established in Belize. Too restless to keep her joy to herself, she danced outside and saw Casey lounging in his boxers with a box of cereal open at his side. She grabbed her brother by the neck and gave him a squeeze. "Casey, you won't believe what just happened."
Ah!
He clawed at her hands. She planted a big kiss on his cheek.
Ew.
He shot to a sitting position and wiped his cheek.
That's disgusting. Why would you kiss me?
They're going to build the free clinic.
Huh?
He stared at her like she was crazy. Zaka danced around her living room and pumped her fists. Kai had made his dreams come true. It was all she'd ever wanted for him. Casey scowled and set the box of cereal on the ground.
By the way, some weird number called our landline when you were out on a job.
What number? She moved to the kitchen and poured herself a glass of milk.
I don't know. I looked it up. Seemed like it was coming from London.
She froze, her fingers wrapped around the milk container. Casey returned to the couch and scratched his belly.
Why are you staring like that?
No reason, she said. He looked up from behind the couch.
Does it have something to do with Adderley?
She swallowed hard. No.
Sis, I know you're paying him back every month since the breakup.
That's nothing you need to worry about, she said, taking a sip of her milk. He frowned at her.
I told you to dox my pay too. You can pay him back faster if we work together.
That money is going straight to your college fund. Don't act like it's something we can spend on silly things. Casey folded his arms over his chest.
It's not silly, big sis. Ever since those thugs almost killed you.
They didn't. I was the one who ran into traffic.
And you never would have done that unless they were running after you like a bunch of idiots.
Casey scowled at her. It was a long time ago.
They're lucky your friend stepped in and got that restraining order for you, or...
Or what? His eyes slid away.
I would have gone to the cops myself.
Smiling, Zaka drew closer to her brother and rubbed his head. You're sweet when you want to be.
Don't use that tone. I'm not a kid.
He glared at her.
I mean it about my salary. Adderley might not be the jerk I thought he was, but paying him off faster means you can move on faster.
He swallowed.
At least you won't be so sad anymore.
I'm not sad.
Sis?
He slanted her a deadpan look that only siblings could deliver.
You don't sleep.
I'm working.
You don't eat.
I'm working, she said, averting her eyes.
You don't listen to your Chinese...
Korean.
Music unless you're with those other girls.
She tried to drum up a smile and failed miserably. When do you have so much time to observe me? You're always at school or football practice.
You're the strong one. I get that.
His eyes dropped to the ground.
But I've told you before that I'm not a kid anymore. I can help you.
And I appreciate that. But it's still not your responsibility. I'm your older sister. I'm the one who should be worried about you, not the other way around. Zaka was a lot better about accepting help, but she drew the line at putting burdens on her little brother that didn't need to be there. When you've graduated and you've decided what you want to do with your life, whether that's being a pro football player like Coach Dwayne or something else you're passionate about, you can pay me back then. He pushed out his lips. She laughed and walked back into her room to get ready for her day. As she got in the shower, Zaka thought about that phone call with the London code. As far as she knew, Kai was still in Belize. Not that she'd seen or heard from him to confirm it. The first time she'd sent payment to his account, a tiny piece of her had been hoping that he would respond with a text. She'd stared at her phone all day, but it never came. If the London number wasn't Kai, the only other person it could be was Kat. But that didn't seem right. How had Kat gotten her number? And what would Kai's ex-girlfriend want with her? Zaka froze in the middle of detangling her hair. What if Kat wanted to confirm the story of their breakup? Kai must have told her they were separated by now. She dropped her curl pudding and ran to get the landline. Calling the international number back, she waited tensely. At last, there was a click. Hello?
Zaka! Hey!
Kat's whimsical voice charged through the line. Zaka smiled immediately when she heard that familiar accent. Kat, it's great to hear from you.
You too. I'm sorry I called this number. I tried calling your cell phone, but for some reason, the connection wouldn't let me get through.
Oh. Zaka bobbed her head.
I don't want to keep you. I just wanted to let you know I'll be in Belize again in a few days, and I was hoping we could meet up. Honey, Kai already told me of your breakup.
He did.
Yes, the idiot! Why on earth he'd let you go is a mystery that I will never unravel.
Zaka leaned against the wall. How's he doing?
Kai? Oh, he's horrible. Horrible. He's working 18-hour days trying to drill himself into the ground early. To be honest, one of the reasons I'm coming back to Belize is because Joe was concerned. Kai hasn't been eating or sleeping properly, and he's taking more and more pills for his headaches.
He is. Zaka's heart jumped with concern.
He's not listening to reason. For someone who works with doctors, you'd think he'd have more medical sense, but can't win them all.
Her laugh was breezy.
Anyway, I'll send a car so you and I can have a private chat, all right? And add me on social media so we can message that way. It'll be easier than calling your landline.
I will, Zaka said, still dazed. Kat hung up, but Zaka remained in place, holding the phone to her ear. Why did it sound like Kai was just as miserable as she was?
Chapter 50.
You're picking me up from the airport.
Kat said from the phone. Kai moved carefully through the construction site to get to a quieter area. Say that again?
I'll be at the Belize City Airport tomorrow, and I expect you to be there to greet me.
Kai frowned at the giant logwood tree. The leaves sprawled over his head, providing much-needed relief from the tropical sunshine. Sweat gathered beneath his t-shirt and made the fabric cling to his chest. He pulled it away in the hopes of cooling down. I'm busy.
Yes, your two favorite words.
He scowled at her sarcasm. I mean that, Kat. The contractor is ready to start pouring cement for the foundation. The architect wants me to be here with the crew.
You don't know a flipping thing about construction. There is no reason you need to be there.
I also have a meeting with the free clinic investors at 2. He mentally flipped through his schedule.
Postpone it for a day.
He frowned. A day?
Yes, Kai. Am I not speaking the Queen's bloody English?
Irritation spread through him, but he didn't let it into his voice. Zaka had advised him to be gentler with his words. Putting her suggestion into practice made it easier to cut deals with some huge international charities. Barking at people when you need money from them is never the right move. He wouldn't have been able to swallow his pride and get it done without Zaka's voice in his mind, coaching him to be a little more patient. Kat!
Pick me up at the airport and clear your schedule, or I will shadow you at the construction site and badger you during your meeting. You're going to wish you'd cleared your schedule.
He knew she was good for the threat. Fine. Kai ended the call. Joe walked over to him, dressed in construction boots and an orange vest over his green suit. Unlike Kai, who changed his wardrobe to cooler and more casual clothes since his removal from management at the hospital, Joe was stubbornly holding on to the usual. Kai gave him a once-over. Aren't you dying beneath all that fabric, mate?
It's bearable.
Joe wiped the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand.
Who was that on the phone?
Kat. She's planning another trip to Belize.
So soon?
She must have fallen in love with this place. His eyes slid over the coconut trees, the fluffy white clouds, and the pure blue sky. This country has a way of getting under your skin.
You sound like your grandfather.
Kai glanced at him. Joe squinted in the sunshine. The deep wrinkles around his eyes spread further over his face.
He used to say the same thing.
They moved back to the construction zone. Kai glanced over the bare bones of the free clinic. A sense of accomplishment filled his chest. His grandfather would be proud. He turned to Joe. Can you adjust my schedule? Joe straightened.
Of course. We can push your meetings down to...
Clear it completely. Joe looked stunned.
Are you sure?
Yes. Joe made a note on his phone.
Kat's being unreasonable.
She thinks I have free time.
Free time?
Joe's eyes widened.
I feel like I'm working harder now that we're just focusing on the free clinic's construction.
Kai silently agreed. He never would have been able to balance managing the hospital and building the free clinic. He would have driven himself crazy and something would have gone without his attention. Dr. Parker, Coulson, and the hospital chairman had kicked him out, but it was a temporary surrender. Those three would get what was coming to them. He would make sure he reclaimed what was his. But not yet. Kai looked on their mutiny as a gift. He was still the majority shareholder, and his expectations remained the same. The hospital would triple profits, and he would receive his share of those profits. Although he couldn't use the hospital's shares for the free clinic, he could funnel his own dividends into the project. Being short on cash propelled him into seeking international donations. Those ventures had been wildly successful. Kai squeezed Joe's shoulder. Let's try to get as much as we can done today.
How? You barely have time to eat as is.
I'm not hungry, Kai said, stalking toward the construction crew.
Even if you're not hungry, you should still eat. Even if you're not sleepy, you should still sleep. These are basic human needs.
Not for someone who was being held hostage by love. Food was tasteless since Zaka was gone. Work was his only refuge. Adjust the schedule, Joe, Kai said intently. Joe slanted him a concerned look that Kai pretended not to see. Chapter 51. The next morning, Kat called him early with a list of demands that included a large umbrella and flowers. Why should I bring you flowers? He growled, buttoning his shirt.
Because I've never had a tropical bouquet arranged in the actual tropics before. Duh.
He scowled at his reflection. Kat, You're being ridiculous.
Is that a no?
Ask your husband to buy you flowers.
He doesn't know where the best florist shops are. You're the one who's been whining and dining investors for the free clinic. I trust your expertise.
Kai rubbed the bridge of his nose.
Please?
I'll make a call.
All right.
She paused.
Make sure you dress nice.
Don't push it.
Calm down, Kai. I promise you're going to love me even more than you already do.
What are you planning?
Me? I want a relaxing tour of Belize City. That's what I want.
Kai hung up and glanced at his phone, trying to use telepathy to figure out why she was acting so giddy. After a while, he gave up and headed to the airport. He might as well get there early, so he didn't have to hear an earful from Kat. On the way, Kat called him again.
Kai, I'm so sorry. One of my friends from the foundation met me at the airport and offered to give me a ride. I couldn't say no.
Kai gritted his teeth. I cleared my schedule to do this.
I understand.
There was a lot of noise in the background. Cars honking, wind rushing.
Can you meet somewhere else instead? I'll send you the address.
A moment later, his phone chirped. He pulled the car to the side of the road and checked the messages. His eyes widened. Kat, that address is...
I'll see you there. Bye.
Kai tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Kat was definitely up to something. He just wasn't sure what.
Chapter 52. It was a gorgeous day. The sky was a brilliant shade of blue. The air was balmier than usual, not too humid. The sun was shining warmly over the coconut trees. Zaka turned around and around on the flat plot of land. The earth was soft beneath her heels. Butterflies flew around sparse bushes. A glance at her watch showed she was early. A glance at her phone showed she was at the right place. But something was wrong. Zaka thought Kat would meet her at a nice, expensive restaurant. Why did she ask her to come to this giant acreage near the sea? Her eyes slid over the sign. It said, "Trespassers, not allowed." That was her. She was officially a trespasser. "Kat, where are you?" Zaka mumbled, sending another frantic message to the heiress. Should she call her friends for backup? Giselle would be working the smoothie shop, but maybe Latoya and Yolanda could spare a minute to run down here. Sure, the lot was in one of the most affluent neighborhoods in Belize City, but that didn't mean anything. The property faced the Caribbean Sea and stood a good distance from the highway. Anything could happen. She shot the group a text. "Zaka, if you don't hear from me in the next 15 minutes, send help." She added the address. There. She felt much better. Zaka held her phone in a tight grip and turned around. The Caribbean Sea flowed briskly beneath a cloudless sky. Today the water looked as blue as the horizon, as blue as Kai's eyes. She sighed and wondered what Kai was doing. Was he still not eating? Was he still not sleeping well? And how had he celebrated the first stage of the free clinic's construction? Was he alone? Or did he invite a woman to keep him company? Sharon, maybe? Something dark shifted through her chest. Just then, she heard the crunch of shoes on sand. In the distance, she saw a tall man walking beneath an open umbrella. The umbrella was red and tilted at an angle where she couldn't see his face. Zaka narrowed her eyes as she tried to place him. He was tall like Kai and had brawny forearms, like Kai. But she had never seen Kai wear something that casual. Every time they met, he was either in a suit or a fancy tux. Lifting a hand, she shaded her face from the sun so she could look at him. A part of her wished she'd brought an umbrella, too. At least it would provide some shade. The man's sneakers crushed soft brown sand. The umbrella lifted slowly. A square jaw, a straight nose. Zaka gasped when she fell into the blue oceans of Kai's eyes. Her heart stalled. Kai? He froze too, looking at her as if he wasn't sure she was real. She noticed he was holding a bouquet of flowers. Her heart was about to crash right out of her chest. What was Kai doing here? And where was here? Her feet shuffled forward without her permission. They carried her across the empty lot, past the scraggly bushes, past the iguanas sunbathing on rocks. She stopped in front of him. He was still a couple steps away. One hand slipped into the pocket of his jeans. The other gripped the bouquet a little tighter. The flowers were colorful, big, festive. She smiled and looked over his outfit again. He wore a short-sleeved t-shirt that hugged his broad shoulders. His rugged jawline and piercing eyes made her pulse jump. Even when scrutinizing her, Kai was a work of art. He motioned to the bouquet.
I guess these are for you.
You guess? She didn't move to take the flowers. He let the flowers and umbrella fall to the ground.
They were supposed to be for Kat.
His cheeks reddened, and she knew it wasn't from the heat of the day. Kai Adderley was flustered.
I didn't. You deserve a bouquet intended for you.
He was nervous. It was sweet. Was it another bet? She asked.
She flat out tricked me this time.
He wiped his palms on his jeans.
I was going to handle this myself if she hadn't meddled.
Her stomach flip-flopped. Handle what? Kai's blue eyes flashed on her. She saw the longing pass through his gaze, the unspoken yearning. He'd missed her. He didn't need to say a word. She saw it all. Kai took her hand and ran his thumb against her knuckles. His eyes lingered on hers.
We're standing on my grandfather's land.
Her knees went weak. She whipped her head around, hardly believing his words. What?
This is the land he always dreamed of coming back and settling down on. The land he refused to sell, even if the money would have paid for one more bill, for one more year of his life.
She looked at the sandy landscape again. Wait, her gaze shot back to him. The land you're building the free clinic on. Isn't your grandfather's?
No.
Kai shook his head.
No, it's not.
He stepped closer to her, still holding her hand tightly.
After you left, I couldn't stop thinking about you. It hurt that I couldn't pick up the phone and call you. It hurt that I couldn't hear you laugh anymore. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't outrun the feeling that something was missing from my life. Something important.
She swallowed hard. The moment felt too grand, too important. It was almost like a dream.
My whole life, I thought I'd feel fulfilled if I could only build the free clinic on my grandfather's land. I sacrificed so many years of my life for that purpose.
His voice softened.
But I found someone more important than all of those plans.
His lips arched into a small smile. It still made her weak. It was still so precious.
I tried to ignore it. I tried to go back to normal. But there was no normal without you. The possibility of living the rest of my life without you by my side made me miserable. It made everything else feel pointless. So I bought another plot in the heart of the city. It's a great location. The people who really need the free clinic can access it freely.
He nodded to the Caribbean Sea.
And I hired architects to build a family home where you and I can go skinny dipping on our own property instead of sneaking through the beach.
Her jaw dropped. You and I?
Yes.
He smiled at her.
This land is for you. For us. And all the money you've been paying back. I matched it and put it on a savings account. It's yours. A wedding gift from me. The woman I love shouldn't ever hurt for cash.
Her jaw dropped.
I love you, Zaka.
He slid his hands around her waist.
I love you more than my schedule, more than the free clinic, more than anything else. You don't deserve to come second to anything. You will always be first, and I will dedicate my life to you the way I dedicated my life to my grandfather's legacy.
Tears filled her vision, and she couldn't see his gorgeous face anymore because it was blurry. Kai.
I love you,
he whispered. She had to hook her arms around his neck to keep from falling. Her knees were completely giving out. Kai loved her. He loved her. He loved her enough to adjust his life's work for her. She couldn't believe it. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" she wailed. The tears kept flowing. Regrets were piling up. "I had no idea you were doing all this." She buried her face in his chest. "I missed you so much." He chuckled, and the warmth of it vibrated over her.
Things were hectic after I stepped down from the hospital. I didn't want to run to you in the chaos. I wanted to wait until I had time to devote my all to you as you deserve.
"Oh." He swiped his thumb over her cheek. Zaka gazed up at him and mumbled, "I love you." His lips found hers. The kiss was as hot as the Caribbean sun that burned her face and her heart. She could feel Kai pouring all his love into the embrace, and she met his passion with her own, kissing him until her lips were sore. He was hers. He was really hers. And it was perfect. A squeal made them break apart. Kat lurched from the bushes where she'd been hiding.
"Yes! Yes! Yes! Finally, you lovable doofus!"
Kai rolled his eyes. To her surprise, Zaka saw Yolanda, Latoya, and Giselle emerging from the bushes, too. Her jaw dropped. "What are you doing here?"
Girl, you sent an SOS. You're lucky the cops, the fire department, and the defense force aren't here,
Yolanda said, tossing her hair over her shoulder. "I forgot about that," Zaka said with a wince.
"We saw you with Kai and decided it was better not to disturb your reunion,"
Giselle said, giving her an excited smile.
"We sent the guys back to the car."
"The guys are here." Zaka's eyes bugged.
With baseball bats and everything,
Latoya said.
Cole was ready to do some damage.
Kai slid his arm around her.
I love that your friends are so protective of you.
Exactly.
Yolanda shook her finger at him.
So don't pull anything like that nonsense again, sir.
"I'm the one who broke up with him," Zaka reminded them. Latoya rolled her eyes.
Exactly. It took him this long to come to his senses and get you back.
In Kai's defense,
Kat jumped in.
He's been preparing to get her back for a while. He even flew all the way to San Pedro and told me the truth about him and Zaka.
Her eyes widened. She looked up at Kai. "You did?"
I wanted to tell someone the truth. I needed to default on the bet to be sure that my feelings wouldn't waver.
He pressed a kiss to her ear.
They didn't.
He looked absolutely torn up, poor guy. We were on a beautiful island, sparkling Caribbean sea all around, coconut trees dancing, bonfire crackling on the beach, and all he could do was drink and talk about you.
Kat pointed at her.
Of course I had to give him his grandfather's land. He kept his part of the bet, and I'm not heartless.
Zaka hugged Kai fiercely. "I'm sorry,"
Don't worry.
he whispered darkly.
I have a few ideas about how you can make it up to me.
She smiled and accepted his kiss. The land was theirs. The world was theirs. She eased back and looked into his eyes. "I love you, Kai,"
I love you,
he said. And she knew, after all he'd shown her today, that he meant it.
Chapter 53. Jerry. Geraldine Franklin stood in the middle of a K-pop themed apartment. Across from her, Zaka was sitting in Kai Adderley's lap. She seemed quite comfortable curled against him, and it made Jerry want to snap a picture of them. They were stylish, cute, and so natural together. It would gain a lot of likes on her blog. She resisted the urge to take out her phone and remained professional. "You're saying that all you ladies need a whole new wardrobe for your trip to Korea?" Zaka nodded.
"They loved all the outfits you did for me."
"The one at the fundraiser was stunning."
A beautiful woman with brown skin and big brown curls spoke up. That was Giselle. Jerry hoped. She wasn't as great with people's names as she was with her favorite clothing brands.
I knew it was you under that mask at the hospital gala,
another woman said. She had dark brown skin, long, wavy hair, and a stunning bone structure. Those cheekbones could cut someone if they weren't careful. Jerry knew her name, Yolanda. Everyone in Belize knew of Yolanda's family. The man sitting next to Yolanda was Dwayne Martin, famous football player and heartthrob on and off the field. Of course, the only hard eyes he was giving out was to Yolanda. Zaka laughed.
Kai's to blame for me getting away at the gala. He's the one who turned it into a masquerade ball.
When your woman asks you to change the theme of a formal event 30 minutes after it started, you don't say no.
Zaka punched Kai in the chest.
Hey, I didn't ask for that. You're the one who came up with the idea.
But it was a great idea. Admit it.
Never.
His eyes narrowed and then softened when Zaka smiled at him.
Back to the point.
A curvy woman with glowing skin and a bright red wig nodded at Jerry.
We want to look bomb for the engagement.
What engagement? Jerry's eyes darted to the Asian man who looked like a mountain. His face was mostly blank, except for the moments when his girlfriend, Latoya, caressed him at random. He would take her hand and kiss it or rub a circle on her upper thigh as if he needed to be connected to her at all times.
Oh, not us.
Latoya waved her hands.
Them.
She's been hinting that Korea would be a good time,
said a man with wavy hair and brilliant eyes.
It's a known secret.
And because it's a known secret, I want to look good,
Giselle said. Yolanda's eyes sparkled.
We chose you because we hear you love K-pop too.
I do. Jerry nodded. Giselle said,
We're hoping our clothes can remain true to Belize, but we also want it to match the spirit of South Korea. Does that make sense?
Totally. It'll be an honor. Zaka squealed.
I can't believe I'm actually going to Korea.
I can't believe you're dragging me there with you,
Kai said. She nuzzled his nose.
Would you rather be anywhere else?
Not at all.
He kissed her. Awes broke out. Jerry was the only one who shook her head. I'll get started on your wardrobe right after we take the measurements. When it was Zaka's turn, Jerry waved. I've got your measurements, love. Or do you need alterations?
No, not really.
She pulled Jerry to the side.
I just wanted to talk to you.
About what?
I wanted you to know I was serious about you swinging by for K-pop Sundays, but now we won't even be in Belize to hang out with you.
She chewed on her bottom lip.
I wanted you to know that you can call any of us if you need to talk.
Her heart warmed. That's very generous of you.
Of course.
Zaka's eyes went to the curtain where her friends were chatting and drinking wine.
K-pop led me to my sisters.
She returned her attention to Jerry.
No pressure or anything. It's just that not many people get why we love Korean culture and music so much. As you can see, when we get together, there's a lot of fun.
Jerry gave her a knowing smile. You look happy.
I am happy. I have my friends. My brother's safe. And I found someone who gets me, loves me, and pushes me to be the best version of myself. I think I do the same. Kai is taking his first vacation ever. He'll be cell phone free when he goes to Korea with me.
Jerry glanced away. I'm glad it worked out for you.
And you. You're stunning. Don't tell me you don't have anyone trying to get your attention.
Jerry shrugged. Oh, I don't. And I'll be too busy to think about dating for the next few months anyway.
Why? What are you doing?
The X Games. Jerry squeezed her eyes shut. I'll meet my ex again on national television. So, you know, not the best place for romance. She blamed Ellis Maven and his gorgeous smile. If only he hadn't bewitched her with his thrilling eyes and his promises that all she had to do was show up and they'd take care of the rest. Jerry told herself she was doing it for the money. But then, was that all? Zaka squealed. I saw some promotional posters for it, but I had no idea they'd ask a Belizean couple to join the program. That's fantastic. Yeah, well, it's good press for my styling business and my new YouTube channel. I just hope it's the right decision. How bad can it be? Zaka thought of her ex and cringed. Joining the X Games was either going to be the best thing that ever happened to her, or it would be the biggest mistake of her life. The end. Thank you for reading The X Wager. Want more romance set in Belize? The X Games is Jerry and Ellis's story, available at www.niaarthurs.com/books. To save her stylist business, Jerry joins a reality game show with her ex. On camera, she's smiling at him, but off camera, the head producer Ellis is who really has her heart. There can only be one winner. Will Jerry choose love or her dreams on the X Games?